Page 8. Yes, Woolly, I'm sorry, no. Jara East, it's Jara East. Page.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Page 8. On the consideration stage, the Honorable Chairperson informed members that the Assembly would commence the proceedings at Committee of the Whole House. Proceedings. Thank you.
Yes, Sabah Sanjal.
Thank you. The third paragraph. She further informed the Assembly that Article D is missing.
The paragraph under that, at this juncture, Honorable Speaker, dissolved it. Instead of dissolved, it's resolved. It's not dissolved.
Is there any more on page 8? Page 9? Yes, please.
Yes, page 9, the first line, the first paragraph. The short title of the bill is amended by replacing the year 2020. Instead of 2020, it's 2019 with 2021. The bill was introduced in 2019, not 2020.
Amended. Page 9. Page 10. Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings excuse me, of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, the 25th of March, 2021 be approved with amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, can we proceed? Thank you.
Thank you. Bills. Bill Standing Order 72, Subclause 20, and Standing Order 75, the third reading of the Petroleum Commission Bill 2021 by the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy.
Thank you very much. Honorable members will recall that the committee's, yes. I see two, is it there? Yes, I think it's better. Honorable members will recall that the committee stage of the Petroleum Commission Bill 2021 was concluded on Monday, the 12th of March 2021. Accordingly, today is appointed for the third reading in accordance with Standing Order 73, Subclause 4, and Clause 75. I invite now the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy to move a motion for the third reading of the bill entitled Petroleum Commission Bill 2021. But before doing so, let me just allow the Honorable Member for Serekunda, Chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you will recall that some clauses were referred so that the committee will engage in further consultation. I therefore rise under Standing Order 53H, motion for the reconsideration of a bill. Honorable Speaker, Standing Order 74, amendments to bill after consideration stage, states that if any member desires to leave out or amend provision contained in a bill following consideration stage, or any new provision therein, he or she may, at any time before the person in charge of the bill rises to move the third reading of the bill, move that the bill be reconsidered either wholly or in respect of only of a particular part or parts of the bill, or some proposed new clause or new section. And under Standing Order 74, paragraph 2, no notice of a motion for reconsideration of a bill shall be required. And that is why I had made this motion without notice that the Petroleum Commission Bill, Clause 2, Interpretation, Clause 17, and Clause 26 be reconsidered. Yes, and I so move that we reconsider these clauses by virtue of the fact that a member did propose for a definition of local content fund, which was not under the interpretation when we were considering the bill. We held a meeting with the minister and team and the representative of the Solicitor General to deal with that aspect. In the same vein, Clause 17, we made proposal for the key elements to be subjected to regulations. And, Honorable Speaker, we have engaged in consultation so that the provisions under Clause 17, which provides monies that accrue to the Commission in the performance of its functions, such as the training and resource funds, which shall be administered and managed by the Commission in accordance with the regulations made under this Act. That new element was included to ensure that the funds are subjected to regulations. And Clause 26, originally the members proposed that we come in to make it conditional for the Commission to submit regulations to the National Assembly as provided for here. There is an addition to Clause 26 from the National Assembly with paragraph 3, and it would have read, regulations made under this Act shall be submitted to the National Assembly through the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly, be published in the Gazette on the day when the regulations is submitted to the National Assembly, comes into force at the expiry of a period of 14 days, or being submitted 14 days of being to the Office of the Clerk, unless the National Assembly annuls such regulations by the vote of not less than 2/3 of all the members of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, we did engage in consultation with the Minister, the team, as well as representatives from the Solicitor General to look at this particular clause, and we did concur, committee as well as the Commission and the Attorney General's chambers, that one would not be helping to properly institute the significance of subsidiary legislation by including this provision. It was indicated that subsidiary legislation is designed to facilitate the speedy implementation of the provisions of an act. And where such a provision is included, it means that the regulation will not come into force unless a sitting of the National Assembly is convened to consider the regulation. It is seen that that is as good as saying that the institution will not have a regulation on time to carry out its activities. We looked into Standing Order 80, Honorable Speaker, and we all read that the Subsidiary Legislation Committee has full powers to command any regulation-making institution to appear before it and explain whatever should be explained, and recommendations can always be made. What is not provided for is to mandatory annul a regulation made. But the powers of oversight has been reviewed with the representative of the Solicitor General present, and they did not dispute the fact that the Subsidiary Legislation Committee has all the powers to ask those who make regulations to appear before them and defend their regulations, and may make recommendations thereafter. So in that sense, we all agree that this particular addition is not helpful, actually be reconsidered. So in that regard, Honorable Speaker, I move that we reconsider the bill as provided for under Standing Order 74.
When you have moved the motion, it needs to be seconded, but I just want to, I just want to point out that actually it is what you have just indicated is not reflected in the, what do you call this, the corrected version. So it means that your discussion, your consultations will stand, in which case it will have to be reconsidered by the whole House. But it may help also if you can sort of tabulate, identify the relevant sections for ease of reference, so that when we go to the consideration stage, or every honorable member will know that we take a vote on that, this is it, we take a vote on that, and then we come back. Seconder? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the clauses cited by the co-chair of the committee with respect to the Petroleum Commission bill be reconsidered at the committee stage of the whole assembly. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. So we will reconsider that, but not immediately, honorable members. We will have to reschedule it, maybe depending on the business of today. If we can slot it in, it's just for the third reading, and then otherwise, see how best we can fit it in tomorrow's agenda, taking into consideration. But of course, let's ensure that everything is done so that we will all be on the same wavelength. Thank you very much. So, Clerk, please can we proceed with the next agenda item then? You can liaise with the Honorable Minister and the committee clerks to sort it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill, with reference to Standing Order 66, second reading of the bill, Elections Bill 2021, by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we will recall that the first reading of the Elections Bill 2021 was done, the mic is on, on Monday, the 22nd of March, 2021, and today is appointed for the second reading in accordance with Standing Order Clause 66, Subclause 2. Therefore, pursuant to Clause 67 of the Standing Orders, I'll now invite the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice to move a motion for the second reading of the bill entitled Elections Bill 2021. Honorable Minister, Can you move your motion? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I wish to move that the bill, Elections Bill 2021, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the objects and reasons of this bill is as follows. The bill seeks to repeal the Elections Act, Cap 301, and to enact a new Elections Act in line with the best practices to achieve the cardinal principles of free and fair elections in the Gambia. This bill has taken cognizance of the fact that electoral laws conformed or must conform to the need and aspirations of the electorates in a true democratic society for the full participation of all eligible citizens through casting of votes. Apart from the above, the bill seeks to introduce a detailed procedure and analysis in the publication of final results of the Independent Electoral Commission after the conduct of a particular election or referendum and during the declaration of results. The criteria for the analysis of the results are now provided for in the bill. Honorable Speaker, we have made a statement to this effect, but may I take this opportunity to indicate to the House that the schedule attached to this bill, 2021, on the binded copy that was first circulated is an error, and it has been corrected by providing the corrected version. Honorable Speaker, the error is caused by, one of our staff lifting just the schedule attached to the current electoral bill as printed in the laws of the Gambia 2009. So the person just lifted it from there and attached it to the bill. So not in any way an attempt by the government to change the constituency boundaries. In fact, constituency boundaries, as we stated in our statement, are not to be changed by the executive. We do not have that mandate, so it was an inadvertent error, human error purely, and we apologize for that. I therefore move on those terms, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Do I take it that the corrected version of the schedule has been circulated? It has. I don't seem to have a copy in my file. That's why I want to make sure. Please, can we ensure that it's the schedule, not the substance, so we can take it here. Thank you. Everybody has it? Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, honorable members, right. Thank you very much. Now, in accordance with clause 67 of clause 1 of the standing orders, may I now open the floor for debate on the general merits and principles of the bill. Now, honorable members who wish to take part may do so by raising their constituency tags, and they'll be recorded and given the floor accordingly. Let's just understand and appreciate that everybody will be given the floor at the same time. Sorry, no, please, honorable. Let me finish. Please, let us just appreciate and understand the fact that we have to take turns. I see many tags up, but then I'll have to go one after the other.
This is the second Madam Speaker.
Please, can we have some order, one at a time? Yes, Sabasanya, what do you say?
Yes, I was saying it is not yet seconded before inviting.
Your mic is on, so because of that, I will not, yes, okay.
I'm saying the motion is not seconded yet. I'm just drawing your attention to that.
The what?
I'm drawing your attention that the motion is not yet seconded.
No, it was seconded by...
No.
No, it hasn't been seconded.
No.
That was a grave omission on my side then. You are very right, actually. Yes, can I volunteer? Seconder? Yes, Upper Salum, Lower Salum, sorry.
Yeah, seconded, ma. No,
Lower Salum, seconded.
yeah, seconded.
Thank you very much. It has been moved and seconded. The motion has been moved and seconded. Now, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled the Elections Bill 2020 be read a second time. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. Now, thank you very much, honorable members. And then in accordance with clause 67(1) of the standing orders, I open the floor for debate on the general merits and principles of the bill. Any honorable member who wishes to take part may do so now. Please, we start here recording the tags. Yes, Jara West, we'll start with you. And please, we will take can you help? Table office, legal unit, please, can we? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And I thank the Honorable Minister or the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice for laying this or reading this bill for the second time. That subject the bill to a debate, basically on the objects and the principles. But before I get to that, ask the Minister why it is so late for this bill to be laid in National Assembly. Because this is a bill that was long, long awaited. Since the changes, all Gambians are waiting for this bill. Why so late? What are the reasons? And what actually the bill is seeking is the repeal of the Election Act. That is the first thing that the bill is looking for. And again, it's looking for a new electoral act, according to the objects and the reasons. And that is why Gambians need this bill long time ago. It's one of the reasons that Gambians came together to change a government so that we can have a good electoral system in our country, a free and fair elections at any time and at any level. Late, better than never, because it is just now we have it, and Honorable Minister, I think it should come earlier than this. Our debates will come later on, when we have to debate the content of the bill. Then we can come up with our reservations, we can come up with our observations, and we can come up with our recommendations. The object and reason, I think these are the two reasons why the bill is laid before us: to repeal the existing one and to enact a new one. Now, my appeal goes to the ABC committee, to whom the bill will be committed to open up to all members who can, at least one time or the other, attended their meetings, or if not attend their meetings, can give their inputs to them, so that the number of proposals and interventions at the consideration stage can be limited. Because normally this is what becomes a problem. If our inputs were not considered at an early stage, at the level of the Committee of the Whole House, we all want to bring up our inputs and our comments. There are members among us who were working with the electoral system in the country for a long time. They have experience in the issue. Probably they might not be belonging to the committee to whom the bill will be referred to. That is why I'm appealing to the ABC committee to open up for more ideas from the college members, in as much as they're going to have their own subject matter specialists. They're going to invite people with expertise. But let us also open up to our college members, because this is a very important issue. Elections normally predict everything in the country. If there are free and country, you may say that it's a full-fledged democratic country. But in the absence of free and fair elections, democracy is of no meaning. Unless we bring good laws to our electoral system and make sure the laws that we bring are enforced. Not in the favor of anybody, but for everybody. Honorable Speaker, like I said, that will be the easiest way to minimize our interventions during the consideration stage if members are accepted or invited to come up with their suggestions at the time of the committee engagement. So with this few remarks, Speaker, I thank the mover of the motion and I beg to take my seat. And I'm also looking forward to that day where I'll be invited to be among the committee to give my inputs. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much. I think this assembly has been awaiting for such a bill before it. But for me, I believe that it should have been predicated by a new constitution that would have informed what is in this bill. Unfortunately, that process was stalled. We're still in a limbo. But I believe that members of this August Assembly, honorable members, I emphasize, are interested in a new Gambia. And a new Gambia cannot be in place without a new constitution. The Third Republic that we have been talking about cannot come into being without a constitution. Whatever form it takes, we need some reforms, fundamental reforms. It might not be exhaustive, but at least some of the key elements of democracy should be seen to be in place. That is, having institutions, robust institutions, environment that would allow the free participation of sovereign Gambians in determining how this country is governed. And that means free and fair elections would be guaranteed. Honorable Speaker, well, I was expecting that this bill also was going to come with fundamental changes in the sense that it is a little bit different from what is existing. And as we all agree that the verdict of the majority should carry the day, and this can only be if the majority's decision stands. And this takes us to the principle of majority 50+1. So these are some of the fundamental things I've seen missing. That this bill, although there is no constitution that talks about the majority principle, but nothing stops laws anticipating what is coming in the future. So I believe this is one of the key fundamental aspect that is missing. There is nothing that talks about a situation where we have to go for a second round of voting. I believe this bill should capture it. Term limit, as I said, the model law that should have prescribed, that should have provided for it, is not doing that, as we don't have a new constitution yet. But this is also something that can be captured in the bill, whatever form it takes. As I said, I am an optimist. I believe that we still have time. There's nothing that stops us. Although this session may be late, but there can be, we can bring it here during this session, but there can also be an extraordinary session. There can be an extraordinary session, yes, convened to deal with the issue of having a new constitution. This is where it got bogged down. This is where it stalled. There is nowhere in this country, there is no institution that can solve this issue other than the National Assembly. I want to make this very clear. It is us who should make our minds and then decide. Of course, posterity will be there to judge us. Our legacy will be there, for people to judge us. But this is where it should be, the riddle should be addressed, should be solved. The challenge should be addressed, should be overcome. It is this National Assembly. So as I said, these are the two key fundamental aspects that are missing, that should have been captured in the elections bill. Of course, talking about the powers and functions of the National Assembly, the 1997 Constitution provides for this Assembly that would establish a Constituency Boundaries Commission. But in the absence of that, nothing stops the Commission, Independent Electoral Commission, to come up with arrangements that would accommodating any need for the demarcation of any constituency, any boundary. And by the way, what is missing also, I've not seen the IEC, they should have been here. It would have been very interesting if they were here, and helpful also, so that they will determine the thinking of the National Assembly members and the outcome of this bill. Eventually, it is the institution that is going to implement this bill. So their presence would have been very crucial. But anyway, I guess this is being live streamed, and the media is also here, and radio stations. They might be able to hear what transpired here. And then if you look at, like I said, the powers of and functions of the National Assembly, I'm just dealing with the principles. What is missing is that the National Assembly should really give effect to that provision. And may I refer the House to that provision? I think I've got it here. It's Section 50 of the Constitution of the Republic, which states that
delimitation of constituencies. That is 50 subsection 3. Until the National Assembly establishes a boundaries commission under subsection 1, as prescribed in Part 2 of the first schedule to the Election Act 1996, and any additional constituencies required for the purposes of Section 88, subsection 1A, demarcated by the Independent Electoral Commission in consultation with the appropriate ministry shall be deemed to be constituencies for the purpose of returning members to the National Assembly. So like I said, this should also be captured that National Assembly, under their functions, that the IC can also demarcate boundaries in the absence of that, until that is revoked. So it had to be at least clearly, it's there though, if you look at the way it is couched in the provision, that any other thing that is assigned to it, any other task that is assigned to it, but it's not also bad to have it distinctly spelled out. Honorable Speaker, one other issue that I really want this assembly to avert its mind to is that we are talking about changes. And there is a tradition that Gambia is clinging onto. But for me, I cannot see any justification. These ballot tokens, they're claiming that this is Gambia, this is distinctly Gambian. And Gambians are priding themselves with that. But the norm around the world is ballot boxes and ballot papers. It's cheaper and it's easier. And a case in point is, we had it here. During of course, not all National Assembly members were part of that process, but the parties that constituted that coalition that brought about this change. The selection of the presidential candidate of the coalition was elected through that process. It was very transparent, very easy. And of course, there's an insult. Sometimes they insult the people by saying that no, people are very ignorant, Gambians are ignorant. It is going to be a challenge for them to be using these ballot tokens. Imagine now they're talking about 17 political parties. You have 17 drums. And it's going to be around the whole country, 53 constituencies as at now. And I believe that the constituencies should increase. I'll come to that point. But if you're talking about 17 times 53, how many ballot drums are you talking about? Depends. So really it is cumbersome, it is expensive, and it's going to be very challenging. So I believe that we should really part ways with that method of voting, ballot drums and ballot tokens. It's archaic. It's archaic, and that's the best practice. The best practice is that it's ballot drums and then ballot boxes and ballot papers. It's very easy. It's just the pictures. And the person who cannot see, who is visually challenged, there's a provision that the person can identify someone to take him or her to the ballot box to vote for the candidate of his or her choice. So it's not a problem. Visible, they will see the candidates and the flags, whatever emblems that they have, to identify them. I am really appealing to this National Assembly that we really go for these ballot boxes and ballot papers. It's cheaper, it's easier, it's more transparent. We have done it. It was very easy. All those who came, and some of them are not literate in the sense that we talk about illiteracy, Western education, but they were able to know the candidates that they wanted to vote for. So that those parts of the bill that talks about ballot boxes, ballot tokens, I believe should be expunged, replaced with ballot boxes and ballot papers. This is my take, and it's my strong belief that we should really go that way. It is only need one drum, one box, very transparent, in the front of the hall where the voting is taking place. Everybody will be seeing it, agents of the candidates, agents of political parties, media, observers, it will be very visible. A space will be allocated for the person to go there and then the photos of the candidates will be placed at a table that you will be picking one from each. Go to an enclosure where people will not know the person you have selected, the candidate. You select the candidate, put it in an envelope and come back. What is illiteracy? What is literacy in this? What is education in this? It's really an insult for people to be saying that people are not aware or they are at that level to be able to adopt this practice. So this is something that I fervently appealing to colleagues to consider, and then we amend parts that deal with this archaic practice. Honorable Speaker, I really welcome this provision that gives the Independent Electoral Commission the power or the authority to be approving applications for meetings. Of course, for me, I have never, the party that I belong to, we've never experienced any challenge with regards to that. But there have been reported challenges. So it's good that the Independent Electoral Commission be given that responsibility, so the parties will be applying there to have their meetings, their rallies, their processions, even demonstrations. I've seen that, and it's welcome. Although I believe that parties should not demonstrate, because parties, if they are represented at the parliament, this is the powerhouse. We don't need a National Assembly member should not be seen demonstrating. In your authority, this is where we can fix things. We have the platform, we have the authority, and it is here. And I don't know why demonstrating that element. I would definitely leave that with civil society. They can demonstrate. Communities, they can demonstrate peacefully, apply, and then no hindrance. Anybody who applies, just ensure that you are given an escort so that you will not, it will not go out of hand. It will not get out of hand, rather. But for political parties to be demonstrating, for me, unless they are not represented in parliament, but even if they are not represented in parliament, that's what is envisaged. So I would also want us to think about that as well. But as I said, the Commission is well placed to be given that responsibility. You just inform the police so that they will provide escorts if that is what is needed. Oh, yes. Now, that is one thing that I really applaud. And Honorable Speaker, let me come to the boundaries. Of course, it is not within the province of the executive to be demarcating boundaries. That's
Honorable Member, just by way of reminder that we're just discussing the general principles and merits, you will have an opportunity to go into the detailed substance of
I'm very aware of that, yes. I'm very aware of that. That's why I'm not citing any provision. I'm talking about the principle, general principles. With regards to the boundary demarcation, and the Honorable Minister and Attorney General had said it here, that it's not within the province of the executive to be doing that. That is either having a new law, which this Assembly has failed to promulgate, constituting a boundaries commission, but it does not also derogate the powers of the Commission to proceed with that if it ever feels it sees fit or feasible to do so, and I think they have been doing that. So I believe that there are some constituencies that still need to be demarcated. They are very, in terms of proportional, in terms of relativity and proportionate numbers. Some, you have a constituency that is less than 2,000, and a constituency that is 36,000. Definitely, that cannot be explained. Some constituencies even need to be demarcated 3 times. I believe, particularly those in the Greater Banjul area here. Yes, we need to, but I think that the Commission can consider. The National Assembly. We can. Going to committee stage. I think this is also going to be given to a committee, the Constitutional Matters Committee, but it's also going to come back to us as a plenary. So I believe that is something that can be done. I think basically, and also about prohibition of double registration of members. I've seen that the penalty, but I think that these are technical issues. The charges are, the charges are very, 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 very harsh in terms of the passing. If it is efforts to steal elections, yes, that one can understand. But if the person, does that, the person can do that ignorantly or even deliberately. But if an individual, I think there is an amount that is charged, but it's too high. But anyway, and the other, this is going to be the last or second to last, is the commission being given the responsibility to also arrange for the rates of airtime. It's important. Otherwise, we'll be having prohibitive rates, and this is going to could compromise the fairness that we're talking about, affording all those that are contesting equal opportunity to not only the public media, but private media as well. Of course, private media is business, it's not free, but at least the charges, their rates should be really fair. Of course, not at their expense, but it should not be prohibitive, so as to cancel out some candidates who do not have the wherewithal, to use their platform to present their party. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, just basically, those are the issues that I really wanted to highlight, that we really need to ensure that this bill contains fundamental changes that go well with democracy, that addresses the institutionalization of democracy and the practice of democracy. And I believe the existing law, which is by and large transferred here, is not doing that. So we need to anticipate, we need to envisage that we are heading there. So therefore, there is provision for that. The second round of voting, the term limit, and I think when we go to committee stage, I have some technical which I would be able to share with members of the committee at the committee stage for their consideration. But basically, this is something that everybody welcomes. We need to have a law, particularly that is prescribing for how we proceed with elections in this country, to ensure that at the end of the day is the voice of the people that stand. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Election Bill 2021. Honorable Speaker, the reasons of the Election Bill 2021 are of three objectives. For the benefit of the populace, Honorable Speaker, and the electorates of the Gambia, Honorable Speaker, the 2021 Election Bill seeks to repeal the Elections Act Cap 3 of 01 and to enact a new Election Act. The second, Honorable Speaker, the second objective is that this bill seeks to address the need and aspiration of the electorates in. And the third one, Honorable Speaker, seeks to introduce a detailed procedure and analysis in the publications of the final results by the chairman of IEC after the conduct of a particular election.
Constituency or a foreigner country at any one time. Okay, for somebody now, if I discover somebody from the neighboring countries, and then he also registered at the neighboring countries, and he wants to be registered in the Gambia again. So what will be the consequence, the response of the commission? And also the most important part is that excuse me, it's very important, but I want to no here. That is the page 2842. That I am recommend that on the date at the time of appointment for a receipt of the nomination, the returning officer start between the hours of 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. I am recommend that from 8 a.m. to 4 is too narrow. You can make it from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Honorable, no, I just want to show that hands that can, they were not getting your mic because your mic was off. But it's okay. Yes, if you want to continue, just so for you to speak on the mic so that hands that will get it recorded.
Okay, thank you.
Are you done? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Fonyi Brevet.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, one thing I like most about this Elections Bill 2021 is the inclusion of diaspora voting. We're all aware that the diasporans plays an in the social. If you look at their contribution towards our GDP, to their contribution towards our development agenda, their contributions is huge. Therefore, giving them an opportunity to have an say in the way the country would be run, giving them an opportunity to have a chance to take part in elections in this country is a welcoming news. However, one thing also must be made understood, that the criteria for selection of countries that will be given the opportunity to vote is an issue that needs to be looked at properly. But the Gambians are widespread over the country. So the cost also involved to allow every diaspora and Gambian diaspora to take part in Gambian elections could also be very expensive. But it's important that proper regulations, because it's been indicated that regulations will be made that will clearly spell out as how they will be registered. A criteria will also be established as to which countries will be voting. So these are two essential things that need to be looked at properly to give every Gambian the opportunity to have a say in the elections that will take place in this country in terms of determining who will be their leaders. The honourable member for Banjul South had made the issue of Banjul proposals for ballot to transform from the popular marble to the ballot box. It's a welcome idea. But however, the advantages are also very rich, but the merits are equally huge. But the simple thing is that actually he was disputing that the reason why we should not transform is as a result of literacy rates. That's the outcry. And then he is disputing that. I respect his opinion. But then if the IEC intends to do that, probably they would have conducted a recycle to determine the set of preparedness of Gambians. The next election that is coming will be presidential. That will be very, very huge. Even if you set up a football team, before you go for a major tournament, you go in what we call trials. So for me, perhaps it would have been wiser for IEC to try in the small local government elections or national by elections to try that, to test the system. Conservatives, we hate change. Although it's also important to change, but if the mindsets are not prepared, actually, that will also bring a big problem. But for me, I'm also convinced that the the ballot papers are much cheaper, but it's just a matter of mindset. Average Gambian, from my small research, are more comfortable with the old system we have. But then if we intend to transform, it's important actually IEC to do resensitization, research to establish state of preparedness of the Gambian electorates. I think that is important. Madam Speaker, besides that, as I said, province speakers have raised issues which are of great importance. But for me, the beauty of this is to allow our Gambian brothers and sisters who are outside also to have a say in who runs our country. On that note, I beg to take my seat.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Woolly East.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, genuine electoral system should have come after the constitutional reform, so that the constitutional reform, the Constitution spells out all the key issues that will help us to improve our way of expressing our desires through elections. I have read the objects and reasons. In my view, it is falling short of what we actually require in the change that we need to bring a good electoral system, especially if we want an electoral system that will help us to express our desires fully through elections. Honorable Speaker, the objective of election reform should be to try as much as possible to make elections less expensive, less corrupt, more responsive, and much fairer. So if we are scrutinizing this bill, that's what we should look for, whether it is fair for everybody, whether it is not corrupt. How do we nip corruption in the bud when it comes to elections? Inducement, intimidation, all these things must be captured. That's what we must be looking for. So I think, Honorable Speaker, this body should be very alert to ensure that we change the electoral practices, especially the ones that conflict with the Constitution principles. That is something that we should actually look at, whether any of these practices will conflict with the Constitution. And if they do, that means that we have to make a constitutional reform. Also, the aspiration of the Gambian people is to have elections and have these principles in place, such as term limit, ballot access, laws that will deal with ballot access. Somebody is talking about ballot tokens. I think we should formulate this in such a way, since there is no constitutional reform, in such a way that it will cater for both ballot tokens as well as ballot. So whatever is feasible for the electoral office or the IEC, they adopt that at a given time. You know, it can cater for both. Why not? Whenever it is feasible for them, they actually adopt that. Honorable Speaker, issues like proportional representation are also things that we must, in one way or the other, adopt. Because we have marginalized people, such as the disabled community. We also have the youth and women. These are laws that we are promulgating in this house. Give quota to women here and there so that they will be able to participate in the decision-making process in the country. And if we come up with an electoral law without having those issues in here, it means that the next house also, and the one after that, is likely to be only 3 women here or 5 women here. So these are all issues that we must actually look at. When it comes to electoral boundaries, it's long overdue. You have one constituency which is just a village, and you have another constituency which is, for example, Serakunda and other places that could give you hundreds of thousands of voters. So these are anomalies that must be addressed. Honorable Speaker, also, when it comes to impeding people or stopping people from actually abusing the system, the criteria for one to acquire a voter's card is such that a lot of it is linked to attestation. But my observation is that people who are giving attestation to people are not very careful. Sometimes they are doing it very carelessly, giving it to very, very young children. Sometimes that is happening, and sometimes they will even give it to foreigners. So when there is a punishment clause, it must include all those type of people so that they do what is expected of them. They must be responsible for what they do. We must look at it when we are scrutinizing this thing. Also, Honorable Speaker, we have issues like bribery. Many people are concerned about that. We must look at that clause, coercion, and conflict of interest as well. So that when we are monitoring, we ensure that all these issues are being captured. Now, the procedure of voting is also very important, and I think it should be explicitly put in this. I've not seen it there. That is, when it comes to, after the counting of votes at the polling center, they go and do the collation at the collation center. Nothing is said about the collation center. How do we go about collating results before announcement? Because my experience is that the get up and announce this what party A has in constituency A and this what party B has in constituency A. So, without actually telling us at each polling station what is happening, what is the result at each polling station, so that when we all add up, we know exactly what the results are. And if there are anomalies, it's easily detected, rather than just announcing to us at the collation center. So there must be a provision for collation of results. Yes, Honorable Speaker, there must be some form of condition when it comes to the famous coalition building. What I saw there is just a sentence that parties can form coalitions. But we've gone through a coalition and it has become a disaster. We must have to have laid down so that when those conditions are not met after the coalition government comes into being, the coalition loses legitimacy. And therefore, we have to go back to elections. That's the only way when people can actually obey agreements that they have done in these coalitions. Otherwise, it is useless to come into a coalition only for one person or two people to go the way they want to go just because they have got power through the vote. So these are some of the things that I have. Also, Honorable Speaker, the IEC had already made some subsidiary legislation. And I think this Assembly should look at the subsidiary legislation made by the IEC, since there are changes to ensure that they conform to the provisions that are here. This is a new one, and they've made those subsidiary legislation before. Now that there is a new thing, we have to look at those subsidiary legislation in tandem with this to ensure that they are matching, rather than looking at them later. That may not serve our purpose. So on that note, I thank you, Speaker, for the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Birkama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You know, this bill, once it is passed, the parent bill is going to be repealed, and this one will come into life. So if you look at that one, generally this is going to guide our electoral proceedings in this country at all the categories. But one thing I'm a little bit worried, that is the timing of the tabling of this particular bill. Currently, we've received notification that the schedule for the registration of voters card by the IEC is already published. That is 29th of May. It should start. So I'm a little bit this bill will be passed before that particular day. And if you look at it, there are certain, if you look at the content, certain part of it, that is talking about qualification of citizens that can be registered, which is talking about the issue of passport, the birth certificate, national identity card, and attestation. The issue of attestation is very sensitive here. And I know if we come to here, we'll have divergent views on that. So if registration starts before this is passed, that is going to be very funny here. I don't think we can go into registration without having this bill before us. Because this is talking about a lot of issues that need to be clear, and we need to agree on this before we go into the election proper, registration proper. Notably among them, the issue of the diaspora voting, which is very key. How do we ascertain that? We'll have this bill ready before that one. And in identification of countries too. And if you look at this, Honorable Speaker, there is another issue here. The Commission shall not reject a valid document produced under subsection 2. This issue of attestation is very funny, and it could be conflicting sometimes. How do we look at that? And if somebody have attestation in his possession, which all of us knows that that person is not qualified to have that attestation, and the Commission should not reject that. So that is why we need to have this bill completely passed before the registration should start. It should affect it. I think we don't go through a lot of issues here, but if you look at it also, the issue of registration of political parties. We know that the term of office of all the elective positions in this country is 5. So sometimes you are putting this issue here to go in for Congress by political parties. Sometimes this is very, very expensive on political parties. So at least within the term of every political, every term of office of the president before we go into presidential election. Let us do the Congress once. I think that would have been better. So these are issues that we also need to relook at it. But without wasting the time of, since this is going to be considered, we can do detailed debate, but these are some of the issues that I observed, Honorable Minister, with regards to the tabling of this bill. The timing is my problem, whether this is going to be passed before the registration proper. And also, if you look at the time frame for registration as published by the IEC, which has almost 44 days, 29 to 11 July, that is 44 days, whether you'll be able to register all these people within that time limit. So this is my problem, and you also need to go register people in the diaspora within that time frame. So we have to look at that too also. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Larry Kunda Sabiji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to take part in this important debate today. Honorable Speaker, this is not just an ordinary document that we are looking at today. This is an election bill, and this is going to guide the process of election in this country. Each and every member of this parliament, other than the nominated member, we know how it is during elections, during the elections campaign, and all those things. Honorable Speaker, and also, you look at the objects and the reasons of this bill, it's very clear what we want to achieve, because we wanted a commission that is going to steer the affairs of this election in this country, that is also going to regulate the political parties of the Gambia. And this bill is right. The much talk about elections in this country. Honorable Speaker, the role of the Commission in this is very clear and is very, very straightforward. But when we go to the committee level, at the committee stage, we're going to look at it thoroughly, because that is our job. There are a lot of issues that do happen during the elections, and we hope having this bill in place is going to address those issues. Honorable Speaker, we have an existing act. That's the Act, Election Act, Cap 3.01, that we wanted to repeal and replace it with this one, the new one. So that simply means that we have some clauses here that are more progressive that are in that act. But notwithstanding, in as much as we want to do that also, we need to be careful. Honorable Speaker, someone just mentioned about the foreign voters registrations. We've got to be very careful and very straightforward. If we say foreign registration, that means allowing Gambians to register, the Gambians that are in the foreign countries. When we say that, it is not just going to be a matter of saying that those Gambians in Senegal will register, but Gambians in Guinea-Conakry will not register. That will not be acceptable because it is not fair. When we say foreigners, Gambians that are living abroad to register in our elections, we should open the door for all of them to register. If not, we are going to have a problem. Because we cannot discriminate. American to register, so we should allow those in Kenya also to register. That's how it should go. Honorable Speaker, we talked about the qualifications of registrations of voters' cards, which for me is very important. Because if you look at the cap, the one that we are repealing, there we have an attestation. 5 elders to attest that you are a Gambian and you are a citizen and you are eligible to have a voter's card. But if you look at this election bill, it is clear that one is not part of it. But yesterday we are looking at the Alcalo attestations and the Sefolu. And there are a lot of noise when it comes to those ones. Honorable Speaker, in as much as we want to put a restriction in place, but also we should be careful not to deny Gambian citizens from registering. It is not our interest to allow foreigners to take part in our elections. No. But let's remember, it is the interest of us to make sure that every genuine Gambian citizen who is eligible to register or vote should register. Nobody should put a block in that. That's a key, and that's very important. We should be very, very, very mindful of that. Honorable Speaker, if you talk to, come to the election, the deposit also, I'm always concerned when it comes to that. That section also needs to be looked at very well. But let's understand right now how many political parties do we have. If you go to the parliamentary elections, Gambian citizens that have been interested to take part in the elections. If you go to the councillors' elections or elections, so I think those amounts we need to look at it when it comes to when we go to the committee stage very well. We need to put a control mechanisms in the way and the manner that we are operating operating our political affairs in this country. That is important. Honorable Speaker, when we looked at the ballot box versus the ballot paper versus the ballot token, Honorable Member for Banjul not talks about it. I think we need to look at something here. For example, those of us that have been to National Assembly elections, for instance, in Latikunda Sabiji, we have 7 candidates that contested. Now we're having about how many political parties? Plus 16 political parties that are going to contest. Plus another independent that are also going to contest. You add them together. How many ballot drums are we talking about here? How many ballot drums are we talking about? Paint, even the colors. Ask some of the National Assembly members during the National Assembly member elections. We have some areas have a big issue of colors. Because you cannot, some independent candidate could not even have colors that they're going to use against their ballot box. You look at the colors, sometimes you hardly differentiate that this is Mr. X color and this is color. We're talking about the expense of the elections. For me, when we are using the ballot paper, it's more cheaper than using a ballot box. Let us say that we don't have enough time to educate the government to understand. No, I did not believe in that. Let's remember the amount of money that we're going to invest when we are using the ballot drums and the tokens. That money can be used to sensitize the nations, to tell them this is how we want to do our elections. And let me tell you, Honorable Speaker, we just sent a bad signal to the government in telling them that using a ballot paper is not conducive. No. That's the concept that we have. But we all know using a ballot paper is easier than using this ballot token. When I say it's easier, what I mean is that IEC would have enough time. IEC will have enough time to prepare than using a month or days, weeks, painting the ballot boxes, making sure that the Mr. X box is different from Mr. Y box, transportations of those boxes, all those logistics. I think using it is easier. Honorable Speaker, last but not the least, the honorable member, if you look at the object and reason, you say, apart from the above, the bill seeks to introduce a detailed procedure and analysis in the publications of the final results by the chairman of independent electoral commissions. Member for Jara Central states something here which is very important. But thank God that we are at least having a commission that is performing oversight. This is why we always say that we don't need strong men in place, but what we need is that the institution. And I strongly believe now we have that one. Still, I am quite sure that the election process of this country will be now easy for all of us. But Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member of the Parliament, I want to go back to the ballot box, the ballot paper and then the token. Please, let us look at this. It's very important. If you want Gambians to understand, they will definitely understand how to use this ballot paper. Let us stop sending out a wrong signal to the Gambian people. It is wrong. Let's understand that Gambia is not an island. And the world is revolving, and it is revolving fast. So that means that we also need to change. This is why we're talking about democracy now. Some might argue by saying that we have an election process in the Gambia. Yes, it is unique. But let's remember the amount of cost involved. It's important. Maybe you don't have that problem. But you ask some member of the parliament here, they will tell you that my ballot box was painted this color, this Mr. X ballot box was painted this color, and they are nearly the same. And with emergence of all these political parties, the colors that they are using, we will reach at a stage that IEC itself will found it very, very difficult to allocate a ballot box to all these political parties, including the independents. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I am stopping here until if you go to the committee stage. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Sami, you have the floor.
Very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. Madam Speaker, we are discussing a very important bill today. That is Election Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, we should have speak our own languages today. Our local languages, we should have speak that today. Because this really affected our electorates. It really affected them. We are saying something here that some of them will not know what we are saying. Madam Speaker, various speakers have mentioned the importance of this bill. Everybody is entitled. You cannot fatten a pig on a market day, make hay while the sun shines. This bill, all of us here, we were all anxious to see this bill, to know what actually it is in the bill. That's why I said everybody is entitled to your opinion. If others are saying that ballot paper is better to ballot token, yes. If you have that at the back of your mind, come out so that there will be rooms for more sensitization, more rooms for sensitization. We know the level of education here in this country. Nobody is against something which is going to help or sharpen the economy of the country. But if you want to bring in something which really needs a lot of sensitization, before others will be at the same wavelength, the others are going to be affected. That's why I, for one, I definitely want the ballot token than the ballot paper. Honorable Speaker, if we look at the bill, Election Bill 2021, the qualification for somebody to be registered, you must be a Gambian you must have 18 years, and you must reside in the constituency. And Madam Speaker, one thing that I'm very much happy is about inclusion of the diasporans. If we all look at the past election, our people who are in other countries, the diasporan people, they contribute a lot. They sensitize a lot to see that there is changes. So to include them, Madam Speaker, in this election coming, I definitely accept that. And I'm in agreement to that. Madam Speaker, if we look at the requirement that a person should acquire a register, it's also clearly stated in the bill. But one thing that we should be very, very, very careful, and we should warn the alcalos, we should warn them. Let them not give attestation to people who are not Gambians. Who are not Gambians. And we should be very, very, very careful. We don't know how many countries are going to participate in this election coming. Hence, the diasporans are going to be included. How many countries are going to be involved? Madam Speaker, when we look at the bill, the registration centers are also mentioned. But some areas, they find it very, very difficult to access those centers. I hope this time they will be able to provide centers which you know that anybody who wants to register, they can easily sentence and register without any difficulty. And even at the time of voting, there are polling stations at various places which are very far from those villages. They definitely want to go and vote. But because of the distance, they cannot go. I think they should revisit and at least create another centers for those guys. And Madam Speaker, before the coming of this bill, there were so many talks in social media. Yes, there is not going to be counting at the sports, this and that. Many, many talks. You see, why people are saying all those things? Because we don't see the bill. He is fabricating his or her own story.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Everybody is segregating his or her own story.
Point of order.
It is now stated.
Just a second.
It is now stated.
Can we take the point of order, please?
Yes, I'm rising on order 67-1.
No, please, let's take the point of order. Honorable Member for Sami.
Let me hear the point.
No, it's a point of order. Can you resume your seat? Thank you. Yeah. Can you direct us to the relevant...
Let me refer to order 67-1. On a motion being moved, clause 67-1. 671. 671. Second reading of a bill, Yes, on a motion being moved that a bill be read a second time, the general merits and principle of the bill shall be debated. I observe the honourable member is debating from the principle and the merits.
You can proceed.
Thank you very much. I think he's not listening attentively. I'm not deviating. I know what I'm saying.
Honorable, you are addressing the chair.
I'm not going in deep. I'm not going deep. I'll wait until the committee. I'm just looking at
you have not even listened to the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. All I am saying is just let's try to go by the rules the merits and principles of the bill. You will have ample opportunity to go to the...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just go by my words. I'm just looking at the surface of it. I'm not going in deep, Madam Speaker. And I said the counting at the spot, we all want to see that where the...
I think I should understand and appreciate. This is the elections bill. And you're all politicians. So I know that everybody is very passionate about it. But still, that notwithstanding, let us just go by the procedures.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we have to listen to each other. Yeah, it's not bad. As I said, everybody is entitled to your opinion. But counting at the spot, all of us welcome that. And this is actually that we want to see. Where the vote is casted, every polling station, it is counted there so that there will be no or anything else. So, Madam Speaker, I definitely welcome this election bill 2021. But I'm appealing to the committee where the ABC is going to put this bill to. I don't know whether it's local government or what. They have to try very hard and bring this thing back to the whole house. Because as soon as possible. Because the election year is just at the door. You are already there. And the registration is very close now. So on that note, Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this Assembly has a very rare opportunity. On the 14th of August, 1995, an election review committee was established in order to review an Elections Act which had serious shortcomings. Under Section 64 of that Elections Act, the supervisor of elections was the permanent secretary. And all commissioners were by virtue of office registering and returning officers. And all administrators working under them were by virtue of office assistant registering and returning officers. Under Section 3 of the Elections Act, the Public Service Commission was charged with the responsibility of Deputy Supervisor of Elections after consultation with the President. Honorable Speaker, to get a voter's card, one had to provide a picture which was attached to the card for identification. It was very difficult for people in the rural areas to have those cards. So consequently, politicians had the feast of their day. Because of the poverty of the people, they would hire photographers who will take the photographs, and therefore the people were entirely at the mercy of those who had political interests. We tend to romanticize because we don't understand it. Honorable Speaker, I remember writing a memorandum to that committee entitled The Foundation of a New Electoral System. I think I will publish it after this session to remind the people of the past. And it was mentioned then that 14th of August, 1995, attempt being made to review an Elections Act, that the fundamental shortcoming was that there was no constitution that would guide the review of that act. Because the Constitution itself was subjected to review. And the exercise was not complete. There was no constitution of a second republic. And a decree had provided for a review of the Elections Act. And that is the review that gave rise to the Elections Decree 1996. Honorable Speaker, we are in a similar situation, but very different. History does not repeat itself. 2016, there was change. We said that the whole template of running a state will change. And the starting point of changing that architecture is to provide a new constitution. And based on that new constitution, the laws will be reformed. And the most important law is what is before us today. So just like 1995, the committee was charged with reviewing an Elections Act without a parent constitution before them. Today, we are also to review an elections bill without that constitution available before us. Honorable Speaker, the objective of elections is clear. This bill is telling us that it seeks to repeal the Elections Act and to enact a new elections in line with the best practices to achieve the cardinal principles of a free and fair election in the Gambia. The key objective of having an Elections Act is clearly stipulated under the 1997 Constitution. Under its first chapter, it emphasizes, Honorable Speaker, that the sovereignty of the Gambia resides in the people of the Gambia, from whom all organs of government derive their authority, and in whose name and for whose welfare the prosperity and power of government are to be exercised in accordance with the Constitution. Sovereignty resides in the people, and no authority should exist that has not driven its powers from the consent of the people. And that's why under that Constitution, Section 26 establishes political rights. Every citizen of the Gambia of full age and capacity shall have the right without unreasonable restrictions, and that should be the review of this act, without any unreasonable restrictions to take part in the conduct of public affairs directly or through freely chosen representatives, to vote and stand for election at genuine periodic elections for public office, which elections shall be by universal and equal suffrage and be held by secret ballot. So essentially, all this must feature in these elections. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution proceeds to establish an independent electoral commission, charge it with responsibilities of ensuring that there's an election administration that is independent and impartial in discharging its responsibilities. We will gauge the provision of this Constitution against those requirements of an independent electoral body that should carry out its duties according to law. Honorable Speaker, the elections bill before us must be compared to the Elections Act that now exists. And it has clear objectives that are reviewed in their entirety. Honorable Speaker, since the objective is to lay the principles for free and fair elections, then the issue comes, how do we have that in terms of administration, in terms of the creation of election division, in terms of the nomination of candidates, in terms of the conduct of the elections, as well as election campaign, where one disputes election petitions. Under what system are we to participate in elections? The person must not be blocked. So as a result, whether you belong to a political party or not, you should be able to vote and contest elections. The election bill must contain that saving device for the sovereign person. But what has political association under Section 25? It gives you freedom of association, including political association. Political parties come. How do we register them? To ensure that people exercise their freedom of association, and that freedom must not be unreasonably restricted. It must not be unreasonably restricted for people to enjoy their freedom of association. In certain countries now, if you don't have millions, you will not be able to enjoy your freedom of association. By compulsion, you must join whoever is there with the millions. So we must begin to rethink and move away from what we deem to be ideal situations rather than law and right. So, Honorable Speaker, the issue of violating the very principles that makes an electoral system a system that determines the unalloyed choice of a people, undiluted choice of a people. Therefore, everything, every action, every practice obstructs that objective must fall under the realm of offenses, and that must be properly captured so that bribery, threatening, undue influence, personation, aiding, abetting, all actions that lead to intimidation or inducement and undermines the integrity of the sovereign person and also the integrity of the democratic system must be identified and criminalized so that one who engages in them will know that you are not us and you are not a friend of the sovereignty of our land and the sovereignty of our people. Honorable Speaker, we have seen powers that should be exercised by the Independent Electoral Commission. The Constitution provided for the Independent Electoral Commission under Section 50 to demarcate constituencies on the basis of the equal number of inhabitants for equal number of constituencies. But, and to look into geographical consideration, but moving away from ethno-linguistic considerations and other regional considerations. But may take into consideration geographical locations to ensure that all citizens are properly catered for. That provision was amended, and it was provided that a constituency boundaries commission will be established since 2001. But that commission never came into fruition. As a proviso, if it failed to come into fruition, then the Independent Electoral Commission will continue to carry on its mandate. It has been carrying on that mandate since 2001. And we are facing elections, another electoral cycle. What are we to do to continue to have that push into the future, and then IEC continue to play a caretaker role, or should we move to give that same responsibility, because that responsibility was seized when demarcation was done by Reverend or Bishop Tulwa Jensen, then was the chair, and the independence and impartial way of discharging his responsibility ultimately did not go well with those who preside the affairs of the nation, and therefore he was removed. Honorable Speaker, it is therefore important that this institution and safeguarded from any political encroachment so that it will be able to exercise its duties without any interference. But how do we move in terms of constituency boundaries is fundamental. We are discussing about the voting system. We've seen that the Act is not so conclusive as to where it wants to go. paper ballot or the marble. We must look at all these issues in a very objective manner, where the Commission cannot be conclusive. Should we provide for concrete ways of voting, or do we put that under the powers of the Commission to make rules dealing with the method of voting in consultation with all those who matter, so that we do not really need to come back and amend laws after laws. Honorable Speaker, we did experience amendments of the Act that we are now being asked to repeal in 2015. When an act came into being indicating that to stand as a presidential candidate, you would have to provide 500,000. First it was 1 million and then 500,000 from 10,000. And then to be a National Assembly member, move from 5,000 to 50,000. To be a mayor, about 2,500 to 50,000. To be a councillor from 1,250 to 10,000. And that became a law. And that would have remained the same, but because of immediately that provision was amended, and the country went back to the 10,000, 5,000, 2,500, 1,250 as it was before the amendment of 2015. One can see a proposal being made to return to the provisions which would definitely impose financial burden without anything that will facilitate what the Honorable Minister is actually saying regarding free election. For the registration of political parties, there was an amendment that a party to be established must first have 10,000 people providing for its registration, something that is not established. And would also have to contribute 1 million, and it is yet to be established before it is established. And there is freedom of political association. So in essence, if 2016 did not succeed, and you have one person, one party registered, and there is monopoly of the National Assembly, all you have to do is to increase the 1 million to 10 million, and the 10,000 to 100,000, so you can continue to increase the scale to boot out those people who will be able to participate in the political process. Honorable Speaker, despite the fact that the fee was 10,000, deposit 10,000 in 1996, in 2001, in 2006, In 2011, in most of those elections, we never had more than 5, sometimes just 3 presidential candidates. There was no empirical evidence that showed the crowding of the system. Despite the fact that the fee has been reduced after 2017, in a Nyamena by-election, Nyamena West, in Kerjarka, how many candidates did we have? So essentially, we must either accept that sovereignty resides in our people, and each has a right to vote or be voted for, that it has freedom of political association, and we should not place any unreasonable restriction in the exercise of those rights. Honorable Speaker, people can't be in prison. Does that deprive the person of being sovereign? A Gambian can travel. Does that deprive the person of being sovereign? That person is a sovereign citizen. And the sovereign citizen everywhere should exercise the rights that are not limited by fact. A prisoner cannot become president, cannot become a member of the National Assembly. It's obvious. But should be able to vote. So in looking at this law, we must see the attempt in 1995 to review what existed in the past. And it was made so progressive that Section 30 at that time enabled, if my memory is right, I had 31, 30, forget about my quotation of the, but it enabled the public servant to participate in election and be given leave with pay until the declaration of results. If you win, you resign. If not, you return to your work. But the 1997 Constitution came and imposed restriction on that to take leave without pay for 1 year to participate in elections. So essentially, you will see the laws being manipulated more and more to make it more difficult to attain the objective of making our people sovereign, and as sovereign citizens, they should be able to participate as voters or participate as representatives. There should not be any form of unreasonable restriction to the exercise of those rights. So, Honorable Speaker, looking at the thread of the elections, it is our duty to look at each section properly and the aim for which this section is put as the objective, so that each section will enable us to achieve the aim of making the sovereign Gambian people to participate in elections, in a free elections, fair elections, to be able to select people who would have the mandate to manage the affairs of this country. We are looking for undiluted choice. My conclusion, Honorable Speaker, if we look at the objects and reasons, we should focus fundamentally on what is there as schedule, what is there as the other provisions. Schedule 6 will talk about the draft constitution. So this shows that the bill was anticipating something. And that is not there, but we are to review it. You will look at the provision, talks about referendum. If you look at section 226 of the Constitution, it tells you that within 6 months of the passing of a bill, that's a referendum bill, the Independent Electoral Commission should hold a referendum. But in that provision, it is saying that 50% of the registered votes and 75% must support the referendum question before that is accepted to have passed. But this act is not saying that. So in this regard, it requires tremendous scrutiny and consultation. Consultation with all the bodies that matters. Honorable Speaker, I dare say that the Assembly Business Committee would only be at its best, let me put it that way, so that I do not dictate what it does. If it remit this bill to the Assembly of the whole House, rather than to any specific committee. Because that is provided for under Standing Order 68. Standing Order 68 is saying that no later than 3 clear working days after the conclusion of the second reading, the Assembly Business Committee on the motion without notice shall commit a bill so referred for detailed investigation and report by A, select standing or special select committee, or B, a committee of the whole Assembly. So in this regard, the Committee of the Whole Assembly will not be serving as a committee that is at a consideration stage, but is at a committee stage. I believe this bill is so significant that it needs to be remitted to a committee of the whole Assembly so that we all sit together and invite the stakeholders. The party committee has its own recommendation. We get them to make a presentation of their recommendations and we consider them. The IEC, political parties, anybody who has something to say, we have them here to speak to us. We take their consideration clause by clause, all the details looked at, so that when we complete review, no one will say he or she has not been consulted, no institution, civil society, no one will say media, everybody involved, everybody would have been consulted. I believe if we operate in that manner, the review of the bill would be speedy and thorough. The consideration stage will have no lapses of any sort, and we would have come up with an election bill that is fit for purpose for a while without Constitution of the Third Republic. But nonetheless, we would have done our best, because this is the first time an election bill is being subjected to the type of review exercise that we are to subject it. It is our privilege that we are living at this time under the current realities where nothing binds us. We have the authority to make the law. Let us make a law that is fit for purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Serakunda. I now call on Honorable Member for Busumbala. The floor is yours, Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I've been very brief because all what I wanted to say has been alluded by members. What is more important is I want to urge my members, my colleagues, for us not to be in rush in getting this bill done. Let us do our on it, because it's a bill that is going to directly affect the life and activity of the Gambian people come November, December. So despite the time, we take our time. The last presentation of the member for Serekunda, that's exactly what I want to say. Because all what we are trying to say here cannot be featured in when we don't have a thorough consideration, committee consideration stage of this bill. But I also want to emphasize that the ABC committee suggests to them to let them refer this bill to the committee of the whole house. We invite everybody come and do a thorough consultation so that we can have the best election bill that is going to serve the purpose come 2021, come December 2021 and subsequent elections that are coming up. So on that note, I also want to thank the government, because this is one of the reasons, as somebody said it here, this was one of the reasons why Gambians came together in 2016 to fight for a change. And election was one of the factors that motivated or prompted Gambians to go out to make sure that they have change. So if the government is still bringing that, say they are still aware and cognizant of the intention of or objective of the Gambian people that they want best system, they are bringing it today. So better than late. But I also want to thank them vividly for that foresight and also responding to the needs of people. And I know they will also take it in good faith, because this National Assembly has been alluded by a member for Serekunda. This is the first of its kind. That means democracy is in play in the Gambia. This is the first of its kind. The election bill is being scrutinized by the National Assembly because it's a document that is going to be affecting the livelihood of the Gambian people. So on that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to sit and thank the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Busumbala. Honorable Member for Oluyundu. Honorable Member for Bundunga Kunda, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for bringing the bill to this August National Assembly before the voter registration process. Honorable Speaker, before going ahead, I have a question for the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, can you please tell us why was the bill dragged up to this time for you to bring it to the National Assembly? Because the voter registration process should the four date slated for the voter registration, if I can remember, was in January. And since last year, we were expecting you to bring this bill, but it could not come up to now. It is important that this bill is passed before the voter registration process. These are a set of rules that will guide us, take us through to the election. So it is very, very important. Honorable Speaker, the importance of this bill cannot be overemphasized. We have a great opportunity. The opportunity that some Gambians fought for. And during the struggle, some fall, but here are we now. We have a golden opportunity to make sure that we make things right for Gambian people to be able to vote in a free and fair election that all Gambian people are yearning for. But before going any further, Honorable Speaker, I want to say something here. I think it will be unfair to say that Gambian people want to go in for ballot papers. I think it is important for us to understand that Gambians, it's not the question that Gambians don't want to go for ballot papers. It is a question of going into an election, a crucial election, like the forthcoming presidential election is coming, into a new system that has not been tested in our country. It should have been tested. We know the shortcomings of this process before we just dump ourselves into it without knowing what the outcomes will be. So it is important to respect that this is the opinion of the Gambians, and what they think it is important, it doesn't mean that they are not educated or they don't know what they are doing. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, today we are looking at the merits of this bill. And it is clear that this bill seeks to repeal the present election bill, Election Act. It is important to know that this present Election Act is an act that many Gambians are really want changes on. And during last administration or administration before this, we saw some Gambians who came out, who were bold enough to come out, even though the situation was not, the ground was not level. They took the risk to come out and demonstrate for the repeal of this bill or amendments on this bill. On the way, some died. May their gentle soul rest in peace. And for us, here we are, representing our people, to make sure that we are not in a rush. Our hands are not tied. Yes, we can disagree to agree. This is a golden opportunity which we must all take advantage of. Make a proper scrutiny on this document to make sure that it is fit for the purpose. Minister, I don't know what your response will be to my question, but I would also think that you will make sure that this bill is passed before the registration process. My colleague has mentioned most of the reasons why that is so. To save time, therefore, I will not go deep into that. Secondly, you also know that the bill be in conformity with the electoral laws to the aspirations of the electorate in the true democratic society for the full participation. Some of my colleagues has mentioned this, that we really need to look at this properly. We cannot rush on this. Therefore, my honorable colleagues, I want to appeal to each and every one of you. We make sure we work with the, closely with the minister, no matter what it will, how or what it will take to make sure that this election bill or this election bill is passed before the election process, the voter registration process. Honorable Speaker, since the detailed procedures of the bill will come in the next stage, I will reserve my opinion on those detailed issues until we reach at the next stage of the bill, where we will look at it clause by clause. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Sabah Sanjar, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm called by this. Okay. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I think, as some of the other speakers have highlighted, most of the points I wanted to raise are dealt with, and I don't want to be repeating people's comments. So I will just highlight a few issues and some observations I make on the objects. I think, Honorable Speaker, if we look at the bill, the objects are very clear. Reasons of the constitutional constraints, for me, I don't see it as a constraint, because this parliament has the power to promulgate a constitution and to amend. Now, if we feel that the language of the bill does not commensurate with the current constitution, amending the constitution, that is an alternative we can do. There is another thing about the 50 plus 1%. All those things can come in. The fixed two-term limits, which people are talking about, or which people fear about, can also come in. The affirmative action, the quota representation, all those things. If we take the commitment, we can amend the constitution and bring those provisions to suit the current election bill. We are at the right time. I think notice is late. Maybe the time for passing this bill and the commencement of the election, registration, might be somehow so. But Parliament can have a lot of avenue to speed up this process. I think my next point will be about the paper maple voting. For best practices, or most countries in the sub-region, or even in the world, are using the paper balloting. But as I always say, it's not about the education, because those countries, when they started this thing, they went new into it, and later their people adopted. So we are also adaptable. We can sensitize our people, teach them, tell them how to use the ball, and they will be able to do it. The consideration we should look here is the cost effectiveness. If the cost effectiveness is on the paper ballot, for sound economy, I think we should go for that. But in that, my fear is also the burden of the cost. Is it going to be on the IEC or on the candidates themselves? Because currently, even the pictures you use in your ballot boxes, that are providing those pictures. I'm not sure if we are going for this one, each candidate will also provide those things. Now, when we go deep into details of the bill, a lot of things can come. My observation on the objects, because when I look at the bill, I see on section clause 14.1, diaspora registration. But in the object, there is no objective of capturing those people as part of the Gambian register. So I don't know why it's not captured and a provision is created. I think they should also object that. That's the observation I make there. And I think if that can be done, I think it will also be very good. Honorable Speaker, a lot of things have been said. That's the only thing I have. Let us not see this as a problem in relation to the draft constitution. Because if you look at the bill, it is drafted in anticipation of that election, that constitution being passed. But notwithstanding, if all those provisions that were linked to that constitution are not in the current constitution, we can bring them by amending the constitution. I think this is another way of doing it in the way we want. So the proposal I had, which I wanted to use as my final submission was, but the member for Serekunda has already overruled on that. I was going to say, the ABC committee, if they are committing this to the relevant portfolio committee, I want to propose let them consider the Human Rights and Constitutional Matters Committee, because elections are human rights issues. So that committee should have real interest in this bill. But as the Honorable Mayor proposed, bill will be committed to the committee of the whole Assembly, I think everybody will be included. With those notes, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much and beg to take my seat.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Sabah Sanjal. Honorable Member for Jara East, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I will start my interventions with a philosophical statement. With your permission, it goes like this. Where democracy fails, tyranny rears its ugly head. And where tyranny fails, democracy rears its beautiful head. Honorable Speaker, the long and short of this election bill is to strengthen our democratic credentials, is to give meaning to the battle that we fought with all our energy, stamina, and resources. Honorable Speaker, if one goes to memory lane, it does not require much intelligence for one to know what took place in this land of ours. Honorable Speaker, we fought vigorously and tirelessly with our sweat and blood to restore democracy, human rights, and good governance. Honorable Speaker, when I heard of this election bill, what came to my mind is that, yes, this government is indeed ready to give credence to the battle that we had fought collectively to ensure decency, professionalism, and good governance in our country. Honorable Speaker, elections serves as an important milestone in any democratic setting. Therefore, allow me to thank the Honorable Minister for the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, to thank him profusely and the government of the day for having the foresight to bring this elections bill before us. Honorable Speaker, it is never late for reason to prevail. I have heard my colleagues, most of them have, on the timely nature of the bill. Yes, it's important. Time is of the essence. And it goes without saying, time and tide waits for no man. I think this is not lost to the government. And I believe fervently the move of the fact that time is of the essence. But better late than never. Honorable Speaker, I will reserve some of my canons until we get to the other stage. Honorable Speaker, if we go to the objects and reasons, I just want to do some tuning. With your indulgence, this bill seeks to repeal the Elections Act Cap 301 to enact a new Elections Act in line with best practices to achieve the cardinal principles of a free and fair elections in the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, the prayers that are embedded in the objects and reasons are quite positive. Positive in the sense that they are talking about strengthening our democratic credentials. They are talking about strengthening our democratic pillars. That's what the prayers are talking about. So they are very positive. It goes further with your indulgence. This bill has taken cognizance of the fact that electoral laws must conform to the, I would suggest we say, needs and aspirations, as opposed to needs and aspirations, because it's more than one needs. Needs and aspirations of the electorate. I think it's an oversight. We change electorate also to electorate. We eliminate the S. Honorable Speaker, in a true democratic society for the full participation of all eligible citizens through casting of votes, I would like to underline eligible. Honorable Speaker, elections are very important. The prayers that are sought in this bill are very positive. And we should do nothing. We should do anything. We should do nothing that will come to invalidate the prayers in the election bill. It says eligible voters, eligible citizens. And I hope the government of the day will adhere to the language that is spoken in the bill, that only eligible citizens will be entitled to hold our national document, i.e. our voter registration card. Because it is clearly stated, eligible citizens. It must not fall into any hand that is deemed ineligible. If that happens, the purpose of this election bill, and that will go on to tell us that this election bill is not fit for purpose. And the long answer of the election bill is for it to be fit for purpose, that is to serve the needs and aspirations of the Gambian people. Honorable Speaker, elections are very crucial in any democratic setting, because it will go on to tell people that as a government, we are willing and we are ready to sanitize our body politic. Yes, it is constitutions that ushered in a new republic. For example, we are in the Second Republic. When the constitution, the draft constitution gets a clean bill of health, the Gambia would be qualified to be called a third republic. But it is also elections that ushers in a new government, Madam Honorable Speaker. So therefore, it is very important for us to take these elections as our business. Because this election is going to sell the image of the country to the outside world. So therefore, it behoves on all and sundry to take these elections very seriously. Seriously in the sense that all of us must see it as our own project. And that must start, from the government. Government must be seen as the change agent. That change must emanate from the government first, to make sure that elections are conducted hitch-free. And I think all the objects and reasons are geared towards conducting a violence-free election and a hitch-free elections. That is the government character, and I hope that character will be allowed to flourish without any let or hindrance. Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Jara East. Honorable Member for Brikama North. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The election bills 2021 as clearly enshrined in the objects and reason intends to repeal the Election Act and to enact the new Election Act is a right step in the right direction in the advent of change. It is very key in the coalition manifesto and all related agreements that the new government also in office will look into the electoral laws and henceforth reform our electoral laws. In essence, one will believe that this step is towards this direction. Where reform is intended, one believes the outcome is also intended to be more progressive than the former. That is, say, where necessary to make adjustment to pass better regulations is what the electoral bill is intending to achieve for the Gambians. Mr. Speaker, the issue of issuing permits to political parties for processions and rallies by Independent Electoral Commission, notification to the IGP, instead of the IGP issuing permits to political parties, is something that the political parties had been anticipating to be the case. I think this should be somehow specific to rallies that will require the usage of the public address system so that it can be in conformity with that, since most political meetings, or even what we may call rally, do not necessarily require the use of system. If we were to make it so open, then it will be very difficult for IEC, even whereas I believe that they have their regional offices, to accurately give such permits to the political parties, which is subjected to the notification to the Inspector General of Police. The qualification of voters are quite explicit. The requirements detailed in the Act. Of course, the previous speakers noted concern on issues surrounding this regarding the documents to be tendered, the birth certificate, passport, the national identity, and attestation from either the alcalo or the chief. Mr. Speaker, it appears that most of the Gambians are without our national documents, precisely passport and ID card, and even birth certificate. A lot have not acquired birth certificate or are not issued with birth certificate. Then to acquire voters card, the applicants will heavily rely on the attestation from the state officials, the alcalde and the chief. Where in a situation, a township, the alcalde may not necessarily know everybody living in that particular town. There the problem will come for him or her to ask the citizenship of that particular person or applicant. In fact, the worst scenario comes in the case of the chief. A district as big as Congo Central, where the chief may not even know. Most of the people from the community where he is from, that is to say in Brikama, the Kabilo, let alone for him to know the people from Brikama or outside Brikama. How can he accurately attest to those people? I think before what used to happen is to have elderly people chosen by the community itself to attest to the applicant for the issuance of attestation rather than only the alcalde and the chief. I believe that will provide accurate attestation and reliable one for that matter. Perhaps in the committee stage, when you come to detailed scrutinizing, we will try to look into that. The registration centers, IEC had made a lot of improvement regarding registration centers, but still this is creating gap to address the issue of trying to ease that electoral process to the voters. Since the centers are clustered, you can find about 3, 4, 5, or up to 10 centers at one registration, or when it's polling station, we call it at one polling station, or registration center in a particular area, for example, a primary school or a secondary school. We can have about 5, 6 that particular premises. Does not actually help to address easing the registration of the voters. Some people find it very difficult for them to move far, to just go to that particular cluster to acquire their voters' card. If we have registration centers more created, let IEC look into trying to separate them instead of clustering them. That will help and ease the situation so that when election comes, we will not find a scenario where the polling station will have about 10 in a particular area. Situations usually arise, people find it very difficult, or they feel it's a waste of time, they feel lazy to move far distance just to reach out to a polling station and then vote because it's very far from you. All the polling stations are at one center because that was where the registration centers were. So this issue, we should also look into it. And usually it is very costly for the candidates. We have to go after the voters, provide transport for them. If you don't do so, they will not even walk for about 100 meters or 200 meters to go and cast. But if they have the centers close to them, perhaps that burden on them will be reduced. The ballot token and ballot papers, I concur with the speakers who believe that we should have both mentioned, even whereas if one is not applicable for this time, then we can use the one that is applicable. But in our laws, we'll have that both are available to be used in the event if the ballot token is not applicable for this year. Subsequent election, every effort can be made for the ballot papers to be introduced because the world is advancing. We cannot keep on saying that the Gambia is unique, is the only country in the whole world using the ballot tokens. And we cannot keep on saying that the use of the ballot papers is so complicated that most Gambians are not educated, we cannot use it. Let's put it a try. All that it requires a great deal of sensitization. Mr. Speaker, I think this was a notion that we had when we were doing what we call the coalition convention. What method do we use? Tokens or the ballot papers? People were saying we are not using ballot papers, but rather the tokens, and we are not IEC to the boxes and even the tokens. How can we provide the tokens. That was a problem. And then we all agreed that let's now use the papers, because that is very simple to produce. All that we need to do is to sensitize the delegates. The sensitization is about 30 minutes or less. Just introduce the method. I could say when the voting was completed, the invalid votes were so minimal that that was a very successful experiment where there was no sensitization. So nationally, if there should be that great deal of sensitization, I have no doubt that Gambia can also apply the ballot papers. What I'm trying to say, it is not bad to have both. If one is not applicable for this year, subsequent year, then we can try what the whole world is using. Counting on spot, that has been on the lips of every Gambian. People were worried that that may not come back. I think their fears are allayed. The process we have called for the counting at the polling station. Exactly what is missing, as somebody earlier on alluded, is to have the coalition centers where the final results will be validated and then subsequent announcement can take effect. With the omission of that, I would like the Honorable Minister to make that clarification. The absence of the coalition centers. How do we collate the coalition center? How do we collate the results that are counted at the respective polling stations? The registration of the Gambians in diaspora is a welcoming move. Of course, somebody mentioned the criteria for the selection of the countries where such registration is supposed to be conducted remains an issue. When you say diaspora, it's diaspora. Now, how do we select the countries that are going to be considered for such registration to take place is an issue. I can know that the consultation the Commission will have will involve the inter-party and in the Cabinet for detailed rules for such registration. I may turn to question why the consultation extending to the Cabinet when we have the inter-party comprising all the political parties and the Cabinet, of course, is led by a political party. Since we have that party in the inter-party committee, I see, or I may need clarification, why the need for consultation for such to be extended to Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, it was good that the corrected version of the constituency demarcation was provided by the Honorable Minister, which made big noise in town. I had that belief since then that that was an error when people call why Bikama or Combo Central that used to or is having 2 constituencies is reduced to 1 as Combo Central. And the clarification the minister gave on press actually satisfied the people, but still there is, for what is in the Constitution to be seen functional, we have a provision that caters for the Boundary Commission, or otherwise the IEC can come in and do that demarcation. One would not like to give the responsibility to IEC, but rather will call in for the establishment of the commission to do the demarcation because there is a need for certain constituencies to be redemarcated. I will not say we should have equal representation, but proportional is somehow needed. A village constituency, some constituencies are more like municipalities. I think that is not fair deal. The IEC has seen this. The government also, in the same vein, also has seen there is a need to look into that and then regulate it. That is to say, the best way to do is for the establishment of the Constituency Boundary Commission, as in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, with these few remarks, once more I want to thank the Honorable Minister for laying this bill before the August Assembly, and I may also ask whether it will be feasible for the December 4th election to be conducted under this bill or act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Fonyi Bondali.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me. Of the following document. A, you have birth certificate. B, Gambian passport. C, a national identity card. Under D, the attestation from the Alikalo and the CFO satisfy that he or she is a Gambian. Madam Speaker, if you look at the, D, attestation from the Alikalo or the chief satisfied that he or she is a Gambian, I think we need to look at this one very critically. To me, the Alikalo and the Sefos are not, they are representing the people, but it is not enough for them alone to identify whether you are a Gambian or you are not a Gambian. Let us also add 5 elderly members from that community to be part of the Alikalo and the Sefo to identify whether you are a Gambian or not a Gambian. The other one is our people in the diaspora to register. I also want to know what criteria did they use to select the countries. Because to me, we have Gambians all over the countries and all over the world. So there is no need for us to select the countries. To me, I think all the countries where our Gambians people are there, they need to, and they have right to vote for their candidates. The issue also, I have an issue also in Gambian passport, a Gambian passport. We have seen here, some people are having Gambians diplomatic passports. How about those people? Are they going to produce one passport, or they are going to use both the passports? Because we have seen, for example, my name is Kadi Kamara, and I have one diplomatic passport, ordinary one, and the other one I will go and register my name Khadijatu Kamara. We have seen that. So I don't know whether those people are going to one diplomatic passport to obtain our voters, or they are going to use both. On that note, and also I have a question. This voter registration, we will receive a notice from the IEC that they are going to conduct a voter registration on the 29th of this month. And next month. And it is going to end 1 month. Whether the IEC, I know that, but the registration is going to end within 1 month. Yeah. I want to ask whether they will be able to finish the registration within that 1 month. Thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you. Honorable nominated member, Seka.
Thank you very much, Ma. As my colleague said, most of my concerns have been raised, but only few issues. One is a bill that is calling for reforms. I think this is part of most of the Gambians were calling for, reforms. And this bill is part of it. But it should have been earlier than this, but as the saying goes, better late than never. So my issue here is people are talking about this token. I think even organizations for persons with disabilities, which are the most vulnerable, are using a paper ballot now. So if we say that the Gambia, we should continue on this token, I don't know where we are heading at. For changes, I know if we bring this paper ballot to the people, they will know. As the people say, nothing will stop us from sensitization and educate our people. I think to educate our people, really, we will know. Because I think for me, the token, the paper will be more visible. Because if I am a candidate and people will see my photo, they will know that this is Honorable Seka. Is that not so? But sometimes the color. Some people are color blind. They cannot see color. So that may bring problem. So I think if we can come up, because if you look at the barrels, how many barrels are we going to bring here? And this is going to cost a lot of money. So after elections, is it that we are going to beg again for people to give us money, or going back to the donors so that we will be able, because if you monies that we have been spent on this election, example, the marble and the barrels, Then after elections, surely we will start begging again, because we are just from elections, we don't have money, and we should really try by all means to make sure that we do away from begging. Now I will come to us. We are talking about government, but they have done what they should do. Us, the National Assembly, we the National Assembly members, we should make sure that we do the right thing, and history is here for us. What history did for us is enough now, I think. Let us not allow history to judge us again. And if we are talking about the bill, I think it should be consistent with the Constitution. But since that is not the issue, nothing can stop us from what we are supposed to do. I'm not saying what we will do, but what we are supposed to do, what is relevant. We should try by all means to make things that are relevant. If we say the government is 3 arms of the government, here is our honorable minister. Thank you very much for bringing the bill here. It is from cabinet also. Now the minister is here before us. Now it is left to us. If we are telling them that we need time, or time is against us, then what shall we do as members of the National Assembly? I think we should look for what we should do. Myself included, we are all National Assembly members, including myself. What shall we do to make sure that we do the right thing? They have done what they should do. Now let us do what we should do as well. So as to make sure that after we are here, anybody else who is coming will know that we had a good legacy. Look at what happened to Mandela. Still now people are talking about him. What has happened? Still people are talking about him as well. So I think we should compare those two, between Mandela and Adolf Hitler, and see which way do we want to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Tumana. No. Serakunda West, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable member said it here. The SAFOs are heads of districts. They also are a citizen of a particular village in the whole district. Some districts are up to 80 villages. How can he attest for citizenship of people in his district? I think we should leave it at the alcalos level, because they live within the community. They know one. But for example, the CFO in Kular cannot attest for a citizen in Tinkinjo. So that's too far from each other. You will not know it. That's a cause for concern, and it needs attention. And secondly, how is this attestation going to take place? Are they going to sit at every police station, or are they just going to write? So these are issues, therefore, we need to pay much attention to it. The issue of CFOs really need for concern, and we need to look at that very carefully. Madam Speaker, moving on to section 14, it's one of the most welcome sections, and registering our citizens outside this country. Yes, it may have some cost implications, but they are citizens like we are. Therefore, to have them take part in such a very important decisions is important. And I think government should do all to make that clause is really materialized. Going on to the counting of votes, like many speakers said, at first people were speculating that counting on the spot is going to be taken out, but it is not the case. So I think Gambians should be happy that that is not the case. Votes are going to be counted on the spot, no doubt about that. And that's a very good example and good practice as well. Madam Speaker, to conclude, My worries are that this bill before us is written with the anticipation of the new constitution. But it is here now without the new constitution. So that's why we have some technicalities in it. This issue of 50 plus 1% and other things, we can't do. We are going by the 1997 constitution. So the constitution is the supreme law. We contravenes the constitution. So therefore, we're going to the elections with the 1997 constitution. So therefore, we should be very careful about what laws we come up here with. And that is really the reality. And on the issue of ballot paper and tokens, well, I agree. It is a trend worldwide. People going into using ballot papers, economical, good. But the fact of the matter is, we can't just jump into it now. Many speakers have said it. It needs sensitization. The selection of a coalition candidate using the ballot papers cannot be compared to our general elections. At that convention, we're talking about only less than 500 people. These elections, we are talking about 200 or more than 200,000 voters. So they're not comparative. We need more sense around the issue. And my take would be we go with the ballot tokens until another election. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. Madam Speaker, I will first of all begin by thanking IEC as an institution, together with the members of the party and together with the members of Inter-Party and of course in collaboration with the Minister of Justice, because these groups that I call must have played a very important role in preparing these election bill 2021 bill. So on that, I need to thank them, Madam Speaker, for the job well done. Madam Speaker, this bill is bill which is being long awaited by the Gambian people. Election Bill 2021. It repeals that the election bill which was repealed, CAP 301, to this new one. And I think this will certainly help us to strengthen our democracy. Election Bill 2021 is so important that it has come at a very good time, right time, because Gambians want to go into election this year. So when this bill is before us as an assembly, the 5th legislature, I think is an achievement for us. For us to look into this bill as quickly as possible and to make sure that this bill is passed. Some previous members spoke before me, made some recommendation, which of course, I think that recommendation is right in direction. That is to involve us to look into the issue of this election bill 2021. I think that recommendation is key so that it can give the opportunity to all members to come with their ideas in the area. If there is anything to be amended, we can jointly do it. Referring it to ABC committee or the relevant committee, really, I also want to make sure that the whole House to look into this bill. Madam Speaker, having said that this bill, diaspora voting, is another new element in this report, and I think this is the first of its kind. We have been witnessing elections recently of Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry, Mali, and others. Held their elections in their country but at least the citizens, there are citizens in this country, were given the opportunity to cast their vote for the president that they want to rule that country. So if we had a similar opportunity, really I think it's a move in the right direction, and I will congratulate the IEC for this good thinking, and of course with the entire team to make sure that Gambians abroad to give the opportunity to select their leader. After having said that, Madam Speaker, I will on the bill itself, where it indicates the qualification for registration of voters. Madam Speaker, a person entitled to have he or she entered name registered in the voters' constituency register must be Gambian citizenship. This is very, very clear. The bill is very clear about who to be registered. So Gambian citizen is number one, and we all know that people who are not citizens in this country, I think they should not be registered. They should not be given opportunity to register. We are all people living in this country in harmony. The non-Gambians, we're living together, but we have to be very careful when it comes to the issue of registration, because this will give us, Gambians, an opportunity to choose our leader. And choosing our leader that will serve us for a period of 5 years, I think non-Gambians should not interfere. And the bill make it very clear. On the issue of citizenship again, with regards to the registration, for you to be entitled to become a voter, talks about birth certificate, Gambian passport, Gambian ID card, and attestation. Well, these are documents that are provided by Gambia. Each and every Gambian should have these documents. But when it comes to the issue of attestation from an Alcalo or CFO, Madam Speaker, this is a cause for concern. I would also recommend that 5 elderly citizens, particular village, to be added onto this list. Because Alcalo might not know all the people living in that area. And of course, the CFO is responsible for the whole district, a district of about nearly 40 villages, 50 villages, so he will find it very difficult to know all. And fair election in the Gambia. I think the object and reasons have said everything all, and that alone can make us as a body to seriously review this document and pass it as quickly as possible since we are in the election year. With these few remarks, I thank you. I support the bill. And
thank you very much. Honourable Member for Tumana.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I think I would not want to monopolize the time of the Assembly because a lot has been said, and most of the points that I wanted to elaborate on have been already dealt with. The only thing that I wanted to this House from the people of Tumana constituency to the Minister is that, yes, this is an election bill of 2021. And there was a mistake in the bill, which was very expensive. That mistake really was very expensive. And there were a lot of cry from the people of Tumana constituency. And they asked me to come and convey the message that, you know, these type of things should really be looked at before bringing it to the parliament. Because it can really bring in chaos into the country. Since we are in an election year, there are pre-election violences and pro-election violences. So this is something that we really need to look at before bringing such a law and such a mistake from one of the most important ministries in the country. So for that being the case, I wanted to convey that message to the minister so that, you know, they can look at it next time. Such a mistake should not really happen. Honorable Speaker, before going any further, I wanted to add my voice to the previous speakers by also really supporting this bill, and I think this is a right move in the right direction. One of the laws in which we are all aware that some Gambians lose their lives as a result of some of these laws. So if we see that, you know, today the minister laid this bill in the parliament for second reading, really is a right move in the right direction. And we really thank you, and we thank the government for bringing such a bill to the parliament. This is all gearing towards strengthening our democracy, rule of law, and good governance. Bringing the bill is one thing, and we supporting the bill is another. But the most important thing is we really need to stick to this bill and make sure that, you know, we implement everything in this bill. And most of the time, that's where the devil lies. Implementation of the bills or implementation of the laws in this country is where the devil really lies. Because Parliament, for sure, when anything comes to this Parliament, we will look into it almost in every page to make sure that, you know, the supreme interest of the people, so that at the end of the day we pass it as, and it becomes a law. But immediately after it becomes a law, the implementation is not in our hands. So we make sure that, you know, anything we pass here is really been implemented fully. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I'm appealing for losing my voice. You will pardon me for that. The whole house stage, I want to. But then, during that, something came into my mind, which is it's a personal feeling. I don't know. So please, you permit me. I just want to ask the legal mind and Attorney General here. That is like when two candidates run for presidential elections. I just want to know, like, because it's inevitable, like one of these candidates happened to pass away, then what next? The elections. On that note, thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, am I entitled to ask for further clarification of the question? The question, can I ask for further clarification of the question? Okay. Just the stage of the death. At what stage?
Some clarifications. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. That is during the voting time, when people are voting, the day of voting, now this individual happens to pass away. Then what next? What happens at the end of the
Together, Honorable Minister. Yes, okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
But you were out, that's why. Same with Sando.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As alluded to by my colleagues, I think much has been said already with regards to the election bill 2021. We will all be repeating ourselves, talking about the same provisions in the bill that needs clarification from the minister. But that will not stop us from making our points. Perhaps we can go further to say other things that other people might not have said. Honorable Speaker, first of all, we look at the objects and reasons of the bill that has been said by most of the colleagues as alluded to, member for Jara Central, who said about 3 objectives are in the objects and reason. And one of the reason I took is the eligibility of citizens voting even outside the Gambia. That is giving full participation to every citizen to vote, whether you are in the Gambia or outside the Gambia. That is very important. And member for Fonyi Bondali said something that, clocks my mind to say, what criteria are they using to select countries to, do the registration and voting? Hence, you all know that, most of the countries in the world, you have Gambians living there. It's important. I know it's about the country. But going forward in terms of allowing citizens to register, it is a delicate matter that, this National Assembly must take decision on, and in consultation with the government and the commission itself, that we need to take the right decision in putting up the criteria for selecting countries to be able to do these registrations, because this is important for our people. It's one of the countries to say, there are no Gambians when you have a lot of Gambians in that country, and then you want them to travel to go and do registration in other countries. If they cannot do that, then you are marginalizing their right to register and vote for the elections. Honorable Speaker, in the bill, one important thing comes to my mind, and I think I need to talk about that. On section 11, just wanted to talk about it because that is the delineation of constituencies. Honorable Member for Banjul North said, I think it's important. If you look at constituencies of 2,500 electorates or registered voters compared to constituencies of 44,000 electorate voters, you can see that they are not matching. And I think it's important the Commission to take note of redemarcating most of these constituencies to allow representation, because in this National Assembly we have only 53 members representing 2 million. And I think it's important that we increase the number so that, in terms of making decisions in Parliament, an absolute majority can take decisions for the people. So the issue of constituencies need to be looked at. In fact, at the level of the country, most of us in our constituency will not be able to do their jobs effectively because of the size and population of the people within the constituency. So it's important for them to take note of that, increase the number of constituencies, increase the number of representation in this National Assembly so that works that we are doing for people can be efficiently done. This is very important on section 11, that they need to take note of that. Other provisions in the bill are important. The reform process in bringing the election bill is important for us. During the committee stage, I think we will be able to dilate more on some of the provisions to put them right for the people of this country. Honorable Speaker, I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's apparently the end of my list. I would now invite the Honorable Attorney General and
Honorable Speaker.
Yes?
Yes, please.
No? I'm sure that I did not have you on my list.
No, we are the first guy to raise our tax.
Yes, no, we're not going to deprive anybody of the opportunity to make an intervention.
But for some,
no, what I'm saying is that I don't have you on my list, but you can have the floor if you wish.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you so much for giving me the floor. I just have 2 or 3 concerns which I want the Honorable Minister to clarify. When you go to page 63 of the election bill, you found that there are certain conditions attached to those that wanted to register a political party. Among them, you have to pay $1 million, you have to have regional offices within the region, you have to get 10,000 voters cards before they allow you to register. But then I have gone through this document, that's the election bill. I have never seen anything that talk about independent candidate. Independent candidate, none of them paid that amount. They are not asked to go and, rent regional offices, and they are not asked to go and bring voters registration over 10,000. But then during election time, they are always given the same opportunity with the political parties that paid $1 million, political parties that are having regional offices, political parties that are bringing 10,000 voters registered. I don't know why it is that they are not captured. And I am appealing to this August Assembly, let us come with conditions for independent candidates to fulfill before they will be accepted at the IEC. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that's the end of my list. Okay, thank you very much. May I now invite the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice to respond to the issues that have been raised and to wind up the debate. Honorable, quite a number of issues have been raised by honorable members. So.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much. I will summarize them because some of the issues will require us to look at each other at the committee stage to be able to deal with them in detail. I may not be able to answer them straight on here. However, the emphasis, a lot of members ask the delay. Why the delay? One of the main reasons for the delay, I think some of the other speakers indirectly answered, is because the election bill was waiting and giving chance to the Constitution. That is one of the main reasons for the delay of the election bill coming. Even after the draft Constitution failed in the House here, there were still hopes that somehow, one way or the other, it still had chances of having it revived. And of course, the pandemic also contributed to the delay because at some stage, Cabinet was not also meeting, and they need to, traditionally, Cabinet need to review almost all the bills that we brought here for consideration. There are myriad of other reasons, but these are the main ones that I could highlight for your consideration. It's not intentional to delay the election bill being brought here. It was due to some circumstances beyond our control. But like other members says, we are here together, whatever we can do together with you to abridge the time, to expedite the process, not at the risk of thoroughness, of course, and quality, but we are willing to cooperate from the executive end to work with you closely, the Assembly, to make sure the bill is passed on time. Those who are asking the direct question as to whether I can guarantee whether this bill will get passed before the registration starts, I don't have a direct answer, but what I can assure that the executive is more than willing to work closely with the National Assembly to make sure that this is passed and passed on time. Whatever it takes from our part, we will work hard to make sure that is done. That is the commitment I can give at this stage, because we are committed to having electoral laws reformed before the next election. And now that we've introduced it and we are at this stage, we will work closely with the National Assembly to ensure that we do it thoroughly. Also, we do it expeditiously for the benefit of the upcoming electoral cycle. So, generally, some specific questions dealing with certain sections and things like that, I think in the interest of time, I will leave those ones, since whatever answer I give here does not affect the consideration stage. I mean, you will still have the liberty to scrutinize those provisions. One thing I wanted to say about this bill particularly, yes, it's introduced by the executive, but we do not have any vested interest as an executive, I mean, because this is a kind of document that lies mainly on the stakeholders, the participants in the process. It's a political process. So the stakeholder, that is why the chance was given to political parties to participate in the validation, inter-party committee, the IEC. So our role is to guide and facilitate And at the end of the day, it is the stakeholders' document, and the main stakeholders here are the political players. So the opportunity will be there. And I also support, probably that will be one of the ways of abridging the time of, if the ABC committee can submit this to the committee of the whole House, hopefully that will save us the time of a committee working on it, having to report to the plenary, and the plenary to taking its own time, whatever report we receive. But that's an internal thing. I know members have said it. I am not a member, but I just saw it as an opportunity that could be an abridge. I noted few concerns. I think it is from Ilyasa, who is very concerned about Section 13, I think 1D, Section 13.2D, that talks about the attestation. Many of you are concerned about that. Attestation from the Alcalo or the SAFO. Some of you raised concern as to the SAFO giving attestation. And the SAFO is the head of a district, not a village per se. Why don't we only restrict it to the head of the village to give it? And, but the specific concern, whichever we do, I will leave that to consideration. But your specific concern as to if I am a citizen of this village and I see somebody with any of these attestations who I believe is not a citizen of this village, I see that person being registered, what should I do? For me, this is a very critical question. And I think that borders on orderliness of the process and conduct. You see, registration is based on evidence presented to the registering officer. And this bill is saying the IEC does not have the authority to question a valid document, one of these documents listed. If it is valid and presented to the registering officer, the registering officer have no choice but to accept it. The reason is, it is not the IEC that issues those documents. So they cannot question the document once the document on the face of it looks valid. So your question comes to play. If you are witnessing somebody presenting who you believe may not be a Gambian, this is why the registration process at the end is subject to appeal and petition process. But you cannot stop the person from registering if he is in possession of a valid document, because that will bring chaos. And it's very important we make that clear. You cannot tell a registering officer who is doing his job, don't register Mr. X because he's not a Gambian, because you are going to create chaos. It's going to be your war against somebody holding a valid document. And we don't want any chaos. So the best thing is, take note of that. There are going to be revising courts after registration. And you as a citizen, you are entitled to petition anybody's registration that you think was not validly registered, or somebody who is registered and is not qualified to have been registered. But for heaven's sake, I think we need to send this message to the electorate that we must not make the registration centers chaotic. They are trying to deny people registering who are in possession of documents. If you think they got the document fraudulently or wrongly, there is an avenue created by the law for you to challenge that. I think this is clear. I singled out that question because I'm thinking of the effect of it on the process, because you asked the specific question. So, other than that, most of these questions are touching on specific provisions, which I said I do not think it's important for me to look at them specifically. But towards the end, I noted Tumanna. Well, I did the apology once again in your absence. That time you were not here. But we issued an official statement with respect to the schedule. The schedules, if you understand, the schedule is not part and parcel of the main bill. It's an attachment. So due diligence we could do, we are not excusing it. We take full responsibility. But we scrutinized the bill until we found it is okay. While sending it to printing, the person responsible of making sure that the schedule, the proper schedule is attached, simply lifted the schedule that is in the laws of the Gambia. Because the schedule did not change, it remains as it is. But the person did not know that IEC has changed the boundaries. So the schedule attached to the 2009 volumes. After that, that schedule have changed. So the person, knowing that most of things have changed except the schedule, just went to leave the schedule that is in the low 2009 law volumes and just attached it and printed. It's a human error, but of course we apologize, and then there's nothing much we can say except just to take full responsibility of what has happened. Death is taken care of. There's a provision what happens if somebody dies, but before the polls. That's what the bill have taken care of. If somebody dies before the polls, it will be treated as a withdrawal. And the only time the election will be postponed as a virtue of a withdrawal, if the withdrawal, between the withdrawal and the polls is 3 months. But your question is specific. If somebody dies on polling day, well, when we go to consideration, we look at that closer. And but it will be considered withdrawal, but it would not necessitate postponement of election if you take interpretation from what we have now. If your question is about whether election will be postponed because deaths are treated as withdrawals, and then withdrawal will only cause a change of nomination date or election date if it happened, I think, 3 months before the polls day. But dying on the very day, if it is there, because your question just found me when I was about to come in, I will look at it closely. If there is a provision, we will look all of this in detail at consideration stage. Okay? But that's the answer for now. It may not be adequate, but we will consider it in detail. And
let's allow him to complete his response. I mean, if there's any omission, then you can sit for it. Serakunda. Otherwise, let us not preempt him.
I think this was asked again by Ilyasa. A person who is registered in a foreign country as a voter and comes down into the country subsequently and wants to register in the Gambia in a given constituency. I noted it, I'm not very clear, but you can register only once, but provided if you register outside of the Gambia, those registering outside of the Gambia, at the moment they are not registering under a constituency. That is why they can only participate what we envisage in presidential election or referendum, because we have not designated diaspora as a constituency, right? So if they come home, they want to participate, say, in a National Assembly election, so then they need to go to the IEC, if registration is still open, to regularize their registration process, to make it a local registration, which will have to be under a constituency. Now, the issue of access to registration centers, others, I consider them operational issues. IEC is a key stakeholder, and I'm sure they'll be invited during consultation process. Some of those things can be. The issue of independent boundaries commission or proportional representation, these are all key issues. Maybe, I don't think it's too late. They can be looked at during consideration. But the boundary commission is not there. It's envisaged in the 1997 constitution. It has not come up. And IEC currently have the mandate to do the demarcations at the moment. Well, adding 5 elderly persons in a community to the list of attestations to be issued. I mean, this is debatable. Probably maybe when IEC is here, they will be able to enlighten us as to what are the pros and cons of implementing that and where the recommendation came from for the removal. I know it used to be there. The reasons why it was removed. I'm sure we would all listen to that. We have no reason for it to be in or out. So this is something that could be looked at. Now, Bondali asked, what I picked from the question regarding, basically the essence of the question would be those who hold more than one passport and probably had a different name on each of the passports. Elections is different. Elections you can only register once. Even if you have 2, 3 names that you are using in different documents, you are only expected to register for elections only once, because every man has only one vote. You cannot have more than one vote. So anybody that is caught registering more than once, in fact, is an offense. It's an offense and it's punishable. So you can only register once. I don't think it's of concern the electoral process. If some people may even have more than one ID card, not only passports, probably use one name for this. Those who do that are committing offense, and the offense will be extended if you want to use that to register as a different person in the electoral database. Now, there's a lot of talk over token ballot versus paper ballot. Probably I will leave it on stage. But what I know, just to give a hint, government actually is not, it doesn't, government's position as to, with respect to whether we go for paper or ballot, is not informed by which one of the two is better. Government position with respect to the token ballot is that the introduction of the paper ballot for this ensuing elections appeared late in the day. So government said IEC is in charge. If they want paper ballot, they can do it. But we will look at this in detail when we sit with you. But there are a lot of intricacies. One of the key is national security, because the coming elections are deemed to be very high. And the risk of introducing an entirely new system that has never been tested at an election of this type, the state considered that to be risk based on information and intelligence that we've received. That's the only consideration on the side of the state. It's not like the state is choosing one method over the other. And then we have had this discussion with the Independent Electoral Commission, and the state have made this representation to them, that we do not have as a state to tell, whether you go for paper or for token, but these are the considerations based on the information that is available. That the risk, the national security risk is very high to deploy an entirely new electoral method system in such an election at a national level. And the evidence and everything is there. But other than that, government doesn't want to be seen to be choosing one method over the other. That's for Gambians to decide. That's for the stakeholders to decide. Of course, there is a very strong debate around it. Some people believe the token should stay, or some people believe it should go. But I'm here to represent the state, and I'm making it clear to you, the honorable members, that apart from those considerations, it is not us that we want to dictate which electoral method should stay. But of course, because national security is entrusted in the state have a responsibility to make those presentations and representations to you. Probably when we break into committee, we will make those things much clearer. Now, that is ballot token and paper. Somebody specifically asked, but I don't think that question is for me, whether the time frame IEC gave for registration will be completed within, whether they will be able to complete registration within that time frame. I wouldn't be able to answer that. I'm sure they would have done their own due diligence and knew that they can do it. But of course, nothing stops them in law if they realize they are not completing registration within the time they've chosen from extending their completion date and make sure that every eligible Gambian is registered. So in summary, this is what I consider to be a general response to most of the comments. I have deliberately avoided those who are directing their comments to specific provisions, because in any way we will look at those provisions at committee level at time of consideration. Honorable Speaker, I will remain standing because I understand some tasks were coming up.
Have all the issues, concerns raised been responded to? Jimara, but honorable member for nominated member, I don't want to again say it. I don't want to preempt you, but I don't think you took the floor when it was time. You were not around.
No, I didn't. I lost my voice. I've already taken the floor.
Well, you see,
I have clarifications on the answers he gave, and I think I'm entitled to seek further clarifications on those.
Well,
just the answers he gave.
I'm not very sure whether that is really in order, because I would have given, look, you're telling me it is in order and I haven't looked at it. I mean, what I'm just saying is I'm not saying no. As I always say, I don't want to deprive, and I'm not depriving anybody of his or her right to have the floor, to voice out his or her opinion. But the time, what I'm saying is the time for intervention is over, and you were not around.
I'm not.
So Jimara, please, let me take Jimara, you want clarification?
Yes.
And any other honorable member who had intervened, and the honorable member you feel has not responded to the issue or issues that you have raised, you can seek for clarification. I think that's how far I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. I asked about the reason why independent candidates are not captured into this election bill. So can you help, please?
The independent candidates, there are provisions for them in terms of payment of deposits and some areas where they are relevant. I remember you were trying to specifically say political parties pay so much money at the time of registering their parties. Independent candidates don't. So they are at the time of nomination. Are you of the view that they should pay more than political party candidates filed by political parties? What I know is initially the bill proposed that while a presidential candidate supported or proposed or chosen by a political party is to pay a deposit of 500,000, a nominated candidate was to pay something of that kind. That was what was proposed initially. But this has been reviewed thoroughly, including a review done by my ministry, and we consider it to be discriminatory. We cannot treat the requirement of registering a political party as the same as the requirement for presenting yourself to participate in an election. So you're using one yardstick in a different situation. The choice to come together and form an association and register a political party is a choice that those who want to register a party have made. And of course, they will have to go through the requirement, whether it's $100 or it's $1 million required of them. That is a choice. But I may not choose to belong to a political party, but I still have a right to contest an election. So you cannot say because I am not a member of a political party, therefore if I want to present myself to participate in an election, I should be made to pay more than what everybody is paying just because I am not a member of a party. Legally, this could be discriminatory, because the right to contest in an election is completely different from whether you should be part of a political party and you should register a political party. So we cannot make a law that will be on the face of it completely contradicting the Constitution, because the Constitution forbids us from treating citizens differently. So probably if that is where you may be asking, it was removed. So we decided to say for each level, whether presidential, parliamentary, mayor or mayoress, or coming down to councillor level, all the nomination criteria for anybody willing to participate in those positions, in the election of those positions, whether you are sponsored by a party or not, the criteria should be uniform. And that's what the bill have now proposed. Uniformity at all levels. Thank you.
The clarification on the issues that you have raised.
Yes, clarification. Thank you very much. Minister, just 13D.
Yes.
Because you can see somebody, I mean, maybe if you want a passport, and then you have all these valid documents. But when you go there, when they interview, and if you are unable to answer certain questions, they reject you. So I think as well as the voting system, yes.
All right. The law is every Gambian is entitled to be registered. The evidence of Gambia being a Gambian is that these documents as listed. The example you gave are different. At the time you are applying for passport, you claim to be a Gambian. The person issuing you the passport have a responsibility of verifying your nationality at that stage before giving it to you. But once you are in possession of a passport, you are already deemed to be a Gambian. So somebody else cannot question your Gambian nationality because you are in possession of the document already. So the person, the passport issuing example you gave, that officer has a responsibility to make sure that because it's a nationality document, it is only handed to somebody who is eligible to be, who is qualified to have it. But once you are in possession, somebody who is not from that authority cannot question your nationality, even if it is apparent that you are not a Gambian. So long as you are holding a Gambian ID card, there are procedures of people, you can take them through due process. That is the reality. If you are in possession of an, if you know that the person is not entitled to that ID card by fraudulent means, because it's evidence of citizenship, citizenship can be revoked. The minister has the right to revoke citizenship, but it has to go through due process. Otherwise, we are going to create a situation, people can be attacking each other in the street and trying to take a passport from them or ID card from them. The question is, as long as the face of the document, it is valid, you cannot question it. So IEC is not the authority that issues those documents. I see you're shaking your head, but I can only give you the answer according to law. All right? IEC does not issue ID card. Do you think then we can give IEC the authority to question the validity of an ID card? This is just what the law is saying. So once I present a valid ID card, it is not for IEC to question my ID card. And the attestation you are talking about, once it is properly made and endorsed by that authority, carries the same card because these are all authorities and we expect them to to carry out their functions with utmost diligence. I will link it reminds me of Brikama Knott, who said, I think and somebody else, that we may need to have provisions to hold those authorities accountable for their work. That one I have no problem with that. The authorities that are vested with the power to give attestation should know the weight of the kind of responsibility they carry, and they should be ready to be accountable for what they are doing. But of course, having the document being validly issued, we cannot start questioning that document elsewhere. That will be a problem.
Honorable members, with all due respect, we now cannot start, to open the whole debate again. And as I said earlier on, we will have an opportunity to the nitty-gritties of the act at the appropriate time. So may I propose that we proceed. Thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General and honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Elections Bill 2021 be read a second time. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. Clerk, can you please read the short title?
Thank you. The Elections Bill 2021 by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice is deemed to have been read a second time.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, in accordance with Clause 68, Subclause 1 of the Standing Orders, the bill is hereby referred to the Assembly Business Committee for committal to either a committee or committee of the whole House. And thank you. And on that note, again, I thank everybody, including the Honorable Minister, and now put the question, be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned till Tuesday, the 30th of March, 2021 at 10 a.m. Those in favor, those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly now stands adjourned till Tuesday, the 30th of March, 2021 at 10 a.m. prompt. Please, co-chairs, I think the table office would like to talk to you. Thank you. Almighty God.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the second week of our 22nd session, the public hearings of the TRRC. Imam, you have the floor. If you can offer some prayers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahman Rahim Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. الله الذي جعل لكم الأرض قرارا والسماء بناء وصوركم فأحسن صوركم ورزقكم من العباد. ذلكم الله ربكم فتبارك الله رب العالمين هو الحي لا إله إلا هو فادعوه مخلصين له الدين والحمد لله رب العالمين. بحرمة اللهم صل على محمد الفاتح لما أغلق والخاتم لما سبق ناصر الحق بالحق والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم وعلى آله قدر ومقدار العظيم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين.
Amen. Shukran, Imam Jallo. Bishop, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Lord God of mercy, of grace, of divine compassion, we continue to thank you for seeing us through throughout the past week and for ushering us to the beginning of another new week. We continue to submit ourselves unreservedly under your direction, your protection, your defense. We continue to submit the witnesses that will appear before this commission during this week. We pray that you shall grant them the boldness to speak the truth and grant the commission the desire and also grant the populace and the entire those that are in the diaspora and the international to have the extra patience to allow the due process to take its proper course. We ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much indeed, Bishop Odeko. We had
Thank you, colleagues, for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of all of us to congratulate the country for making it to next year's African Cup of Nations to be hosted in Cameroon. It is indeed history, and we pray and hope that the country will rally behind the Scorpions so that they will not only represent us well, but will progress very well in the competition. This also gives me the opportunity to continue to call on the country, not only the government, but all of us Gambians, to make the necessary investment on our young people, because if they are given the opportunity, I, Sheriff Mari Tambedu.
I, Sheriff Mari Tambedu.
Do swear that.
Do swear that.
I'll speak the truth.
I will speak the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me Allah.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Tambedu. Welcome to the TRRC.
Good morning to you, sir. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for agreeing to assist the Commission as we try to dissect what happened in Gambia in the 22 years of Jammeh. Today we called upon you to help us understand the relationship between the executive, precisely Yahya Jammeh, and the bar, the legal fraternity, and also the entire justice sector. We want to understand how Jammeh was able to tame all those institutions that could have challenged his authority. These include the legal fraternity, the lawyers, the Gambia Bar Association, and also the judiciary. We are doing this inquiry in order to be able to ascertain how Jammeh became a dictator and how he used institutions in order to violate rights of Gambians in order to further entrench himself in power. Excuse me. Mr. Tambedu, you have won several interesting hearts. One is the heart of a private legal practitioner at the highest level, which undoubtedly would bring you into contact with the executive. And the other is the lofty and important position that you held as president of the Gambia Bar Association, a very important responsibility. How that has brought you into contact with the executive, or lack of contact with the executive, to be more precise, and the experience drawn from that and what the country could learn from that. But also, at the latter days of Jammeh, you again bravely occupied the position of interim president of the Gambia Bar Association. And some of the things that happened and flowed therefrom, all that we'd be interested in. But as you talk about your personal experiences and your experience as president of the Gambia Bar Association, we would want you to punctuate it with examples of executive excesses or violations of rights, such as arrest of lawyers, dismissal of judges, interference with the judiciary, and things like that. There are other issues that perhaps you may shed light on if we have the time. Those include, say for instance, state refusal to honor certain legal obligations like judgments or orders, for instance. Directives being given from the executive to members of the judges, and other forms of harassment of judges. I mean, with the experience you have, I would be really happy to sit there and listen, mainly to the interesting experiences that would talk about this institution that I hold very proudly, the Gambia Bar Association. So on that note, Mr. Tambedu, are you ready to begin?
Whenever you are, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, we will habitually give this warning to witnesses who appear before this commission, more as a matter of procedure than as a matter of concern. So just procedurally, I wish to inform that it is an offense to provide false information to the commission or to lie on the oath. I am sure you know these rules much better than I do. So on that note, we would begin, but before that, do you have a preference? Do you have a language, a local language in which you would like your testimony to be interpreted into? It can be, well, unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of having Sarahule. I am being warned by the commissioners that we don't have Sarahule, but you can choose any other local language.
Well, I was going to suggest Sarahule, maybe Commissioner Kinte, maybe
would volunteer.
Be able to assist. But I'm fine with any of the languages. Really, any language.
Can we do Wolof this time around?
It's up to you. Any language is fine with me.
Okay, let's do Wolof interpretation, please. The Wolof interpretation booth, are you ready? Thank you very much. Mr. Tambedu, what are your full names, please?
My name is Sheriff Marie Tambadu.
Date of birth?
22nd June 1964.
22nd June 1960.
And where were you born?
Tibangu Street.
Kindly give us a brief rundown of your educational background.
Yes, I attended Kampama Primary School from 1971 to 1976.
Mangi commencé jàng ci Kampama Primary School 1971 to 1976.
And I attended the St. Augustine Second Technical School for 1 year from 1976 to 1977.
Ci gannaaw loolu ma dem St. Augustine Technical School ci 1976 to 1977.
And I proceeded to the Gambia Muslim High School from 78 to 1983.
Madam Muslim High School, 1978 to 1983.
And I did my lower 6 at the St. Augustine's High School from 1983 September to 84.
Léegi nag ci laa def class lower 6 ci St. Augustine's Fatima
1983 to 84.
83 to 84.
Then I went to Frobe College, University of Sierra Leone from 1984, and I left in April 1986.
Madam nag Frobe College bi nekk ci Sierra Leone 1984 to 1986.
And then I went to the UK, where I attended University College Buckland.
Yeah, the UK, Buckland University.
University College Buckland.
University College Buckland.
Then I did my LLB honors in the University of East London from 1987 to 1990.
Ci laa def nag suma LLB ci London, ci East London, 87 to 1990.
I finally attended the Inns of Court School of Law, also in London, from October 1990 to June 1991.
Ci laa def nag school ci 1990 to 1991.
And you're a member of the Middle Temple.
Yes, sir, of the Honorable Society of the Middle Temple.
Yes. I like that qualification. I like that qualification. And you were also called to the bar in Gambia in November 1991, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you were in private practice, actually, for almost all your legal career.
Yes,
one of the few who did not go through the AG chambers before they ventured into legal practice.
Very true.
And during your career, you have occupied a number of important positions at the Gambia Bar Association.
Yes, sir, I have.
Wow, definitely.
And the most significant being president of the Gambia Bar Association.
President Gambia Bar Association.
And also an interim president of the association during the latter days of Jammeh.
Yes, sir, I did serve as president and as interim president.
And those positions definitely expose you or have exposed you to a lot of the things that affected the Gambia Bar Association during Jammeh's years.
Indeed, sir, I was at the forefront of the confrontation between the bar and the executive.
Waaw man ngi jiitu woon sax ci jamono boobu nga xam ne ni daggante nekk na suñ diggante baa bi ak executive bi ñuy liggéey ci nguur gi.
We would certainly come to those confrontations because that's at the heart of the issues you would talk about. But before then, tell us about the Gambia Bar Association. Tell us about the history of the association. Feel free also to refer to your statement.
Yes, well, the Gambia Bar Association has been in existence for a very long time. It has existed during the colonial era. In fact, I have been told that it is one of the oldest bar association in Africa.
Well, the
association was set up primarily to protect and promote the standards, integrity, and welfare of the members of the association, that is the lawyers.
buntu bu njëkk nag wala li nga xam ne nii moo nekk cër bu njëkk ci sos ak mbootaay googu bokk na ci ngir sàmm ak itamit aar ak itamit di yéwénal lu jëm ci yareef ak taxawaay liggéey ñi nga xam ne ñoo bokk ci mbootaay googu di ay lawyer.
To ensure their independence and to ensure the independence of the judiciary.
bokk na ci tamit ngir wéral nag seen sagu dox ak sagute ak itamit buntu bi nga xam ne nii ñoo saytuwaale àtte bi itamit.
To promote the observance of and the adherence of the rule of law.
ak itamit nag di yéwénal lu jëm ci wàlli topp sàtta yi nga xam ne nii moom lañ tëddal ci wàlli topp loi.
And to promote and uphold the human rights and fundamental freedom of people as enshrined in our constitution.
ak tamit di wéral ni nga xam ne nii noonu lañ ko dëppalee ci suñ buntu bi nga xam ne nii mooy luwaay réew mi lu aju ci wàlli cër ak yelleefi doomu aadama.
The same rights that are also in the Universal Declaration of the United Nations and the African Charter.
di bokk yi tamit ci li nga xam ne nii mooy yelleef yooyu nga xam ne nii yébaane nañ ko ak tamit wéral ko si nangatoo yi nga xam ne nii mu ngi nekk ci mbootaay yi ci bitim réew ak bu Afrika.
And in your statement, you have also included the important point of defending and upholding freedom, justice, and the rule of law in the Gambia.
ci sawali kàddu tamit feeñal nga ci ni ngeen taxawee jot na pour faral lépp loo xam ne rek moo di taxawal wàlli dëgg ak wàlli atte ci yoon fii ci biir réewi Gambia.
That is so.
loolu dëgg la. And you would agree that these important functions of the Gambia Bar Association are functions that could easily bring it into confrontation with any government that does not have respect for the rule of law as one of its core principles.
yi nga xam ne moo di jéegoy taxawaay Gambia Bar Association jël doon na bunta yoo xam ne dina mun a indi jaamaarloo diggante Bar Association bi ak nguur gi nga xam ne ñoom doxalu li nga xam ne moo war a jaar ci yoon.
ni ma ko waxee mooy ne mbir yi Gambia Bar Association cëralee seen bopp ne mooy seen liggéey doon na mbir yoo xam ne suñ ko defee yomba na pour mu indi féewaloo diggante association bi ak nguur sàkka nguur goo xam ne cëralut yëfu loi comme ni mu ko war a cëralee ay.
That is inevitable, sir. Where a government does not wish to respect the rule of law, the fundamental freedoms of human rights, independence of judiciary, it is bound to have a confrontation with our association, the Gambia Bar Association.
loolu du jaas mukk nag ci nguur goo xam ne nii amul taxawaay sàmm yelleefi ñi nga xam ne mooy doomu aadama kon nag bu boobaa foog si rek tiisante dana mën a am ci diggante suñ mbootaay gi ak nguur googu.
Mr. Tambadou, you started practice before the Jammeh government came into existence.
Mr. Tambadou yow commencé nga sa liggéey ci wàllu liggéeyi lawyer balaa sax nguuru Jammeh doon commencé fii ci réew mi.
During those days of the Jawara era, did the bar have any frequent confrontation with the Jawara government?
ca jamonoy Jawara nag ndax baa bi amoon na yenn dagg sant yoo xam ne doxoon na digganteem ak nguuri Jawara.
No, sir. I practiced for 3 years before the 1994 coup, and I'm not aware of any incident or confrontation issue.
déedéet ndax man de suma liggéey ci mbir yu mel noonu mbiri lawyer maa ngi ko def ñetti at rek balaa nguuri yaa Jammeh di sosu waaye nag ci jamono boobu mosuma dégg benn tiisante wala dagalante boo xam ne ne am na diggante mbootaayu lawyer ak nguur Jawara.
There was none to my knowledge.
amutoon benn ci li nga xam ne ni yëg naa ko.
Why do you think that was the case?
loo foog nag ne loolu moo ko waral.
Well, the government had respect for the rule of law.
nguur googu de dafa nekkoon nguur goo xam ne ni cëraloon na sopp li sàttaayu taxawaayu loi.
And I believe have respect for human rights as well.
ak itamit nag amoon na cër itamit lu jëm ci wàllu yelleefi doomu aadama.
We could practice in the court and challenge government decisions and take cases against the government, and everything would be normal.
dañ daan tase ci court bi di teel nag yenn layoo yoo xam ne nii dafa dinga nguur gi te dañ daan dàggatante nguur gi ba mujjee jël mbir moomu te dara daal du ci génn.
And I believe the government had to support the position of the former president, who was seen as a champion of human rights and democracy in Africa.
te tamit nguur gi foog si roon ni ñu jël taxawaay boo xam ne nii danañu mun a baddu bu baax li nga xam ne moo nekkoon taxawaay nguur gi nga xam ne moo fa nekkoon te ki ko jiite woon doo xam ne nii ku ñu ràññee la ci wàllu topp yelleef doomu aadama.
I also understand from senior practitioners that the president and government listened to the advice of the Attorney General.
te itamit nag dégg naa itamit ci yenn ñi nga xam ne nii ay kilifa lañ jiitu woon ma ci mbiri looya ñuy wax itamit ne nguur googu dañ daan dégg ndigal loo xam ne mu ngi daan bàyyeekoo ci ki nga xam ne mooy jiite lu aju ci wàlli àtteeg Attorney General bi.
That would soon change with the advent of the Jammeh government.
loolu nag ci taxawaay la loolu yëpp dal di soppeeku gannaaw boo xamee ne nag nguuri Jammeh taxaw na.
A very drastic change, sir.
waaw ci wecceeku bu ñaaw sax.
Would you tell us about the history of this, the first few tussles and encounters?
dañ ñu mun a wax nag ca njëlbeen fa nga xam ne foofu la dàgg sant bi bu commencé seen diggante ak nguur ga.
Yes, sir. Indeed, so allow me to start with a personal experience that I had with former Jammeh before they took over in July 1994.
waaw balaa loolu sax may ma fàttaliku loo xam ne nii su ma jëflante bopp la woon ak Jammeh si boppam balaa ñuy jël nguur gi ci atum 1994.
By all means, go ahead.
waaw demal jekkali.
I met him on 2 or 3 occasions at the Kanifing Magistrates Court.
parce que moom ay ñaar ba ñetti yoon ci attekaay bi nekkee ci Kanifing.
where he was a witness in a case he was leading the investigation.
ci foo xam ne nii nag moom seede la woon nga xam ne nii moo fa jiite woon gestu boo xam ne ñu ngi ko fa doon def ci layoo boobu.
But at the time, the lawyers would always start their day at the High Court and come to the magistrates' courts later in the afternoon.
te boobu nag lawyer yi ci court bi gën a ko fa daan doore ci seen liggéeyu bés bi gannaaw loolu ñu wàcc si nag ci court yu ndaw yi di magistrate.
So I believe he would come early, and he did not like the idea of waiting, and he would complain to me.
te tamit nag gëm naa ne daf daan teel a ñëw te tamit du daan mun a maslaa li nga xam ne nii mooy toog di xaar te su ma ñëwee rek daf daan àggale tawat ci man.
What were his complaints?
lan la daan tawat.
He said this regime, that is this government of Jawara, it's a corrupt regime.
mu ne nguur gi nga xam ne nii mooy nguuri Jawara nekk na nguur goo xam ne nii nguur ak tapale la.
And the courts were helping in maintaining that corruption.
te tamit court yi jamono jooju ñu ngi dox ni nga xam ne noonu la ñuy saxale tapale yooyu.
He said that the lawyers, and he mentioned names.
mu ne lawyer yi te tudd ay tur.
If I remember, he mentioned the late Sam George.
su ma fàttale ko sax tudd na ku mel ni kii ndem si yàlla Sam George. Fafa Mbaye.
He said they wasted his time every time he came to that court.
wax na ne daal dañ koy tardé lool waxtu wu nekk woo xam ne ñëw na ci court boobu.
They could come and go anyhow they wanted.
dañoo ñëw jéem a dem fu leen neex ak ñu leen neex.
He did not know me then.
waaw jamono boobu nag xamul ma.
But he came to lean on my car. He always came to lean by a car that I was using.
waaye saa bu nekk rek dafay ñëw wéeru si oto bi nga xam ne ni moom laa daan jëfoo.
So eventually, one day, when the matter he was to testify started before Suleiman Bachili magistrate.
benn bés nag ci court bi nga xam ne layoo bi nga xam ne nii moom ci la daan ñëw pour àggale ay seedeem di ci ron Suleiman Bachili.
He was summoned to come into the court to start his testimony.
moom dañ ko oon pour mu ñëw nag indi ay seedeem ci court bi.
He walked in uniform with his pistol.
boobu nag dafa dugg ci court bi ak uniforme ak pistolam.
And the magistrate said that he should be told that he should go out and leave the pistol out and come in without arms.
ci la magistrate bi joxe ndigal nee na nañ ko wax ne mu génn dal di tëral fetelam bi dugati waat ci code bi te àndut ak ngànnaay.
He refused.
ci la bañ.
He said his pistol was part of his uniform.
ci la wax ne pistolam boobu fetelam gu ndaw googu mu gàddu de dafa bokk ci uniformam bi.
It's either he comes in with the pistol,
benn mu dugg seeg pistol bi,
or he does not testify.
wala daal dafa gaaral ay seede.
I remember the prosecutor Fatou Bensouda tried to talk matters over with him.
maa ngi fàttali ko sax ki nga xam ne moo amoon kayiti jiñaate yi ak kayiti seede yi di Fatou Bensouda mu ngi ko doon jéem a waxtaanal.
So after the coup,
gannaaw la
1994,
ci atum 1994,
the case continued.
ke mbir moomu nag boobu ci la continuer.
By now he has become the chairman of the AFPRC.
jamono boobu nag jiite na kuréeli soldat gi nga xam ne ñoo ko fa nguuri Jawara.
And the case was held at court number 1 in the High Court in Banjul.
te tamit nag boobu nag layo boobu ñu ngi ko doon defee ci court number 1 ci court bi gën a koy ci Banjul.
And he came to testify.
mu ñëw nag pour gaaral ay seedeem.
He came.
mu ñëw.
I believe he had his pistol with him.
bi tamit mu ngi ànd ak pistolam.
And stood in the witness box.
mu taxaw nag ci kees gi nga xam ne nii fa la ñuy taxawal seede yi.
And the whole courthouse was with soldiers with guns.
te tamit court baa ngi feesoon tepp ak ay soldats yoo xam ne ñu ngi amee ay ngànnaay.
In utter denial.
In utter defiance.
ci loo xam ne ni daal dafa xëtt li nga xam ne mooy nangu tey lu mel noonu.
Of the order that was previously given. But this just shows the contempt to which he held the legal profession.
Yes, sir, but this was more so because the Gambia Bar Association made an outright condemnation of the coup in July 1994.
waaw loolu la sax ndax mbootaay lawyer yi jamono jooju dañu ŋàññi dinga li nga xam ne mooy ku fa nguur googu amoon ci atum 1994.
Do you think that Jammeh received that favorably, the condemnation of the coup?
In my opinion, that started the quote-unquote war with the lawyers.
loolu nag moo indiwoon nag xeex boobu nga xam ne ni amoon na diggante seen diggante ñoom.
What was the first major thing done by the lawyers to show their disagreement with the unconstitutional change of government?
lan mooy li nga xam ne moo gën a fës ci mbañ gi nga xam ne lawyer yi bañoon nañ ko nangu nguur googu nga xam ne defoon na ko te àndut ak loi.
I remember well, under the presidency of Surata B. S. Jane, the bar made a press release.
maa ngi fàttaliku ci jamono bu ci ron njiitalu Surata Jane mbootaayu looyaay di baa bi dañ bindoon benn bataaxel bu jëm ci buntu tasekaay xibaar yi.
Condemning the coup and demanding an immediate return to constitutional rule.
doon ŋàññi nag coup bi tey tamit di sàkku nag si ni mu gën a gaawee ñu dellu nag ci nguur goo xam ne ni dëppoo naag constitution luwaay réew mi.
This was the first act of the GBA this time.
lii mooy njëlbeeni jéego bi nga xam ne nii moom la mbootaay looyaay def.
But of course, that did not work. The lawyers resorted to some other move. What was that?
booba nag moom antuutoon de lawyer yi nag ci lañ dal di jëlaat beneen jéego.
Well, in a meeting, we debated and discussed the possibility of protests, boycotts from the court, but eventually we resolved not to attend the legal year ceremony for that year.
ci njëlbeen gannaaw loolu nag dal di woon nañu oote benn jotaay ñu daggante ci ay xalaat ne benn sax daal ñu dal di ñaxtu wala sax ñu gedd buñ demati ci mbiri koor yi waaye fi ñu mujjee rek mooy ne daal bés bi nga xam ne nii mooy bés bi ñu jagleel di ubbi lu jëm ci mbiri attey ci réew mi buñ ci dem.
The opening of the legal year is traditional in this country, and the head of state normally inaugurates this function.
bés bi nga xam ne ni nag mooy bés bi ñuy jagleel pour ubbite lu jëm ci mbiri layoo ak àtte ci réew mi nekk na aada loo xam ne dañ ko aadoo ni njiiti réew mi moo ko di jiite.
We knew that he was looking forward to coming to attend this function where all the lawyers would gather and he would address us as the guest, the chief guest of honor.
ñu nag séntu woon nañ ne jamono jooju mu ngi pare pour ñëw ci jotaay boobu nga xam ne ni dana fa gaaral ay kàddu nga xam ne nii lawyer yëpp ñu ngi toog nga xam ne daal keroog moom sax mooy war a nekk gan ak teraanga gi nga xam ne nii mooy toog ci jotaay boobu.
Lot of lawyers did not attend.
Lawyer yu bëri teewuñ woon.
I recall I was just newly called in the bar, and I also did not attend. Yes. I can imagine his disappointment that the lawyers have boycotted this important event. But of course, this set off a very frosty relationship pretty much from day one with the Jammeh government, correct?
Yes, that is very, very correct. From then onwards, for Jammeh, lawyers were the enemy. He did not want to have anything to do with lawyers. He had no respect for lawyers in any way in which he could get to the lawyers or through the clients to get through to the lawyers. He did.
jamono boobu nag nekk na loo xam ne ni daal Yaya Jammeh sax mu jéegi ni mu gisee mbir mi mooy lawyer yi daal ñooy ay noonam.
We would get into some of these examples in order to really buttress the point.
dinañ ñëw ci yenn ci misaal yooyu ndax ñu mun a gën a leeral mbir yi.
In the first 10 years of the Jammeh government, we have seen that he has attacked quite a number of institutions and personalities, all aimed at one objective, which is to entrench himself in power. First, he started with the politicians by outlawing them and detaining or imprisoning them, and then onto the journalists by attacking and killing and burning their newspaper houses and so forth, and then attacking students, keeping them silent and so forth, ensuring that there is no demonstrations in this country. How did the lawyers feature in this, in these attacks by Jammeh that were all aimed at keeping everybody quiet and keeping everybody compliant to his wishes?
seetlu nañ ne fukki atam yu njëkk yi nga xam ne gannaaw bu mu jëlee réew mi pare commencé na nag di song bérébu liggéeyukaay yi commencé ko ci ñi nga xam ne ay politiciens lañ ñi nga xam ne ay taskati xibaar lañ ak ñi nga xam ne sax ay taalibi lañ di leen def ay mbir yoo xam ne daal di la leen mën a xooxatal ba nga xam ne ñoom duñ mën a ekkati seen benn kàddu boo xam ne dafa war a ŋàññ moom lépp loo xam ne moom laa def yéen looyee nag jamono boobu naka ngeen gisee woon loolu.
naka la jëflanteeg lawyer yi ci jamono yooyu.
Well, he did not spare us either. I remember correctly, the magistrate who was presiding over the case in which he was asked not to come into court with his pistol, Mr. Suleiman Bachili, was one of the first casualties.
bàyyiwutoon ni tamit ndax su buñ fàttale ko magistrate Suleiman Bachili mi nga xam ne nii moo njëkkoon a joxe nag li nga xam ne nii mu ngi jëm ci ndigal boobu leen ñu génne woon waxoon ko ñoo génn ci jamono bi mu àndoon ak pistulam bi mooy ki nga xam ne nii moom la njëkk a jëflante.
What happened to him?
lu ko daloon.
Well, he was, although he was retired, but it's like it's in effect a termination of his position on the bench.
jamono boobu sax day dem na bi liggéeyam noppaleku waaye nag mujjee gi dafa dañ ko jël mel ni comme dañ ko dàq ci ndampaay yi nga xam ne yëpp waroon na koo jot ci lañ ko dàq.
And in the first few weeks of the Jammeh administration, he started attacking the media and brought in draconian laws that are generally viewed as an attempt to eliminate some media houses. And that brought him into a clash, of course, with the publication of the Fourier. And the magistrate that dealt with the case also became a casualty. Do you recall that? That was the Bori Ture case, I believe.
ci atam yu njëkk yi nag ci la commencé nag di dal ci kaw yi nga xam ne ñoo di woy taskati xibaar yi dal di tegal ay luwa yoo xam ne luwa yu tar la ci kaw kayit yi nga xam ne ñooy kayiti tas xibaar yi demee ni ay foroya ak sax ci mbiri ki nga xam ne moo woon Bori Touré.
I made a mistake here in my example. The Bori Touré case got to do with Ibrahim Chongan. The Ibrahim Chongan case. I think, did you represent Mr. Chongan? Or were you part of among the lawyers who represented it? But anyway, Mr. Chongan's case also brought Jame, pitted Jame with members of the legal profession. On this occasion, a magistrate who issued a decision that Jame was not happy with. And I believe Jame supposedly responded negatively. Do you recall that?
Can I go on?
Okay. Hara malapato ko ci wala. Dama juumoon ci example bi ma wone. I don't know how to say example in Wolof. Misal. Dama juumoon ci misal bi ma joxe woon li ma bëggoon a wax mooy Bori Touré ci kees yi ñoom Ibrahima Chongan bi joxe woon na décision boo xam ne neexutoon nguur gi donc si dooriñ bi rek ci commencement bi rek loolu isi na problème diggante Jammeh ak ñi nga xam ne ñu ngi liggéey ci liggéeyu loi so bii yoon mooy Bori Touré defoon loo xam ne neexutoon Jammeh am nu mu doxalee. Do you recall that incident?
I do not recall exact details of the case or which case it was, but I'm aware, and I was going to cite to you that as an example, the sacking of magistrates, including Bori Touré, Yukase Dabo, B.Y. Kamara, and other senior judges. Magistrates Gay Saul. Magistrates were transferred in the middle of cases. Magistrates who delivered judgments and ruling unfavorable to Jammeh, I would say, were dismissed, and magistrates had to leave because their tenure was made unbearable. They could not continue sitting.
mënuma fàttaliku nag yëpp rek ci mbiri la boobu noonu waaye li ci mënta xew rek bokk na nag mu joxe santion ci turi magistrat yooyu nga xam ne ni tudd na leen boole ci ñoom Bori Touré ak B.Y. Kamara ñëpp mu daloon seen kaw ci jamono bi nga xam ne daal mu ngi leen ay gisee ci yeneen yoon woo xam ne nii neexut ko.
And this trend continued all through the years until Ami Bensouda became president of the Gambia Bar Association.
lii nag daal continuer ci at yi ci topp yëpp ba jamono ji nga xamee ne Ami Bensouda ñëw na nekk président ci mbootaay lawyer yi.
Yes, that is so. During the years before Mrs. Bensouda's ascendancy to the presidency, the bar, tried as much as possible to have access to the president, to President Jammeh. We thought that if we saw him and could talk and dialogue and explain the raison d'etre, the reason why we existed as an association, that will help him understand our function better.
jamono boobu nag balaa sax Ami Bensouda di nekk njiiti mbootaayu lawyer yooyu sax day dal dinañ ñoon amoon jotaay yoo xam ne nii pour jéem a gisanteeg moom Jammeh leeral ko li nga xam ne nii mooy suñ taxawaayu mbootaayu lawyer yi bu ko defee nag boobaa danañu mën a dégg xam lan mooy suñ doxalin.
We made many attempts to get audience with him.
try nañ jéem nañ lu bëree bëri pour mën a gisanteeg moom.
Until finally we were granted audience, we were asked to go, and a date was given for us to visit.
ba benn jamono nag mujjantal gi la ñu tànnal ñu benn bés boo xam ne nii mën nañoo gisanteeg moom.
Do you recall which year that was?
fàttaliku nga ban at la woon.
I definitely don't remember the date.
Proceed, please. And then what happened?
Yes, selected members were chosen to go.
tànn nañ ci ñun ñenn pour ñu dem.
But at the last minute, we were told that we were going to see the vice president instead, Dr. Aissatou Njie Sedi.
waaye nag mujjee gi sax wax nañu ne daal duñ ko mën a gis ki topp ci moom di soxna si vice président Dr. Aissatou Njie Sedi moom lañ mën a gis.
She had just concluded chairing a meeting of the, what's it called again?
National Security Council.
Yes, National Security Council.
fekk rek jeexal na nag benn jotaay boo xam ne nii moo ko doon jiite di jotaay penc mi nga xam ne ñoo saytu lu jëm ci wàlli kaaraange réew mi National Security Council.
And she invited the respective heads of the different security forces to be present in that meeting.
ci tamit nag nga xam ne nii oo nag kilifa yi nga xam ne nii ñoo jiite buntu yi saytu wàlli kaaraange pour ñu teew ci jotaay boobu.
Was that expected by the representatives of the bar?
ñi nga xam ne ñoo fa teewaloon looy nag te demoon pour gise ak ñoom loolu séntu woon nañ ko.
We were shocked.
daf ñu bettoon lool.
But we had no choice in the matter. We were there already.
waaye nag amul luñ ci jël ak lu ñuy bàyyi ndax boobu teew nañ ba pare.
I remember Mr. Uncle Fafambai was there. He encouraged us to just have the meeting.
fàttaliku naa Uncle Fafambai mu fa woon ci la ñu xettal rek ne ñu toog ci jotaay bi.
One point they kept making in the meeting was that how come the lawyers were against the government?
ci benn jamono sax benn bunte boo xam ne moom lañ daan gën a tënk rek mooy lan moo tax lawyer yi di dinga nguur gi.
Baboucarr Jatta, the chief of staff then at the time, and Her Excellency kept saying they only saw lawyers taking cases against the government.
ci Baboucarr Jatta jamono boobu nga xam ne moo jiite soldat yi ak soxna si vice président Aïssatou Ndiaye Seydi ñoom ñi nga wax rek ne lawyer yi daal dañuy gis rek tefaar boo xam ne nii wala layo boo xam ne nii dafa dingal nguur gi ci la ñoo lawyer yi di sawar di jël waaye nag di jël nag si wàllu woo xam ne ñu féetee nguur gi.
This is why when I realized that these people did not know what the functions of lawyers were really.
ci laa gis ne daal ñii xamuñ lan mooy njëriñi lawyer.
Uncle Fafa tried his best to explain why we represented people in cases that were brought against them by the government, and that the government had an office, a Ministry of Justice and Attorney General's chambers where their lawyers were employed.
bu ko defee rek Uncle Fafa Mbay jëm na fa taxaw leeral li nga xam ne nii moo tax lawyer yi di dékku nag layoo boo xam ne nii dafa dingatante nguur gi ndax itamit wan leen itamit ne nguur gi am nañ buntu boo xam ne nii mooy Attorney General's chambers am nañ fa seen yenn lawyer yoo xam ne ñoom ñu ngi fa nguur gi di leen fay.
Did they not realize that the very constitution that authorizes that government to be in place is the same constitutions that guaranteed the right of citizens to have lawyers?
ndax xamuñ ne wenn loi bi nga xam ne moo taxawal pour nguur gi taxawal seen bopp moo wenn loi boobu tamit moo boot lawyer yi pour ñu taxawal nit ñi.
Yes, sir, and I believe the late Mr. Sidney Riley, who was also in the meeting, he tried to explain that this was a constitutional right guaranteed to everybody.
waaw ndem si Yàlla Sidney Riley mi nga xam ne sax mu ngi teewoon ci jotaay boobu jéemoon na pour leeral ne lii dafa dëppoo loi yi réew mi pour nit am lawyer boo xam ne dana ko taxawa.
Isn't it really disappointing that in a meeting including the vice president of the country and also the chief of defense staff really need to be explained this basic of principles?
ndax loolu sax moom du lu leen bett kilifa gu toll ni vice président bi ak CDS bi nga xam ne moo jiite soldat yi jataay boo xam ne oote na ko sax ndax jar na ñu toog pour mu leen a xamal lii nga xam ne moo war a xew.
Honestly, I was very disappointed and I was upset and I wanted to vehemently explain the differences, but I was the youngest in the delegation.
waaw dëgg la bettoon na ma lool naqari woon na ma te tamit sax bëggoon naa def jasran pour leeralal leen waaye nag jamono boobu maa nekkoon ki gënoon a nekk xale ci ñi teewoon ci jotaay boobu.
Uncle Fafa tried his best to explain in a nice way, and he even explained to them that in the past regime, in the Jawara's regime, they engaged private lawyers to work for the government, and there was nothing to stop the Jama government from doing so if they needed the private lawyers as well.
Uncle Fafa sax jéem na fa leeral nag wan leen sax ne ci nguur gi fi nekkoon balaa ñoom dañ daan jël lawyer yi nga xam ne nii dañuy doxal seen bopp di dox dépasse mooy private lawyers yi ba tey tamit loolu terewul ñoom seen nguur yi di nguur yi jàmme ñoom mën nañoo jëflanteeg lawyer yooyu ba léegi.
So that is why when Mrs. Bensouda became president, the executive resolved that the best way forward was to try to mend the fence, to mend our differences with Jammeh, so that we can move forward.
Jamono bi nga xamé ni Bensouda jël na place bi mom ñu tamit jité ko ñu ngi doon def lépp lu man ngir gis ne daal danañu jubóole féewaloo bi nga xam ne nekk na ci diggante ak nguuri Jammeh.
But before then, before Mrs. Bensouda took over, the public perception, what was the public perception of the Gambia Bar Association?
waaw balaa ministre Bensouda sax doon jël place boobu noonu askan wi ñoom seen bopp naka lañ gisee woon mbootaay looy fii ci réew mi.
Public confidence in the Gambia Bar Association was very low.
Kóolute gi nga xam ne nii moom la nit ñi amoon nag si mbootaay boobu dafa tuuti woon ni woon lool.
The people expected more.
Nit ñi nag séntu woon nañ lu weesu loolu.
Especially when we started by an outright condemnation of the coup.
Rax sa dolli sax jamono bi nga xam ne ñu ngi commencé nag di ŋàñña li nga xam ne nii mooy coup boobu.
We were expected to follow up with condemnation in the wanton arrest of politicians and civil servants.
ñu ngi séntu woon sax ne danañu continuer di ŋàññi nag li nga xam ne mooy dal li nga xam ne ñu ngi ko dal ak di jàpp ñi nga xam ne ay politiciens lañ.
But the Gambia Bar Association believed that the expectation of the public on the GBA was too high.
waaye nag Gambia Bar Association ñoom séntu woon nañ ne li nga xam ne mooy séntu nit ñi ci seen mbootaay googu daal dafa koy lool.
Although we had a duty to maintain and promote the rule of law and respect for human rights.
sax ni am nañu taxawaay boo xam ne nii mooy suñu warugal pour dal di sàmm li nga xam ne nii mooy yelleefi nit ñi.
We believe that it was the choice of the people to engage lawyers to represent them and defend their causes.
ñu foog sax tamit ne ngeen ni nit ñi la rek pour ñu tànn lawyer yi lu aju ci wàlli ñu leen ay taxaw nag ci code yi.
And this created a debate within the bar itself.
lii nag dal di woon indi daggante ci ñunu neen ñi nga xam ne ñoo nekkoon ci mbootaayu lawyer yi.
Of how far we should go out and decry the actions of the government.
ci gan anam la ñoo dem ak fu ñu war a toll di naqaru li nga xam ne ni mooy taxawaayu nguur gi.
So as such, when Mrs. Bensouda took over the presidency of the GBA, the decision was to make a rapprochement to the government to try to mend fences. Correct?
léegi nag bi nga xamee ne Ami Bensouda nag jël na réew nekk na président mbootaay lawyer yi ci lañ dal di jël na ay jéego yoo xam ne dinañ ci mën a sukkandiku seen diggante ak nguur gi.
Yes, that was among many objectives. Mrs. Bensouda reorganized, restructured the GBA, gave it a new look, a vamp going forward.
loolu bokk na nag ci yenn tànneef yu bëri yoo xam ne ni taxaw nañ ko ci bunta mbootaay googu moo nekkoon ma Miss Bensouda jagalaat mbootaay gi taxawaayam.
And this is why the executive resolved that going forward we needed to mend fences with the executive so we could restore public confidence in the GBA.
lii nag moo taxoon sax ñu jiite woon suñ mbootaay gi ñu ne daal kon foog si la ñu indi juboo suñ diggante nguur gi bu ko defee danañ delloo yaakaar ak kóolute gi nga xam ne ni moom la nit ñi amoon ci ñun.
We did not even have an office of the GBA before Mrs. Bensouda took office, and we were obliged to have our meetings in the court premises.
jamono boobu sax amuñu woon suñu office ab bopp balaa Mrs. Bensouda di jël mu jéegi sax niñ daan def rek mooy foog si rek ñu dem di am suñ jotaay ci biir court yi.
And we all know that some of the measures she took were very successful, but were the relationships between the GBA lawyers and government, were they mended?
ñun nag gis nañ ne li nga xam ne moo di jéego yooyu nga xam ne moom lañ jëloon ci diggante bi antu woon na li nga laajte kay mooy ndax diggante nguur gi ak lawyer yi seen diggante ba taxoon na ca mujjanteel ga.
In my opinion, as far as Jammeh is concerned, there was no mending of fence.
ci suma gis-gis daal ndegem daal ñu ngi wax mbiri yaa Jammeh amutoon dara loo xam ne ni jubale amoon na ci.
In your statement, you said this: the former president considered the bar as his sworn enemy. Those are strong words, Mr. Tabedu.
ci sa kàddu yi nga wax fii de wax nga ne président Jammeh moom ni mu gisee woon looy rek mooy ay noonam lañ loolu de kàddu gu dëgër la de.
It was that bad.
noonu la bonee woon.
Well, yes, like I said, from the onset we condemned the coup. And then coincidentally, the leader of the opposition party, the UDP, the main opposition party, UDP, Mr. Usainu Dabo, was a lawyer. And this enraged Jammeh.
te ñu tamit ñu gis ne ki nga xam ne nii moo jiite ñii di nga nguur gi si wàllu politique di lawyer Usainu Dabo lawyer la woon lii nag gën naa merloo Yaya Jammeh.
So for him, all lawyers, or almost all the lawyers were with Usainu Dabo.
ci moom nag moom gis-gisam moo nekk rek ne mbooleem lawyer yi yëpp daanaka daal ñu ngi farak lawyer Dabo.
He would even make jokes. I remember I met him once. And then he said, "What is this man doing here?" And the people around him said, "What?" He said, "He's a lawyer, is he not? Is he not a lawyer like Mr. Usainu Dabo?"
Ben ca jamono sax daf ko daan caaxaanee sax benn sax tase nañ mu naan kii lu mu fay def ndax kii du lawyer bu ni lawyer Usainu Dabo.
So he made that statement in reference to you.
So in
a private function, yes.
So effectively, he put all lawyers in one basket. You are an Usainu Dabo or you are a Mariam Dentin. You are all against Jammeh, pretty much.
Dama mi ko gisee woon ne lawyer yëpp la boole woon rek ne kum ci gis daal gisee la comme Usainu Dabo wala gisee la comme Mariam Dentin.
Yes, he tried his best to belittle lawyers. I don't know whether you remember, he did come to national television and said that he knew the criminal code more than any other lawyer in the Gambia. It was like the knowledge we claim to have was something he had better than us.
léegi day gis nañ sax def na lu munti mel pour not rek lawyer yi tuuti loo leen ndax léegi mu génn si télé réew mi di wax ne moom xam na sarta yi dëpp mbiri tefaar bu ñaaw moo ko gën a xam mboolem lawyer di wane rek ne daal ñun suñ njàng ak suñ xam-xam fi mu toll ci mbir yooyu noonu daal du loo xam ak nax saay la rek.
He had the audacity to say that.
Yes, he did say that. I saw him say this on national television.
Wow, am na fitam ndax man gis naa ko ci télé bi mu koy wax.
Interesting. But soon after Mrs. Bensouda, you became president of the Gambia Bar Association.
Léegi gannaaw bu Mrs. Bensouda jeexalee na yow nga ñu nekk président ci mbootaayu lawyer yi.
Yes, in January 2010.
Wow, ci weeru January atum 2010.
How would you describe the relationship between the bar and Jammeh during your tenure as president?
Yow jamono bi nga nekk président mbootaayu lawyer yi naka nga gisee woon nag diggante lawyer yi ak Jammeh?
I think at the time I thought this is most unfortunate for me because it seemed the breakdown of the relationship escalated.
lii de mooy ñàkk sans nag ndax jamono boobu noonu ci laa gis ne sax jafe-jafe bi ci la gën a yokk.
There was too many arrests of lawyers and dismissal of judicial officers.
am na yenn jàpp yu bari yoo xam ne nii am na ko di jàpp ay lawyer ak di dàq ñoo xam ne nii ñu ngi liggéey ci bunti code bi.
And on each occasion the bar had to take a stance. We had to protest.
te ci jamono bu nekk rek baab yi tamit di mbootaayu lawyer yi foog si ñu jël ay jéego di ñaxtu.
And I continued several efforts. I wrote many letters to him.
def naa
try to get audience with him.
jëf yu bari di bind ay leetar yu bari ngir rek ñu mën a toog ñu nag moom.
Did he respond to those letters?
Leetar yooyu ngeen ko doon yónnee tontu na leen ci.
He did not, except for one time.
I
received a call from someone who claimed to be in State House, and when the person confirmed my name, he asked for a photo, a picture of me.
Ben jamono nak jot na téléphone bo xamné ni borom mu ne mu ngi jóge ko State House té tamit nak ñu ma doon laaj natal bo xamné ni bu ndax suma pour suma boss.
And he asked me to provide the list of the people who were to visit to see the president.
Ci la ma wax nag nee naa bind limi ñi nga xam ne nii ñoo war a toog ak seq jotaay ak président bi.
I gave him 5 names.
ma jox ko juróomi tur.
He promised to call back.
mu digge ne daal dana téléphonaat.
I received a call from this gentleman.
ma jotaat téléphone koolaat beneen call laa jotaat ci kii.
And he referred to a name that I had given to him, and he said that person will not be among the delegation, will not visit the president.
mu wax ma nag benn tur boo xam ne nii bokk na ci lim bi ma joxe woon ne kooku du mun a bokk ci délégation bi war a gis ak président.
Did he say why?
wax na la na tax.
He said yes. He said this person was an in-law to former President Jawara.
wax na ko ne wax na ne kooku de goro la ci ki fi nekkoon président di Jawara.
Isn't that reason very strange?
ndax loolu mu joxe noonu ne moo tax ndax loolu doyul waar.
It was very, very strange. I don't know what the visit of the GBA had anything to do with Jawara or him. It was not personal. It was not political.
nekk na lu doy waar ndax xaw ma daal nga nag GBA ci président bi lan la war a am lu mu jëf ak mbiri Jawara ndax was mu jëfi politique.
What was even more strange was the request for your photograph.
li ci gën a doy waar sax mooy li mu laajte ne nañ ko jox sa nataal.
Did you provide it?
joxe woon nga nataal.
I did provide it. In fact, at the time, I wondered what the reason was for. But as long as we were going to be able to see him, I did comply. I sent a photo.
yónni naa ko nataal bi jamono boobu sax man jaaxle woon naa xam nataal boobu pour la noonu waaye ndegem pour ñu gisanteeg moom rek jaroon na ko ma yónnee ko nataal bi.
They just had to consult the Daily Observer and they will get many tons of photographs of lawyers in maritime law. You were always on the papers.
mënoon nañoo jokkoo rek kayiti xibaar Daily Observer dinañ fa doon mun a am joori nataali Sirif Tambadou ndaxte jamono bu ñu nekk jamono boobu saa yu nekk yaa ngi ci biir kayiti xibaar.
In the end, the visit never happened. I got a call 2 days later to say the president will not see us, that I should go and see the Minister of Justice.
ci mujjantal gi daal I didn't get that one, please.
ci diggante bi daal ut gisee ak président mënutoon a antu ndaxte dañ ko ne na dem gisee ak Minister of Justice.
In 15 years, 1997 when Jammeh became president,
fukki at juróom gannaaw loolu 1997 jamono ji Jammeh nekkee président.
or let's say until 2010, that is 14 years when you became president of the Gambia Bar Association. Can you tell us how many times the Gambia Bar Association formally met with the president?
wala sax boog ba atum 2010 jamono ji nga xam ne yaa nekk président Gambia Bar Association ndax duñ ñu mën a wax ñaata yoon jamono jooju ci la mbootaay looy gisee ak président Jammeh.
My recollection is once.
li ma mën a fàttali ko lay benn yoon la.
Is that a good record?
ndax loolu moom lu war la.
I believe this was in 94.
yaakaar naa lii 94 la woon.
Under the presidency of Surahata Jane, I believe they met him.
ci njiitalu Surahata Jane yaakaar naa tëjee woon na ñoom moom.
Is that a good record?
ndax loolu seen diggante ak moom loolu du baax la.
Well, in this case, it will not be a good record because we tried several times to meet with him. So it's not a good record that it was torn down, but it's in a functioning democratic society. I think there's little need for the GBA to meet with the president.
ci fànn gi de du toon lu baax waaye nag yaakaar naa ci nguur goo xam ne nguur gu yëwén la GBA foog si rek ñu daan am ay jotaay ak président bi.
But the relationship between the bar and the executive was bad. But there was also another very toxic relationship between the bar and some members of the bench. Can you talk about that? I have in mind Justice Paul when he was in Gambia at around 2005 onwards. What could you say about that?
ko jokkoo bi nekkoon ci diggante lawyer yi ak ñi nga xam ne ñu woon jiitu réew mi rattaxutoon ak naka nii tamit lawyer yi ak ñi nga xam ne ñoo nekk ñoo wax bench jamono Justice Paul atum 2005 duñ la mën a wax dara ci loolu.
At the onset, I said that one of the objectives of the Gambia Bar Association was to ensure the independence of the judiciary and the rule of law, observance of the rule of law.
ci njëlbeen wax naa lay tamit ne li nga xam ne moo nekkoon buntu bu njëkk ci sosuteeg mbootaayu looyaa yi mooy ngir wéral nag li nga xam ne ni mooy saguteeg looyaa yi seen doxalin ak itamit li nga xam ne mu ngi jëm ci wàllu topp loi.
The GBA did not take kindly to any form of interference.
GBA di mbootaay looyaa yi nag maslaawuñ dara lu jëm ci wàllu dugal loxo.
On judicial officers or members of the bench.
ci wàllu ñi nga xam ne ni ñooy liggéey ci buntu àtte bi daal.
Justice Paul was seen as one doing the bidding of the executive.
Justice Paul nag mu ngi gis nañ ne nekk na ki nga xam ne ni daal mooy nangul nag lu jëm ci wàllu nguur gi.
So a way to fight that was to confront the said Justice Paul.
lii nag pour xeex loolu moo nekkoon rek dal di toog ak moom wax laaj ko.
So we resolved as a bar to take certain steps, that is to boycott the courts of Justice Paul.
ñun nag ci la ñu ànd pour nag faj loolu ñun am nangotoo ñun ñëpp pour nag di gedd mboolem code boo xam ne ni mu ngi ci kanam Justice Paul.
We also wrote to the Nigerian Bar Association to complain about Justice Paul and I think, well, at the time, not Justice Fagbele, who was at the Aegis Chambers. We wrote to the NBA too.
bind nañ ñi tamit ci mbootaayu looyaay Nigeria yi pour àggale rek suñ tawat lu jëm ci mbiru Justice Paul ak itamit ci Fagbele moom itamit.
I have also seen a report that also in January 2006, the GBA boycotted Chief Justice Brobby.
Gis naa tamit atum 2006 ñi nga xam ne ñoo looy ñu daal di gedda jataay ki nga xam ne mooy Chief Justice Brobby.
On the ground that he was biased in his allocation of certain cases to Justice Paul and urged the Attorney General to initiate removal proceedings against him, which, well, allegedly resulted in his subsequent dismissal.
li ko waraloon nag mooy ne dañ seetlu woon ne daf daan faree boor ci mbiri atte yi nga xam ne moom lañ doon def ci lañ dal di wane nag suñu mbañ ak suñu métitlu ca mujjantil ga sax taxoon na ba ñu daxoon ko.
Like I said, any semblance of interference on the bench was not taken kindly to by the Gambia Bar Association, and a way that we could show our discontent was to protest, and that is by boycotting the particular judge in question.
ma la ko waxee woon rek ci lu tuuti daal ci loo xam ne nii mooy dugal loxo ci mbunti looyaa yi seen mbootaay yeeg ñi nga xam ne noonu la mooy jëm ci seen wàllu doxalin liñ ci daan mën a def rek pour wane suñ mer moo nekkoon pour ñaxtu ko pour gis wane ni tamit lii métti nañu.
We have received evidence that the malaise was even deeper. Not only were some of the judges biased, some of them were viewed as mercenary judges by members of the legal profession. Could you comment on that?
Yes, indeed. We, the coin mercenary judges, I believe, was very well explained by the Solicitor General who testified here a few days ago. But that is the case. Judges who were here doing the bidding of the executive, or judges who thought to do what pleased Jammeh, were regarded as mercenary judges, judges who tried to maintain their contracts, to maintain their work. See, when these people from foreign countries come to Gambia, they are treated with dignity, with respect. They get a lot of honor here. They usually don't want to lose this, so we saw them as fighting tooth and nail to maintain those privileges, to the extent that they forgot the ethics and the morality behind being a legal practitioner or practicing law.
Judge yi nga xam ne nii dañ leen a fay pour nag ñuy jéem a doxal li nga xam ne nii loolu la nguur gi bëgg ñu xamee ko mercenary judges yi yaakaar naa fànn boobu noonu Solicitor General bi waxtaanoon na ci lu yaatu ci jamono bi mu fi teewoon di Marena waaye nag li nga xam ne ni mu ngi jëm ci mbir yooyu lenn lañ ci jéem a seetlu ñi nga xam ne tamit ñoo nekkoon fii tey gis ne lépp loo xam ne loolu la nguur gi santaane ñu def ko ñooñu tamit dañ leen daa gisee rek ne machinerie jooj lañ tey ñi nga xam ne ñooy daan jóge ko bitim réew ñëw fii di liggéey ci buntu boobu dañ leen daan jox cër ak teraanga danañ def lépp luñ mën pour gis ne daal cër ak teraanga boobu noonu dana continuer ñu koy bànneexu fii kon nag boobaa da nga gis ne daal dañ daan def loo xam ne nii rek daal bu mujjee fàtte sax li nga xam ne nii moo nekk seen taxawaay ci seen buntu liggéey.
We have received testimony also from the former Solicitor General, Mr. Marena, suggesting that the forms of contracts and the technical assistance arrangements we had with the government of Nigeria were such that the government had little authority in vetting who was sent to Gambia, to the extent that some of the judges who came here were of very poor quality. What can you say about the quality of some of the judges that we had, without mentioning names, of course?
Kenyan mo moy Marena wax na fi lu aju ci anam yi nga xamne non lañ daan joxe contrat yi ay ñi nga xamne ñoy wa Nigeria daan joge Nigeria pour ñëw fi ne nguur gi amuñ woon ben kàddu ci pour tànn ñan ñoy ñi nga xamne ñoo fi wara ñëw mbir yooyu nag yow lan nga ñu ci mëna leeralal ci seen wàlli xam ñu ci bari sax dañoo ñëw te duñ mun seen liggéey wala duñ am xam-xam bu bari ci wàllu liggéey bi loo mën a wax ci loolu ci seen mbiri xam-xam.
Yes, in answering to your question, I must state that we have had many judges on technical assistance from our sister countries, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Nigeria, who have excelled, whose quality have contributed immensely to the development of our jurisprudence.
Pour tontu sa laajte bi jamono boobu noonu danañ daan am ay jooj yoo xam ne ni ñu ngi ñëw pour di ñu dimbale rek jóge ko Sierra Leone, Ghana ak Nigeria tey tamit nag màccoon nañ lool si seen liggéey tey tamit def nañ ndollal bu yaatu ci mbiri atte bi fii ci réew mi.
Quality of the judges went down during Jammeh's era.
Màcc ak jooj yooyu noonu nag commencé na di wàcc ci jamono nguur ya Jammeh.
Because we know of people who were appointed as judges here who sat as magistrates in the countries they came from.
Am nañ fi ay jooj yoo xam ne nii fii bi ñu fi ñëwee dañ leen fal jox leen maqaama jooj te réew mañ jógee ko ay magistrate lañ magistrate nag mooy attekat yi ci buntu bu njëkk bi.
We're also aware of people who served as registrars in the magistrates course in Nigeria who were brought here and made first-class magistrates, appointed as first-class magistrates.
Gis nañ ñoo xam ne tamit ay registrar lañ ñooy ñi nga xam ne nii ñooy dékku yenn layoo yi ca réew ma nga xam ne moom lañ jógee ko di Nigeria waaye bu ñëwee fii ñu jox leen first-class magistrate.
I have seen magistrates who I did not believe passed the bar.
Gis naa ay magistrate yoo xam ne nii gëm naa ne rombuñ li nga xam ne nii moom lañ sàkkoon ci mbootaay la di baa bi.
And that is very serious, isn't it, Mr. Tambed?
Oh, that is very, very serious because they were here learning on the job. And we have a situation where there was a Chief Justice who controlled the number of magistrates, and the word was, I cannot verify it, that their judgments, he wrote the judgments, or he gave advice as to how the judgments were to be written.
Dal loolu doy na waar ndax am na yenn magistrate yoo xam ne nii ñu ngi fi woon ki nga xam ne moo nekkoon Chief Justice daal dina gis ne daal doy lu wutoon sax li nga xam ne nii noonu lañ daan dogale seen atte wala sax moom moo leen daan digal ni ñu dogale seen atte wala ni ñu koy bindee.
Clearly, this must have led to a situation where a lot of the legal practitioners, lawyers, did not have any confidence at all whatsoever in some of these judges or magistrates.
That
is true, sir. In fact, I like I said in my statement, in some cases you had to be bold enough to tell the clients that you were representing that you will not get justice in this court. because this magistrate does not have a clue what he's doing, or you are going to be sent away. You're going down. It was very unfortunate because of the quality on the bench.
Jamono joju de ba nga de mujjé sax japp sa fit ba mujjé wax sa client bi wan ko ne ko dal code bi do ci am dogal bi la doy ndax ki xamnu mo liggéey wala tamit dal wan ko rek ne ko dal di doon ci mëna am ndam.
Clearly that was a denial of justice, considering that those entrusted with the responsibility to deliver justice did not have a clue.
Lolu nak mom xagn deugal won ci ñi nga xamne ñoo soxla won ñu jappalé len ndaxte ñi nga xamne ñoo waruna dogal atté bobu amuñ dara lo xamne xam nañ ko ci li nga xamne mom lañ doon def.
Would you agree with that?
Di nga and ci lolu.
I agree totally. There was no confidence. Confidence was lost in the judiciary, really. In fact, not only did we not have confidence in some of the judges and the magistrates, you had to be careful as a legal practitioner in how you represented your clients in court.
Nekk na loo xam ne ni day lu am la ndax sa jamono boobu noonu nekku rek sax ne dañ di ñàkk a doyloo li nga xam ne mooy àttekat bi waaye nag yow mi nga xam ne nii yow yaay teewal nit di looyaam sax da nga war a bàyyi sa xel bu baax ci ñi nga xam ne noonu ngay doxalee mbir yooyu.
It is being said, just like you just suggested, the environment was so toxic that not only would you be very mindful of what you say in court, but lawyers were also generally mindful of the cases that they would accept.
Waaw daan nañ wax nag comme yow niñ ko fi feeñalee léegi rek ne ñi nga xam ne ñoo daan jël àtte yi mu di lawyer yi ci seen boppa sax emul rek ci ñàkk xam ni nga xam ne noonu la ñoo defee seen liggéey ca jaarul ci yoon waaye sax dañ daan bàyyi xel yan façon yi case yan façon yi layoo moom la ñoo war a jël.
Yes, sir, that is true. I'm aware of many instances where lawyers turned down cases. Although I did a lot of criminal cases, but I must say that they were referred to me by colleagues who, in confidence, told me that they could not take this case for one reason or another, and amongst the many of the reasons were that they did not want to be in confrontation with the government or with Jami, or that they feared repercussions on relatives who were in the civil service. I did many cases on referrals from colleagues.
Waaw léegi day am na lawyer yu bari yoo xam ne ni daal dañ daan mujjee dàq nag yenn lawyer yoo xam ne ni bëggoon nañ koy jël am na si yoo xam ne ni sax danañ ko daan ebal si man ma jël ko mooy nag lawyer yoo xam ne nii mbiri tefaar la boo xam ne ni jëflante nguur gi la bokk na si nag si dalil yi nga xam ne ni moom lañ daan bañee tefaar lawyer yu case yooyu mooy yu ci bari mooy ne daal mbir mi dafa am lu mu jëflanteeg yaa jàmm wala sax mujjee gi dana wàcc sax ci seen mbokk yi nga xam ne nii ñu ngi liggéey ci nguur gi.
There was so much mistrust between the government and the legal practitioners.
am na ñàkk a woonu ci bu rëy rëy boo xam ne moo doxoon ci diggante nguur gi ak ñi nga xam ne ñoo taxawoon wàllu luwaa bi.
I wouldn't say government, I would say Jammeh, because he was the one who had interest in the prosecution and persecution of these politicians and civil servants and members of the society.
du ma wax nguur gi damay wax Yaya Jammeh ndax moom moo nekkoon ki nga xam ne nii moo ko aajoo woon lu jëm ci politiciens ci les ak tamit buntu ak ñi nga xam ne daal ñoo nekkee ci dëkk bi.
Because in cases in which he had interest, even the lawyers representing or appearing in those cases were called upon by the security forces, the police or the NIA, and questioned about their work.
ndax lawyer yi nga xam ne ni ñoom ñoo daan taxawal parce que nit ñooñu ci tefaar yooyu ñaare police yi leeg NIA wala ñi yëngu ci wàllu kaaraange dañ leen daan oo di leen laaj li nga xam ne mu ngi jëm ci seen wàllu liggéey.
It went that far?
Well, in my statement, I gave you an example of me. I had filed a suit on behalf of Guarantee Trust Bank against the Youth Development Enterprise and Baba Job.
Man ci suma bopp sax joxe woon naa misaal boo xam ne nii bindoon naa benn tawat lu jëm ci diggante Guarantee Trust ak National Youth Enterprise ak Baba Job Enterprises ak Baba Job
and in which the bank sought to enforce a mortgage. Eventually, the bank got judgment and got an order to sell the property at Kotu of Babajo by private treaty in execution of the judgment.
Lead counsel help. Amoon naa ndiktal ci court bi jox ñu doole pour ñu jaay këri Baba Diop boobu nekkoon ci Kotu pour ñu jaay ko nit ñi.
I was invited at the NIA and asked why this property was sold or was being sold. And didn't I know that the property belonged to former President Yaya Jammeh? I responded, I said, if Jammeh owns the property, there's a procedure to follow in law. He can file what you call an interpleader summons, a summons to show that he owns the property. I remember the Director General's response to me was, do you think if this was Togo, you will do this? In Togo, the president has the power to choose whichever property he wants. That was his response to me.
Director General bina jamono bobu li ma waxon rek mo nek ne da nga foyde li bu nekkon Togo dana demé Togo president bi amna doole tan kel gu neex.
And he told me he was going to arrest the judge who made the judgment and order.
Ci la ma wax nak ne dana japp nak judge bi nga xamné ni mo joxe dogal bobu.
I was also summoned over the same issue at the Banjul police station.
Police station.
And interviewed over the same subject matter.
And
like I told you in my statement, amongst the people interviewing me, I realized the presence of a court interpreter.
Was he interpreting for anybody? Or was he doing something else?
I later realized that he was part of the panel questioning me. And I later realized that he was a spy. He worked for the NIA, but he doubled up as a court interpreter in the High Court. That
is very serious.
Very, very serious. The person is now deceased, but I did tell my colleagues, I told him I would tell all the people that you are a spy and that you work for the NIA.
At the end of the day, how did that matter end, the YDE issue, that the land issue, the Baba Diop land?
Honestly, I don't know, but I think the bank did, with the permission of the central bank and the court, bought the property. And I mean, that was the last I heard of the matter.
I'm
aware of other colleagues who were arrested and detained for appearing in cases in which Jammeh had interest in.
Give us examples.
Many,
if you don't mind, if you can remember any on the top of your head.
Well, Badu Conte, I know, was arrested for in a matter like that. Lamin Cisse, Mary Samba, Keba Sanya, and the most famous one was Moses Johnson Richards.
Mr. Chair, perhaps it's a convenient time to take our break. I won't call it a morning break, I'll call it an early afternoon break. we take the break now for 30 minutes and then we issue.
Thank you. We will do that. The Lamin Sisi the witness referred to was not me. Just want to make it clear.
That was a CC with a CE.
Thank you. And no doctor in front of Lamina.
After coffee break, 12:30, we resume. Thank you very much. Meeting's adjourned.
The Gambia may be
Welcome back from the break. Council, if we're ready to continue, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Welcome back, Mr. Tambedu. Before the break, we talked about the general attitude of the Gambia government towards the bar and the frosty relationship between the bar and Jammeh, and also the difficult relationship between members of the legal profession and some members of the bench. Now let's move to the period of your tenure as president of the Gambia Bar Association. What were the most difficult incidents that happened, which in fact show the difficulty of the relationship between the executive or Jammeh, to be more precise, and the bar?
Balan jondem noppale ko je ñu do wax li nga xamne mo nekkon digante Jammeh ak ñi nga xamne ñoo di lawyer yi ak jafe-jafe yi nga xamne mo nekkon digante lawyer yi ak attekat yi legi nak ñu ñew ci yow sa jamono bi nga xamé ne ya nekkon president ci mbotay lawyer yi naka la seen digante lan moy won bunte yi nga xamne mo gënon na jafe seen digante ak ki doon Jammeh.
Allow me first of all to say, I did mention that there was a time when the Gambia Bar Association did not have an office of its own. So we held meetings at the High Court premises, particularly courtroom number 1.
ci njëlbeen dégg nga li nga xam ne ni loolu la fi njëkk na wax lu aju ci tawat boo xam ne nii ba association bi amoon nañ ko mooy manqué boo xam ne nii ñàkkoon nañ ko office suñ jotaay yu bëri dañ ko daan am ci High Court bi rawatina sax ci court number 1.
There was a matter, I cannot remember exactly what, but we scheduled to have a meeting at the courthouse, and I arrived there by 3 p.m. Only to find a few of my colleagues, young colleagues.
Amna benn jamono sax day mus nañoo war a wax ne dañ war a am jotaay ma ñëw fa nag tombe ak si boori ñetti waxtu si bëccëg. We were
scheduled to have a discussion about a protest or boycott that the bar had was going to take.
Ñu fa doon wara waxtaane nak lu aju ci benn ñaxtu boo xam ne ni nag baa bi waroon na koo def.
Well, so as soon as I arrived, I saw men, plainclothes men around the courthouse, and I recognized 1 or 2 of them as belonging or working for the NIA.
Bi ma ñëwee rek ci laa gis ay nit ñoo xam ne nii solu ñoon uniforme waaye nag am na ci ñaar ñoo xam ne nii jot naa leen a xàmme ni daal ñu doon liggéey ci NIA bi.
Then my colleague Lamin Jobate
booba nag suma benn nawle Lamin Jobate
came by me and whispered in my ear and said, do not have this meeting. If you have this meeting, you are all going to be arrested.
Lamin Jobate na ci la ñëw yeetal ma ci suma nopp ne ma buñ fi def meeting bii de buñ fi defee meeting bii rek ñëpp dañ ñu jàpp.
I informed the few that were there and we discussed the matter and decided the best course of action was to disperse.
Ci la ko yëgal nag ñeneen ñi ñu jël nag benn dogal ni daal li gën ci ñun rek mooy ñu tasaaroo.
Like I said, when I became president of the bar, these were very, very difficult times for the bar.
Wax naa la rek jamono bi nga xam ne nekk na président yi bar bi jamono boobu nag jamono jafe-jafe bu métti la woon ci bar bi.
During my tenure, early, first of all, I received a threat by SMS on my telephone.
Bi nga xamee ni moom laa njëkk bi ma njëkkee jël nag place boobu noonu di président yi mbootaay looyaay daldi naa daan jot ay bataaxel yoo xam ne ñu ngi ko bind ci lettre yi mobile yi di ma tikku.
I was threatened with my wife that our lives were in danger if we did not stop continuing to support the Commonwealth judges, the judges from the Commonwealth.
Jamono boobu nag ci laa daan jot ay tikku man ak suma soxna ne daal suñ bakkanang ci xobi sam bu fekkee ne bàyyi ñu di nekk di dimbale looyaay yi nga xam ne looyaay Commonwealth judge.
Why your wife?
Sa jabar moom lu tax?
What had she got to do with it?
Moom lu mu ci doon?
My wife Nahla was working for the DFID, Department for International Development, at the British High Commission.
Suma soxna nag jamono boobu moom mu ngi liggéey ci British High Commission seen bànqaas bi nga xam ne nii mooy DFID.
And the judges who came to attend the Supreme Court sessions of the Gambia and Commonwealth judges were paid, I believe, by the Commonwealth through her office.
Judge yi nga xam ne ni nag ñoom ñoo daan ñëw ci code yi di judge yi Commonwealth yi seen pay mu ngi daan tukkee ci buntu liggéeykaay office am boobu.
She was the one who arranged their travels, their allowances, their salaries here in the Gambia, and she was in constant liaison with the Chief Justice and the judiciary about these judges.
Moom nag liggéeyam jamono boobu moom daal moo daan saytu seen wàlli tukki bile ak seen fay weer ak ndampaay yi nga xam ne moom lañ cey teg di alawansi daal moom jamono boobu moo daan dox diggante ñoom ak Chief Justice bi jamono boobu.
This is why the threat was also leveled against her.
Loolu moo tax tikku yooyu tamit ñu daldi woon ko ko tegi tamit.
I mean, we have received testimony suggesting that Commonwealth judges were less compliant to the wishes of the government because they had a stronger tenure compared to the Nigerian judges who were on technical assistance. That does not also have something to do with it in view of the fact that the Commonwealth judges were more independent.
Am nañ fi seede yoo xam ne wax nañ ne ñi nga xam ne ñooy àttekat yi Commonwealth judges yi ñoom dafa mel ni ñoom daal ñoo génnoon a taxawaay bu dëgër ute ak ñi nga xam ne ñooy àttekat yi nga xam ne ñoo bàyyeekoon Nigeria dafa mel ni Commonwealth judge yu àttekat yooyu ñoom ñu ngi doon def seeni àtte seen wàllu coobare ak ñi nga xam ne nañ ko war a defee.
That is very true. These judges, Commonwealth judges, were very independent.
Waaw loolu dëgg la. Commonwealth judge yi ñoom ñu daan dox ci seen sago lañu.
And they professed their tenureship as judges of the courts here with impeccable character and dignity.
Te tamit nag dañ daan doxale seen mbiri liggéey ci ne daal nekk nañ ay judge yoo xam ne nii dañ am seen cër boo xam ne ni moom lañ daan doxal.
They gave judgments and rulings independent of whether the state was a party or had an interest in a particular matter.
Dañ dogal seen atte ci ni nga xam ne noonu la ware moo xam ndax réew mi wala nguur gi am nañ ci aajo wala.
Now this independence did not go down well with Chief Justice Ajim.
Bu ko defee nag seen sago googu nga xam ne moom lañ daan doxe nekkutaan loo xam ne daal neexoon na Chief Justice Ajim.
He pioneered He led a campaign so that these Commonwealth judges would be stopped from coming here or from manning the Supreme Court. And he said we had judges locally and from Nigeria who could come and sit as judges here. We did not need the Commonwealth to help anymore.
Moo jiite woon campagne bi nga xam ne nii ñu ngi daan dingat judge yi Commonwealth yi nga xam ne nii di wax sax ne daal am nañ judge yoo xam ne ñu ngi ci réew mi ak yoo xam ne ñu ngi jóge ko Nigeria. Kon nag aajowuñ judge Commonwealth yi.
You wanted to purge Commonwealth judges.
Dañ bëggoon a noot ñi nga xam ne ñoo di àttekat yi Commonwealth.
Purge jëlax leen génnee leen fi.
Yes, he wanted to, and he did. He succeeded, because eventually all these judges left with great regret. And I know of a particular judge who used to sit in the Supreme Court from Ghana, who had expressed his wish even before he was told that he would not be called again to come and sit as a Supreme Court judge, that he no longer wished to be considered, to be invited to come here and sit as a judge here.
Sottalon na itamen inam de ci jamono bobu nonu.
But these judges stood their grounds, the Commonwealth judges.
Why nak ni Commonwealth judge ñom nak dañ taxawon sen taxaway rek de.
It is being mentioned in legal circles that Chief Justice Ajim ruled the judiciary like his personal fiefdom and had certain judges and magistrates who were working in a cabal pretty much with him. Is there any credence to such allegation?
Yëg nañu tamit ne ki nga xam ne mooy Chief Justice Ajim moom ni mu daan defee daal dafa mel ni ko amoon doole la woon taxoon na sax ba am na ay lawyer yoo xam ne xëccoon na leen ci ronam ba nga xam ne niñ bëggoon mu defee rek ñoom noonu lañ daan defee ndax loolu amoon na.
This is very, very true, and I have personal experience with that.
Lii dëgg la tax man ci suma bopp sax de am na loo xam ne nii jëf na ko ci man.
Like I said earlier, every year we had the legal year celebrations, and I believe I presided over the 2010-2011 opening of the legal year.
Comme dañ ko baaxoo di def ne at mu jot dañ dee am bés bi nga xam ne nii moom lañ beral loxo buntu atte bi te am na yoo xam ne nii 2010 ak 2011 yëpp maa ko jiite woon.
But I think in 2011-2012 we did not have the traditional legal year ceremony.
Te tamit ci 2011 ak 2012 amuñ woon nag xew-xew bi nga xam ne nii dañ ko aadoo di def.
Chief Justice Ajim organized a program held at the Kairaba Beach Hotel. I cannot remember the theme, in which he called it the judiciary.
Chief Justice Ajim nag moom dal di woon na oote benn xew-xew ci benn hotel te tamit nag li nga xam ne moo nekkoon liñ ci doon jàng mu jëm ci wàlli bunti judiciary bi.
And the lawyers, the GBA, were invited only as guests. But the speakers were from the judiciary, the executive, the Minister of Justice, and other speakers. But the bar was just invitees.
Mbootaay lawyer yi ñoom dañ leen fa fekkoon rek pour ñu nekk ñoo xam ne nii ay gan lañ fa rek toog waaye nag ñi nga xam ne ñoom lañ cëraloon pour ñu joxe ay kàddu ñu jóge ko ci justice bi ak ci judiciary bi.
Would you say they were just invited or they were sidelined guests?
Li nga wax ne ndax dañ leen ooyoon pour ñu ñëw teewee si ndaje wala dañ leen beroon rek tegee leen boor.
I agree with you. We were sideline guests because having regard to the importance of the GBA in the legal sector, we ought to have been given our due place.
Waaw daal noonu rek gan ñu tegee boor la woon rek ndax soo gisee njëriñi GBA bi ci jamono boobu noonu waroon nañ ñoo jox nag li nga xam ne moom lañ yelloo ci jotaay boobu.
What was the nature of the speeches that were made during that event?
Kàddu yi nga xam ne nag moom lañ fa doon gaaral bu jamono jooju xewee lan la ëmboon.
Well, the speeches of the Minister of Justice and the Chief Justice were, I mean, anything but nice to the bar. They just castigated the bar, in particular the Chief Justice. He made statements to the effect that the bar was against the executive, the bar was trying to drive a wedge between the executive and the judiciary. He kept on with the bar, so much so that as president of the bar, I exchanged messages with some members who were present, and we decided to get up in protest and walk out of the program.
Liñ fa doon wax rek mooy wax yoo xam ne daal wax yu naqari la di wax ne mbootaay looyaa yi dañ nekk di diingat bu nguur gi ak itamit daal yoo xam ne daal wax yoo xam ne neexut si jamono boobu sax demoon nañ ba ñu waxtaan ñun ak ñeneen ñi nga xam ne ñoo fa nekkoon ne dañ war a def ab ñaxtu rek génn gedd jotaay bi.
In a sense, Mr. Tambiri, what you're saying is the judiciary being the third arm of government, being the last hope of the people for the security of for securing their rights, basically went to bed with the executive and attacked the bar.
Won dafa melni ñi nga xamne ñoo judiciary moy bunti atté gi nga xamne ñoo ñetteli banxaas nga xamne ñoo taxaw ci nguur gi ñoom dafa melni dañ faroon ci wàllu nguur gi ba tax li doon seen taxawaay pour ñu mëna dimbale nit ñi ñu mëna am dëgg gi nga xamne moom lañ soxla duñ ko daa mëna doxalee niñ ko war a doxalee.
Yes, there was no independence of the judiciary. It had been eroded.
waaw ndax judiciary bi day doxu ñoon ci seen sago dañ ko nangu woon.
And to buttress your point about Chief Justice and his cabal of judges, there is this magistrate called Kayode.
Please go ahead, yes.
As president of the bar, he came to me on a Saturday and he confided in me that he needed my help and advice.
Comme deugal sa wax rek amon nañ ben magistrat bu ñu xamé Kayode comme nak gis na né ma nek njiti mbotay lawyer yi ñew na ci man ben jëmmatu pour wone ma rek né dal dafa bëggon suma ndimbal.
He told me that the Chief Justice Ajim was very angry and upset with him because there was a meeting on the previous Friday of the Chief Justice and other Nigerian judges and magistrates at the Chief Justice residence.
Mu dal Chief Justice Ajim meron na ci mom lol ndax amon na ben jotay bo xamne ni amon na niki kérok aljuma ci ñom ñi nga xamne ni ñoy justice yi jóge ko Nigeria ci këram.
His offense was he did not take along a drink, a gift to the Chief Justice.
Li nga xamne dal mo nekkon lim ko méré mo nekk dal nando ndoruton ak mom Chief Justice ci lo xamne dañ ko ko mayon.
He told me, and I asked him, what did he want me to do about that?
Ci la ko la lan nga bëgg ma def ci lolu.
He told me he was just telling me because he didn't know what to do. He was
xamul lu moy def.
But he was no longer in the good books of the Chief Justice because he did not take a drink as a gift to a meeting they were supposed to have at the houses or at the residence of the Chief Justice.
Mune dal tax jamono bobu dal neexawuta mom gis nekkut ci bugam yu yewen yi nga xamne ni feñ na fa ndax dafa bañona jël rek nan go xamne ni daf ko joxon mayon ci jotay buñ amon ci kiram.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Tambedu. It seems to me that there was the expectation of patronage between, or the expectation of entreaties or bribes, if you may call it that way, or gifts or presents from Nigerian judges or magistrates to the Chief Justice. And non-compliance would be met with discontent and so forth. Is that what we are to learn from this?
Li dal ndax liñ ci wara jàngé rek moy dafa melni li nga xamné mom lañ doon sentu ci Nigerian yoy wara jëm ci Chief Justice bi moy manam mën nañ ko waxé rek ay dukku ak yu neexal yo xamné dañ doon sentu né mo warona bayé ko ci ñoom.
Well, if you go by Kayode's story to me, this is in effect what happened. He had a control over them and they had to appease him.
Waaw bu fekkee ne seetlu nga rek li nga xam ne nii mooy li Kayode nettali dafa mel ni rek dafa nekkoon koo xam ne nii dafa waroon a saytu wër leen yëpp ba pare tamit saa bu nekk rek dañ ko war a neexal.
How would you rate Mr. Justice Ajim's tenure as Chief Justice in the history of the management of the judiciary in this country? From your experiences, of course.
So wale ham fan nga mëna natta jamono ji nga xamné aji mu fi nekkon Chief Justice fi ci biir réew mi ci anam yi nga xamné non lañ da wara doxalé atté gi fi ci réew mi.
Of course, in terms of judicial corruption or compliance to wishes of the executive.
Lu aju sax ci jubadi gi nga xamné mo nekkon ci walé atté gi wala and ak li nga xamné mom la kilifa ya jité won réew mi soxla won jamono bobu.
Honestly, Chief Justice Ajib was a very brilliant lawyer and judge when he was a prosecutor and when he sat on the bench. His judgments really are impeccable.
Mom Chief Justice Ajib nak nekkon na ni ko xamne ni ko xarañ la won ci ligéyam bu moy ci jamono bo xamne ni ci wali dogal ak jamono bi nga xamne ni mu ngi ci mbotay lawyer yi.
But he enjoyed the Gambia so much, the honor, the dignity, the fanfare, that he did not want to go back.
Waaye nag dafa bànneexoon ci teranga ci mbégte ak itamit puugar goo xam ne nii feeñoon na ci jamonoom ba tax na daal bëggutoon a dellu.
He came here as a DPP, Director of Public Prosecutions.
Dafa ñëw fii ni ci maqaamam DPP.
By the time he was going back home, he was Chief Justice.
Time bi muy ñibbi nag moo nekkoon Chief Justice bi.
In fact, this is why I think he lobbied he returned home and he came back more powerful. So his management of the judiciary, he needed to be in total control. And to do that, he needed to show the government and the executive that he was with them.
He sold his soul to maintain his stool.
But nak dafa jaay li nga xamne modi ormam ngir mëna saxal rek lepp lo xamne modi taxawayam fi
ak togom.
Well, I know he was at war with the bar. He held us in contempt.
Well, xamna dal daf daan am fewolo ak digantem ak bar bi.
Because we had asked him to resign.
Ndax ñun mos nañ ko sakku ci mom sax pour mu delo ligéyam.
And we wrote to the president and the Minister of Justice asking them to remove him from office.
Bindon nañ sax suñ tawat mu ag ci président bi ak ministre bi saytu walé loi ak atté ci réew mi pour nak ñu dal di ko génné ci place am.
And he took the fight to us.
Bu ko fé nak mu jël na xex bi ak ñun.
At the time, I did warn some of my colleagues. I told them, I said, this man is Chief Justice, and the president does not like lawyers very much. If we start a fight, we are likely to lose this fight.
Ci la daan wax nak sumay nawlé di leen wax né ki Chief Justice la té président bi momi tamen neexowut ak ñun lawyer yi té bu féké né dékku nañ xex bi bu yagge danañ ñu gagné dé.
And this is what happened. This is why the case of Moses Richards is a very, very important matter.
Li motax nak lu jëm ci mbiri Moses Richards nekkon lo xamné lu am solo la won.
In due course, we will come to the Moses Richards issue. But Justice Agim was not just working alone. What was his relationship with the Attorney General's chambers?
Dinañ ñëw ci mbiri Moses Richards waaye nag Justice Agim mi liggéey bi mu doon def ko woon moom kenn de lan mooy woon jokkooyam digganteem ak.
From my own knowledge, from what I know he worked in tandem, hand in glove, with the Minister of Justice at the time, the Solicitor General. They had a very good relationship.
Naida jokko bu rafet bu wër la amone digantem ak ministre bi saytu won wali loi ak atté ci réew mi ak Solicitor General bi.
And their intent was to control the bar and control the judiciary.
Té seen ene nak mo nekkon tek loxo buntu liggéey kay mbotay lawyer ak buntu bi saytu wali loi ak atté.
Which Solicitor General are you referring to and which Attorney General? I don't want to put you on the spot, of course. If you're comfortable stating, go ahead. If not, we can just move on. We know the dates in which Justice Agim was Chief Justice.
I can write the names for you. I can provide them. I don't want to.
Please go ahead. You are provided with a protected information sheet. Number them and state the names as well as the positions they occupy.
Council nak daf ko laaj turi ñu nga xamné mom la tuddu di ministre bi jamono bobu ak Solicitor General bi way nak ci karangé bo xamné ni dal dinañ ko jox muy orma muy daf koy bind ci tour ci kayit bu ko fé rek dal di ko jox council bi.
Mr. Tambedu, would you say that this relationship you talk about, would you say that this was a very normal relationship in a country where you have real independence of the judiciary? Would you say that this relationship was normal?
Joko bi nga wax ni ndax di nga mëna wax ne joko la bo xamne bu jaadu la ci réew mo xamne seen wali atté bi ñu ko wara doxal ci seen ciobare bopp.
I raised this issue in view of the allegation raised by Gambia government against Judge Izuaku, whose contract was terminated. One of the grounds that were raised by the government was that she had some close relationship with members of the bar.
So gisee ma wax ko nag lu aju ci mbiri ku ñoo wax George Asuweku moom liggéeyam fii dañ ko dakkaloon ndaxte ñu ne dafa amoon jokkoo bu ratax boo xam ne amoon na ko ak ñi nga xam ne ñooy mbootaay at looyee.
In a functioning democracy, the separation of powers must be very distinct and prominent. The judiciary cannot be in bed with the executive.
ci ni nga xamé non lañuy sédalé lu jëm ci wali taxaway nguur ci réew mo xamné réewam démocratie la buntu liggé kay atté kay ak buntu bi nga xamné ni ñoy jité rek buntu liggé nguur yi nekku ñoo xamné dañ wara faslanté.
Thank you very much.
Let me continue with Justice Iswako. I can tell you that one of the best judges who has ever sat on the benches in this jurisdiction is Justice Iswako.
naa la mën a wax nag ne Justice Iswako moomu moo nekkoon kenn ci ñi nga xam ne ni ñu yëwén lañ woon ci seen toogaay ci mbuntu àttekaay bi.
He gave judgments and made decisions and orders based on the facts and on the law, and we all miss her here.
nekkoon na nag soxna soo xam ne nii na mën nañ ko lool ndek moom ni mu daan dogalee mooy atteem daf ko daan teg ci yoon ak ci li nga xam ne noonu la ko loi sàkkoo.
And I'm also aware that she did some philanthropy here. She was a philanthropist. She helped some court staff further their education abroad. She gave scholarship to court registrars and court interpreters to go to England and paid for them to study, and they are back here practicing as magistrates. I know that.
nekkoon na koo xam ne tamit ci li ma xam nekk na ku daan dimbale nit ñi ay lappatookat yi léegi ñi nga xam ne ñooy dëkk layoo yi di ko bind mu leen a fayal seen njàng Angleterre ba mu jéggi bu ñëwee fii nekk magistrate.
I'm not aware that she had any special relationship with any member of the bar.
waaye nag yëguma nag benn jokkoo boo xam ne nii jokkoo benn la ci ñi nga xam ne ni ñooy liggéey ci mbootaayu looyaay.
Issue like other Commonwealth judges is like they will not take instructions as to how to go about delivering their judgments or orders.
comme rek ni yeneen looyaay yi nga xam ne ni Commonwealth judge lañ duy xaar kenn pour mu digal ko li nga xam ne loolu la war a dogal.
Thank you very much for that. We will come back to her case and look at the circumstances that led to her removal, or rather to just try to show the executive attack on members of the judiciary who are not compliant with the wishes of the executive. But in the meantime, you mentioned Justice Moses Richards' case. This was at the early days of your tenure as president of the Gambia Bar Association. Can you tell us about that case?
dinañ ñëw nag ci mbiram ci kanam tuuti lana sabab be tax ñu génne ko ci liggéey bi waaye nag wax nga fi mbiri Moses Richard ndax duñu mën a wax mbiram naka la tëree.
Yes, Moses Johnson Richards, a former High Court judge, wrote a letter to the sheriff on behalf of clients following instructions.
Moses Richard nag dafa bindoon benn lettre ci sheriff bi si turi benn clientam di topp ak ndigal.
And I understand from, well, the fact is that the sheriff replied to him and took note of his content of his letter.
Bu ko defee nag sheriff bi nag tontu woon nañ ko bàyyi xelit li nga xam ne nii moo nekk li lettaram boobu ëmboon.
But 9 days after the sheriff's reply, the sheriff wrote another letter castigating Moses Richards, telling him that he is trying to bring the government and the executive into dispute. He's trying to draw a wedge between the judiciary and the government.
Juróom-ñeenti fan gannaaw buñ ko tontoo noonu rek bindaat nañ ko beneen leetar di ko xas di ko wax ne ko daal dafa bugg a dugg diggante nguur gi ñi jiite nguur gi buntu boobu ak buntu attekaay bi ak tamit daal dafa bugg a lëndëmal diggante si attekaay.
And that letter was copied to the office of the president, to the police, to the NIA. A lot of people were copied in that letter, and the belief at the time when you look at the letter is that that letter did not come from the sheriff. It was dictated by Chief Justice Ajim.
Letter boobu nag daal de woon nañu ko sottandeku yónnee ko président bi police yi NIA yónnee ko daal ay nit ñu bari te it letter bi sax boo ko bàyyee xel rek da nga xam ne lii nekkul loo xam ne dafa tukkee si série bi wala boog sax day Chief Justice Ajim moo leen digal li nga xam ne noonu la ñuy bindee letter boobu.
So Richards replied to this letter reiterating the fact that he was acting on instructions and there was nothing personal in what he was doing.
Moses Richard nag ci la dal di tontuwaat letter boobu di wane ne daal moom ci ndigal la doon dox te tamit amul dara loo xam ne ni letter bi jëf na ko moom si boppam jëmmi boppam.
As a lawyer, would you agree that this is what lawyers would normally do? They act on instructions of clients, and what they say oftentimes is what the clients told them as what obtained.
ndax di nga ànd nag ne nii la di faral di doxee lawyer yi dañoo jëfee kàddu yi nga xam ne seen client yi ñoo leen ko digal.
The basic tenet of this legal profession is that we are only a mouthpiece for our clients. Everything that a lawyer writes or does, he does so on the instructions of the client all over the world.
ñun de nekkoon na ñoo xam ne nii rek ñoo daan leyal kii nga xam ne mooy client bi mboolem loo xam ne nii nag client bi dal dina ko wax dal di ñu ko waa loolu la ñuy dox.
So in view of that important principle, how did lawyers feel when Moses Richards was being castigated for acting in accordance with the instructions of his client?
waaw ci bunta ndigal lu am solo loolu nga xam ne nag Moses Richard moomu ci loolu la sukkandiku lan la looy yëg nag ne ci mbiri Moses Richard moom nga xam ne moom tam mu ngi doon doxal liggéeyam ci wàllu ndigali kiliyaanam.
Following his instructions, Moses Richards was arrested, was detained, arrested, charged, and taken to court.
Ndigal yooyu nag Moses Richards ci lañ ko dal di jàpp teg ko benn place teg ko ay tuuma yóbbu ko court.
The entire Bar Association took this as an attack on us.
ñun nag ñi nga xam ne ñooy mbootaay looyaay gi ñun ñëpp ñu gis ne daal lii ab song la rek bu jëm si ñun.
This was the foundation of our profession. We only act on instructions of client, and if we could be picked up, arrested, detained, charged, just because we acted on client's instructions, we were doomed.
lii nag moo nekkoon li nga xam ne nii nag mooy suñ jël benn liggéey de ndax mooy jël ndigal ci suñ client yi.
So it was not just only an attack on Moses Richards, it was an attack on the basis on which you work as a legal profession.
Bon dafa mel ni lii du conga koo xam ne dañ ko jël dalale ko ci kaw Moses Richards waaye nag songal la boo xam ne teg nañ ko ci kaw bunta yi nga xam ne ci ngeen sukkandiku ci seen wàllu liggéey.
It was an attack on the basis of our existence.
lii nag day congolo woon boo xam ne nii dañ ko tegoon rek ci suñ kaw ci suñ nekkin.
And we resolved that this is a fight we were not going to let go easily. We were going to fight to protect our profession.
moom ko defee nag ñu fas ne nag gis ni daal lii nekk ko teex boo xam ne dañ koy maslaa rek je bàyyi ko noonu.
What did you do?
lan ngeen def.
Well, first of all, we wrote to the Chief Justice, we wrote to the President, we met the Solicitor General. We protested, we made a press release, we condemned his action, and we made a demand that Moses Richards be released unconditionally forthwith.
liñ def nag mooy dal dinañu bind ci président bi dal di bind itamit Chief Justice toog ak Solicitor General bind itamit bataaxel bu dem ci buntu teseekaay xibaar yi di sàkku itamit ci suñ ab ñaxtu ne daal Moses Richards nañ ko bàyyi te duñ ko teg nag ci benn sarta ñu bàyyi ko ci nu mu gën a gaawee.
And this is when we met the Chief Justice and we asked him to resign.
mooy jamono biñ seqee jotaay Chief Justice bi te sàkku si moom nee na bàyyi liggéey bi.
We went to the Solicitor General and we went to see the Minister of Justice, but he was not there, so we went to see the Solicitor General.
dem si Solicitor General bi di Pa Hari Jammeh gannaaw boo xamee ni bëggoon nañoo dem ci ministre bi ki saytu wàllu loi waaye fekkuñu woon ko fi.
We told him that we wanted the unconditional release of Moses Richards and that for all charges against him to be dropped.
mooy nag nañ ñu doon sàkku rek ne Moses Richards nañ ko bàyyi ci saasi te buñ ko teg nag ci benn sarta te itamit nag mboolem tuuma boo xam ne nii teg nañ ko nañ ko faxas.
We also resolved by resolution of the bar to boycott the court.
ci la ñu taxaw nag ci ina goo xam ne nii mooy gal di gedd nag court yi.
And what was the outcome of the Moses Richards case?
Moses Richards moomu nag lan moo ci faaxee ko.
Eventually he was tried, convicted, and sent to prison.
gannaaw loolu atte nañ ko dal di ko te daan ci loi dal di ko yóbbu ci kaso bi.
We continued our protest and we agreed as a bar to meet at the courthouse in order, not to appear in court, but to don our robes and then be in the court vicinity to show that we were not going to attend court.
liñ def nag mooy nekk gannaaw loolu daldi woon nañu jox te daldi war a dajee ci bunti court bi nekkoon ne sax ne de buñ dem ci court bi de waaye ñu teew ci court bi ba ñuy gis waaye nag ñu bañ a dal di bokk ci benn àtte.
But the issue of Moses Richards sent fear amongst the practitioners.
waaye nag mbiri Moses Richards tiitaloon na nag ñenn ñi nga xam ne nii mooy ñi yëngu ci wàlli lawyer nii.
So in the meeting I said we would go to the courthouse only if every member present who took part in the resolution to boycott were to appear in court.
liñ def nag mooy ne ma ne leen daal nañ gedd bañ gis ne daal mboolem koo xam ne nii bokkoon na ci xalaat bii nga xam ne moom lañ jëloon pour gedd court daal dina teew.
And I said that if one person was missing,
ci laa wax ne bu fekkee kenn manqué na ci
no longer go, we will not continue with the boycott.
kon dootuñ continuer ak gedd gi.
Because I sensed the fear in some members.
ndax jamono boobu kañtu naa nekk ne am na ci ñenn ñoo xam ne nii daal ñu ngi ragal.
Early in the morning of the day scheduled for the boycott, I got a call from a colleague who told me that his uncle had just passed away. He will not be able to attend the boycott. He will not come to the courthouse.
téléphone
5 minutes later, I got another call from another colleague who claimed she had a stomach upset and she will not be able to come to the boycott.
call ci morom suma morom mu ne biram bi doy war du teew ci court bi.
I called off the boycott and I called members to say that it was no longer on.
ci la dog nak gedd gogu ci la téléphone len ne mbir mi noonu tud mënatee continuer.
But this was caused by fear.
That
if Moses Richards, one of us could be picked up for merely carrying out clients' instructions, what was to stop anybody else from being picked up?
ndax Moses Richards ndigam mën nañ koo jàpp rek ci di dox nag ci ndigal boo xam ne muy tukkee ci clientam kon lan mooy tere ñun nag ñu mën na jàpp ci beneen anam.
We resolved to do another protest.
ci lañ yéene nag pour defaat beneen ñaxtu.
We asked for permit from the Inspector General of Police to march from the courthouse to Makati Square, come back, but we were denied the permit.
ci lañ sàkku na ndigal permit boo xam ne ci police bi pour nañu maajee ci courthouse bi dem ba baye bu mag bi nekkee ci Banjul dal di départ waaye nag nanguwuñ ñoo jox permit boobu.
On what grounds? On what grounds were the permit denied?
ci lan lañ sukkandiku nag pour tere leen permit boobu.
They said safety, security and safety concerns for the public. But we still agreed to come and meet at the courthouse, not to appear before the courts. On the day of the scheduled boycott, I drove into Banjul early in the morning. At the arch, I saw PIU personnel in riot gear, helmets, shields, batons, masks, tear gas.
ci arch bi nag bu ma fay agsi rek ci laa gis paramilitaires yi ñu ngi solen goo xam ne ni daal solen gu ñàng la ñu ngi sol helmet ak tamit ay tear gas ak leneen daal ñu ngi ko amee.
Show of power, ready to intimidate.
Indeed, they were lined up from the arch to the courthouse and along Marina Parade.
Wow, ñu ngi line ci courthouse bi jëm yooni Marina Parade bi.
I did not ask, I just started calling members to say, please do not show up.
ci la teewuma nag dara lu xew de waaye nag ci la commencé di téléphone ñi nga xam ne ñoo bokk ci mbootaay googu di leen wax ne daal buñ ñëw.
But protest was also called off.
ci ñaxtu boobu tamit noonu lañ ko téye.
Jammeh used power.
Jammeh dooleem la doon jëfoo.
To intimidate.
pour merloo.
And to deter the bar from carrying out its activities.
ak pour tere ñi nga xam ne ñooy looyee pour ñu doxal li nga xam ne moo di seen liggéey.
Yes, he did, but we were also resolute. We decided to boycott, I believe it was Alakbe, the magistrate who convicted him, to boycott his court.
Waaw waaye ñu ni tamit nag mujjee gi amoon nañ am mbañal goo xam ne ni defoon nañ ko pour wane suñu mer mooy gedd nag magistrate bi nga xam ne nii moo dogaloon atteem di alagbe ñu gedd daal kootam.
It was a standoff, but we realized that we were losing the battle really.
Gedd la woon nag waaye mujjee gi yëg nañ sax ne ñu daal jamono boobu ñu ñoo gagné ci xeex boobu.
Because members started to lose interest. They will not come to meetings. And some members would even call me, confide in me and say, Mr. Tambadou, I am very young, I have a young family. Please excuse my attendance.
Bu ko defee rek mujjee gi sax looyaa yi di ñàkk aajo ci mbir moomu ñenn ñi duñu bugg di ñëw teew ñenn ñi sax danañ mayee kool di ma ne Mr. Tambadou man ndaw laa de te dama am njaboot bu ndaw de daal jéggal ñu.
And in the end, your protest fizzled. It fizzled out.
Yes, it did kind of, but we were really determined to fight. This is why then I started to write letters again to the president. I wrote to him three times.
Waaw noonu rek waaye nag mujjee gi tamit noppale kuñ ci rek la mujjee gi ci laa jël rek di bind ay lettre ñaar di dem ci muy dem ci président bi ñaar bi ñetti yoon.
To try to see him.
Pour fexe pour gis ko.
You did not succeed.
They were all unanswered.
Yooyu yëpp lettre yu amul benn tontu bu ma cee jot nag.
So in the end, did Moses Richards serve out his term or something happened?
Moses Richard nga xamne mom lañ ko tëjoon te dana ko yépp wala dafa am leneen lu xew.
No, he did not serve the full term. I believe he was pardoned after what is alleged to be a letter from Mr. Richards addressed to Jammeh asking for clemency. Of course, Mr. Richards denied that he wrote that letter.
Mujjee gi sax mujjee wu tëdd appa bi yëpp ci kaso gi de mujjee gi jéggal nañ ko ci kaw loo xam ne nii sos nañ ne Moses Richard moom dafa bindoon leetar mu dem ci président bi di ko jaan jéggal ak yërmandeem waaye nag Moses Richard bi dina ne moom bind na leetar boobu de.
Does that smack of disguise of executive capitulation?
Ndax loolu wane na laxatu boo xam ne ñi nga xam ne ñooy kilifa yi jiite réew mi ñu ci laxatu woon.
Ndax loolu dafa wone ne executive bi daal daanu nañ rek waaye ñu nëbba ko rek jang-jangee ko mel ni Moses Richards moo binda ñaan fekk executive bi xamut nu matu nu moo def dafa am pour mujjee koo bàyyi.
Well, that may be one interpretation of what happened, but what this did was it made the lawyers lose face, lose dignity, respect amongst the security officers, because hitherto when I started practice there was a lot of respect for lawyers, even with the police, but during this time to call lawyers to come to the police, sit down, give account of a case you were doing became the norm of the day.
Well, mujjee nekk na nag mbir moo xam ne ni sax di soofloo na mbiri lawyer de ndax mujjee gi daal cër beeg teranga beeg yooyu yëpp daal ñàkkoon nañu ko ci kanam policier ak yeneen ndax toog sax léegi daf daan nekk loo xam ne lu daan faral di am la sax ñu oo la police ci case boo xam ne nii yaa ko taxaw woon.
This is what made it easy for another colleague, Lamin Cambridge, to be arrested, charged and tried.
Li moo tax sax beneen lawyer ku ñu xamee Lamin Cambridge mu yomb lool ci ñu ko jàppee woon bi teg ko tuuma daal di ko àtte.
Even though he was for a different reason, but it was very easy to go after lawyers.
Naam sax de moom si beneen dalil lañ ko téye woon noonu de waaye nag dafa yomboon lool pour daal di nekk di rëbb ay lawyer.
In fact, the arrests of lawyers was not limited to these people. Others also fell victim of this wanton arrests that were going on during that period.
Yes, this continued, and unfortunately, a very senior lawyer, Mrs. Bensouda, was also arrested and detained for 3 days.
Wow, leader continue na tax amna ben kilifa ak lawyer gu ñu xamé Mrs. Bensouda mom sax mu jégi japp nañ ko téye ko ben place dem ci ñetti fan.
Over a consultancy I think she had with either the World Bank or IMF, I'm not sure.
ci liggéey boo xam ne nii amoon na ko ak World Bank wala IMF waaw xaw ma.
To collate information, gather statistics of cases from the High Court.
mooy nag pour dajale li nga xam ne nii mooy limi atte yi ci High Court bi.
Others were arrested as well, others that I cannot now remember.
am na ñeneen ñoo xam ne jàpp nañ leen ñoo xam ne sax mënu ma leen a fàttaliku.
We've received information that some other individual, what's his name again? Just a moment. Sid Matijau was also arrested for collating information for Gallup. Gallup is also another research institution that does polls, and he was prosecuted for collating information. And the magistrate acquitted him of the charges, and the magistrate was arrested and detained for his release. Are you aware of that incident?
ci loolu rek benn nit yi tamit bokkoon nañ ci ku ñoo wax Seet Mati Jaw moom it jàppoon nañ ko nit dafa joxe woon xibaar lu aju ci mbootaay bi ñoo wax Gallup ba taxoon na ba attekat ba daal dañ ko bàyyi ne yoon daanut ko waaye nag attekat boobu amoon na leneen loo xam ne waat tegu naa ko waat ci kawam ngir atte boobu mu defoon yëgoon nga loolu.
I don't know the exact details of Seet Mati's case because I know Seet Mati personally, but I'm aware that he also was collecting information, gathering statistics, and on that basis he was arrested, prosecuted. The magistrate, who I cannot remember, also faced consequences after he released him.
xam nga nag mbiri Seet Mati bu baax waaye xam naa Seet Mati si boppam tey yëg naa it mu ngi doon daje ay bataaxel lu aju ci wàllu lim yeeg yooyu tey ñu jàppoon ko tey tamit xam naa ni tamit ne magistrat bi koo xam ne fàttale tooguma ko moom it daal di woon nañu ko jàpp ci gannaaw loolu.
You've also previously mentioned that lawyer Mary Samba, lawyer Badu Conte, and other lawyers were also arrested at different times and detained.
lim nga fii tamit lawyer yu mel ni lawyer Mary Samba, lawyer Badu Conte amoon na jamono boo xam ne jàppoon nañ leen taaj leen benn béréb.
Yes, some of these arrests did not necessarily occur at the time that I was president, but I mentioned them to show the ease with which lawyers could be picked up, which did not happen before. So many lawyers were arrested only because, I know in the case of Lamin Sise, with the CESAY, not, yes, represented, with Badu Conte, represented a client who bought a property somewhere in Kombo North, over which the president, Jammeh, was interested in. He wanted to buy this property. The property was sold to another person who was represented by Cisse and Conte. They were picked up for that. They were detained for that.
maa ngi fàttale ko itamit ku mel ni ki Conte ak Cisse moo xam ne nii ñoom dañ taxawaloon benn waay boo xam ne nii gañoon na sax ci jënd ak kër goo xam ne Yaya Jammeh moo ci amoon aajo.
It looked like any lawyer or judge who went against a personal interest of Jammeh has basically crossed the line, call it a crime or whatever, and was liable to arrest and detention.
dafa mel ni bépp lawyer boo xam ne daal atte woon nga mbir moo xam ne itteel Yaya Jammeh la woon yaa ngi ko doon def ci anam yoo xam ne daal neexu ko te bu ko defee dina am leneen loo xam ne moo la cee fekk.
This is so, sir, unless you were very, very lucky.
Even chief justices were not spared.
We
understand that Chief Justice A.K. Savage was sacked.
Chief Justice A.K. Savage Justice
Asan Jallow was also sacked.
Justice Asan Jallow
and Justice Chauha too was also sacked.
Justice Chauha
possibly bribery also. I think this is the longest streak of sacking of justices of the Supreme Court.
Yes, many judges and chief justices were sacked here.
bari ay Chief Justice ak ay judges yoo xam ne ni dàqoon nañ leen fi.
But I remember with the sacking of Justice Abdul Karim Savage, now deceased, may Allah have mercy on his soul, we went to see the Chief Justice Ajim, and I remember we pleaded with him that this is the highest office in the land. God's sake, out of respect to the position, whatever this man may have done, and we don't think he did anything wrong, do not allow this to continue. Do not have him charged and paraded before court. This was disrespectful.
Ci mbiri dàq ak Abdou Karim Savage nag daal di woon nañu dem ba ci Chief Justice won ko ne ko nag fii la cër am de fii place la boo xam ne place bu koy retee bu am cër la ñu ngi sàkku rek ne daal lii bu mu continuer foo xam ne dañ koy enn di ko yóbbu ci ay court.
He agreed with us and he promised to do his best. I think maybe he may have had some influence in the matter being dropped against AK Savage.
Waaw mu jéggi na ci la ñu wax waaw dana def lépp lu man mu naa ma sax am na ay kàddu yeneen yu si dugg ba gis ne daal tuuma boo xam ne ni tegoon nañ ko ci kaw AK Savage ñu dal di ko faxas.
You mentioned Justice Chauha, and then I guess you forgot Justice Jane and Justice Sok, judges of the Supreme Court.
Yes. Même tudd nga fi Chauhan ak Justice Fatengay, Justice Sok
and Justice Jane.
Justice Jane.
Do you want me to elaborate, give some information about this?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Laaj na la ndax bëgg nañu mu leeral tuuti ci seen dàqate lead counsel ne na ko waaw continuer.
Justice Chauhan was the Chief Justice from Pakistan.
Justice Chauhan moo nekkoon Chief Justice bi nga xam ne waa Pakistan la.
And he presided over the panel of the Supreme Court judges that did the review that I had filed in the case of Lang Tombong Tamba and the others.
Te itamit moo jiite woon nag kuréeli jooju mag yi nga xam ne nii ñoo seetluwaatoon lu jëm ci wàlli d'appel ak atte boo xam ne nii atte woon nañ ko Lang Tombong Tamba.
And it was in relation to which matter or which aspect of Lang Tombong's case?
Walu aju nag ci ban fànn ci mbiri atte Lang Tombong la woon.
This was the application for review. First, there was an appeal from the Gambia Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court, which confirmed the judgment and the sentence, the conviction and sentence of death.
Li nag mooy jamono bi nga xam ne ñu ngi doon war a pencoo pour seetluwaat atte boo xam ne nii atte woon nañ ko tey mu tukki woon ci benn d'appel bu jógee ko ci court d'appel bi ñu xamee Court of Appeal ci atte bi nga xam ne nii atte woon nañ ko ak tëj gi nga xam ne nii daal loi daan na ko pour rey ko.
I filed a review to the same court, to the Supreme Court, an application for review.
Ma bindoon nag pour sàkku nag pour ñu seetluwaat nag atte boobu noonu.
In order to get a reduction of the sentence from death to life.
Pour nag ñu dal di wàññi li nga xam ne nii loolu la ñu atte ci court bi mooy ne loi daf ko daan ne dañ ko war a rey ñu teggi nag rey googu dal di ko def loo xam ne daal mooy tëj ko gii di dundam.
Of course, this did not happen in a vacuum. It occurred as a result of or soon after certain significant events that happened in this country.
Dina xew ci sekkare rek da mu ngi xew jamono joo xam ne amoon na xew bu am solo boo xam ne mu ngi amoon ci réew mi jamono boobu.
That is the execution of the death row inmates, is it?
Loolu mooy woon rey bi nga xam ne rey nañ ko ñu tëjoon ci kaso bi ne dañ leen war a rey.
Yes, the 9 persons who were executed, most unfortunate.
Waaw di juróom-ñeenti nit ñi nga xam ne ni reyoon nañ leen te ñooñu ay way denc lañ woon ci kaso yi.
Well, let me digress now. I represented one of those 9 initially when he was charged with murder. That is Dawda Bojang.
Kenn nag ci ñooñu nga xam ne juróom-ñeenti ñooñu reyoon nag man maa ko taxawaloon ci court bi mooy ci njëlbeen biñ ko tegee tuuma ne dafa rey.
Later on, my colleagues, I believe Mrs. Mendy, continued to represent him.
Gannaaw loolu nag suma beneen nawle Mrs. Mendy moo continue di ko taxawal.
Although he was convicted of murder, he had an appeal pending before the Gambia Court of Appeal.
Naam sax day luwa daanoon na ko ci tuumaag boo xam ne ni tuumaag rey la waaye nag jamono boobu noonu ñu ngi doon taxeerlu luy jóge ko ci court d'appel bi di Court of Appeal ne dafa dappeeloon lii nga xam ne ni mooy atteem googu.
I know of his appeal because his mother, who lived in the North Bank, every time she came to attend court, she would look for me to to exchange greetings with me and to tell me that her son's appeal was on.
xamoon naa nag d'appel gi nga xam ne d'appeloon na ko ci court bi ndax yaayam mu ngi jógee ko woon ci tund North Bank Region te saa bu ñëwee ci court bi rek dana ñëw saaxaranteeg man won ma itamit ne doomam ji d'appelam bi ci lañ nekk di topp.
I know that Dawda Bojang was executed when his appeal was still pending.
te yëg xam naa ne Dawda Bojang moomu mujjee nañ ko rey te ci jamono bi nga xamee ne ni ñu ngi doon taxeerlu d'appelam.
Legally speaking, Mr. Tambedou, what does that mean?
ñu wax nag sukkandiku ci wàlli loi loolu moom ñu def noonu lu mu tekki.
It's murder.
loolu rey la rey gu àndut ak yoon la.
It's murder. Nobody had the right to take Dawda Bojang's life.
kenn koo xam ne nii am na yelleef pour jal di faat ba kenn ab Dawda Bojang ci waxtu woowu.
So in a sense, this was a serious rights violation by the executive. In particular, those who were in charge of putting together the necessary paperwork in order to ensure that these executions were done in accordance with law.
Bon dafa mel ni lii yàqa yelleef bu mag la boo xam ne teg nañ ko ci kaw ñooñu surtout jamono ji nga xamee ne ñu doon war a dajale kayit yi pour seetaat seeni mbir jaarale ko ci ni nga xam ne mooy àtte gi jaar ci yoon.
So they were all complicit. All those who participated, from the minister to the Minister of Justice, Minister of Interior, the President, and anybody who participated in the killing of those people committed murder, sir. They violated rights.
ñoom ñëpp nag loi tegu na leen ne ñoom dañ rey mooy ca président ba ministre bi saytu woon wàlli loi atte ak ministre bi saytu woon wàlli doxalin biir réew mi ak mbiri kaaraangeeg wàlli police di interior ministre bi.
We have heard the testimony of Mr. Lamin Jabate, who was then Attorney General and Minister of Justice at the time. Of course, he dissociated himself from it. He said he had no role to play in it. But he also acknowledged massive procedural errors stemming from the fact that, in fact, the relevant basic paperwork that needed to have been done to ensure that those killings, those executions were in accordance with the prescriptions of the law were not done at all.
am nañ fi seede boo xam ne na bàyyeekoo na ci Lamin Jobaate nga xam ne jamono jooju mooy yow ministre bi saytu woon mbiri atte gi moom wéral na nag ne li nga xam ne day moom lañ doon def ci kayit yi nga xam ne ci lañ waroon a sukkandikoo wuñ ko ni nga xam ne noonu lañ ko war a jaaralee ci wàlli loi.
Sir, the right to life is the
most sacrosanct.
I'm sorry. The right to life is the first right.
Yelleef nit ci dundam moo nekk nag njëlbéenu yelleef.
And nobody has the right to take the life of another person unjustifiably.
te kenn amut cër pour dal di rey bakkani jàmbur ci anam goo xam ne dëppuwut ak yoon.
This is a right that exists in all laws in all nations, sir.
lii nag mooy lu yelleef bi nga xam ne nii dëppale nañ ko loi yi yëpp ci réew yi yëpp ci àdduna bi.
And I let me be personal here, and this is why we are taught in the Quran that he who takes the life of one person is like he has taken the life of humankind.
lii moo tax nag comme ni ñu ko jàngale ci alxuraan ne képp ku jël benn bakkani doomu aadama daanaka jël nga bakkani ñëpp.
So that is why to carry out death penalty.
mooy nag pour nag doxal nag li nga xam ne nii mooy rey boo xam ne nii dëppoo na ak yoon.
There is so much paperwork.
dana am nag sarta yu bari yoo xam ne nii war nañ ko
procedure.
ay yoon yu bari.
But all that is to give time, give a chance.
mooy jox waxtu joxe chance.
That the person who is to be executed can be saved.
pour nag bu ko defee nag ki nga xam ne moom lañ war a rey mën nañ koo aar.
In one of the steps or procedures outlined.
ci yenn sarta ak saawo yi nga xam ne nii moom lañ feeñal.
That cannot be whittled down, sir.
boo xam ne daal mënuñ koy jaxase rek noonu.
Even aside from the massive procedural errors that were made by those who participated in this decision making.
lu ute ak njumte bu rëy bi nga xam ne def nañ ko ci anam yi nga xam ne ci lañ waroon a sukkandiku jaarale ko ci yoon ci kayit yi nga xam ne moom lañ waroon a doxal.
The junglers have testified here and spoke about the most disgusting way of carrying out these executions.
Jongula si ñoom toog nañ fi wax anam yu ñaaw yu doy waar yi nga xam ne ci leen jaaree ba rey ci ñooñu.
In complete and utter disregard for the rules that are in our laws.
te amut benn yoon boo xam ne sukkandiku nañ ko ci anam yi nga xam ne noonu la suñ luwaay yi war a doxee.
I agree, sir. But these junglers were put to these tasks. They were carrying out instructions. That is not to say they are innocent themselves, but they were carrying out orders from abroad. From above.
So now back to this issue. Back to just a moment, Mr. Tampere. Just going back to this issue of the attack on the members of the bench. We have also heard that some other judges, like Justice Hadi Rose, Justice Wada, were also removed from positions in a way that is not in line with the constitutional provisions of this country.
ba tey rek ci mbiri conga gi nga xam ne ñu ngi ko jëmale teg ko ci kaw ñi nga xam ne ñooy woon àttekat yi demee ni ki Justice Hadi Wada ak Justice Rose jaaral nañ ko ci anam yoo xam ne àndul ak luwa.
But before you talk about that, let's go back to Lang Tombong, because you are talking about the steps you had taken in his case.
wala ñoo ñëw ci loolu sax ñu delluwaat gannaaw tuuti ci mbiri Lang Tombong ndax yaa ngi fi doon wax jéego yi nga xam ne jël nga ko ci ay mbiram.
Yes, indeed. At the time the 9 people were executed, I was not in the country. I was abroad on holidays.
ci jamono bi nga xam ne juróom-ñeenti way denc yooyu ñoom reyoon nañ leen jamono woo na nekku woon fi maa ngi woon bitim réew ci holidays.
I was contacted by Amnesty International, who informed me of this act and who kind of warned me that my clients, Lang Tombong, Kausu Kamara, Modou Gueye, Ngor Seka, Lai Diouf, Bobaji, were in danger.
ci lan jamono boobu nag buntu liggéeykaay boo xam ne ni ñoom it ñu ngi xeñtu lu jëm ci wàlli kaaraange yellee fi ni ñu xamee ko Amnesty International ci lañ ma yëgal ne ma sa client yoo xam ne ni mel ni ki Lang Tombong Kausu Kamara Ngor Seka ak Lai Diouf ak Modou Gueye fi nekk ni seen bakkanang si xobi sam de.
And this was as a result of the threat allegedly made by Jammeh to execute all those death row inmates, correct?
loolu yëpp ñu ngi ko sukkandiku na ci tiitaange gi nga xam ne yaaya waxoon na ko ne ñeneen ñi fa des yëpp dañ tëj leen ne dañ leen war a rey ñooñu tamit dinañ leen rey.
Yes, he did make this threat, and because of this I was concerned. I cut short my holiday and traveled back to Gambia the next day.
waaw waxoon na tikku yi de te jamono boobu ne loolu tax na ba ma gàttal nag suma ngan foofa ma dal di ñib si Gambia ci beneen bés bi.
And I filed an application for stay of execution of the sentence.
ci kaw loolu nag ci laa bind nag di sàkku nag li nga xam ne ni mu ngi jëm ci wàlli àggali dogal bi nga xam ne ni moom la loi atte ci ñooñu.
And I believe this may have saved those people.
te itamit yaakaar naa ne lii moo mën a amal moo leen aaroon.
Sorry, sir.
Go ahead.
I was going to talk about the review application now.
Exactly.
Before the Supreme Court. Now there were seven judges in the panel for review.
fi mu nekk nii nag maa ngi wax nag li nga xam ne mooy juróom-ñaari jooj yi nga xam ne ñoo seqoon nag penc bi nga xam ne mooy pour seetluwaat lu jëm ci wàlli atte boobu.
The review application was successful on a majority of 4 to 3.
li nag mujjee gi nag sotti woon na ndax lu dem ci ñeent ci juróom-ñaar yooyu àndoon nañ ci li nga xam ne loolu laa bindoon suma sàkkute ñett yi nag ñun ñoo ko bañoon.
Justice Jane and Justice Sok.
Justice Jane and Justice Sok
granted the application for review and reduced the sentence from death to life.
ñoom nag dal di woon nañu ànd nag ci sàkkute googu dal di teggi nag dogal boobu ne dañ ko waroon a rey fi mu nekk nii def ko nag ne dañ koy tëj gi di dundam.
Supported by, I believe, Justice Jones, Dotsi, Jones, and Karebi.
And ci nag di Justice Jones ak Karebi.
But Chief Justice Chauhan,
Chief Justice Chauhan
refused the application in his opinion, in his judgment.
Ci gis-gisam nag ci daldi woon na bañ nag bindu googu.
And he was supported by Justice Fakbele and another judge from Nigeria.
Te itamit na moom ñi ànd na moom mooy Justice Fakbele ak beneen judge bu jógee ko Nigeria.
I believe Justice Jane and Justice Sok were sacked because they gave the ruling in support of the review application.
Waaye nag Justice Sok ak Justice Jane ñoom dañ leen dàqoon rek ñoom ñoo daldi woon wéral nag dogal boobu.
Justice Chauhan was also dismissed.
Justice Chauhan moom itamit dàqoon nañ ko mujjee gi.
Because he could not exercise control over the other judges to refuse the application.
Ndek mënutoon a teg loxoom ci yeneen judge yëpp dañ ànd nag ci ngir bañ nag sàkkuteef googu.
This is to correct what the Solicitor General said here, that he was sacked because he supported the ruling for the review. He did not. He opposed it. He refused it.
Lii nag mooy pour nag jàjjanti rek Solicitor General fi li mu fi waxoon ne dañ ko dàqoon ne daf ko bañoon déedéet daf nandoon na ci de.
And because he could not control his peers, he had failed the government, therefore he had to go.
ndaxte li nga xam ne moo woon ragalal bi mu doon ragal daal mënu ko woon a sàmm taxoon na ba mu or ñi nga xam ne ñoom la doon teewal mënu faa teew ñu dal di ko daax.
I wouldn't say he failed the government. I keep saying he failed Jammeh.
Damay wax nag ne daal orutoon nguur gi de Jammeh ci boppam.
It is only Jammeh who had an interest in the trial, in the treason trial.
Loolu nag Jammeh rek moom moo ci amoon interest moo ci amoon haajo.
Mr. Tambelu, thank you for making that important correction. And it is important for a lot of reasons because this is all about Jammeh with his overarching objectives of trying to entrench himself in power and trying to get everything in his favor, and he used the institutions to do that. But there is a corollary to this particular case you just mentioned, the Chauhan case. The reverse, the corollary rather, is the Iziwaku case, wherein she gave a dissenting opinion and she had to suffer the consequences. Could you tell us about that?
Well, again, I do not know the exact details. Was that, is it the case of Sabali?
It was the case of, I think it was Hamad Ba.
Hamad Ba, okay.
Yes.
Well, I believe it was at the Court of Appeal?
Yes.
Where Justice Iziwaku was co-opted?
Yes.
As a member from the High Court?
Yes, on a bench with A.K. Savage and another Nigerian judge.
Yes, even though the majority decision of 2-1 carried the day, but because Justice Iziwaku gave a dissenting judgment, she gave her view, which did not alter at the end, the judgment of the court, as in the Chauhan case, she became a casualty.
Dëgg rek nag moom dafa joxe woon dogalam boo xam ne nii nag amul dara loo xam ne nii lindamal na ko ñoom dogal bi nga xam ne nii mooy war a faaxee koo ci code bi rek bu waa nag moom mu dékku nag leneen.
What we need to learn from all these things, Mr. Tambedu, seems to suggest that when Jammeh had an interest in a matter, he would go all the way to ensure that he got what he wanted. And I say this in reference to the YDE case, in which certain terrible things happened to the lawyers who were involved. Could you tell us about that?
Tambédou lan nga mën a wax nag ci mbiri Jammeh moom nit la woon koo xam ne rek pour gën a taxawal dooleem wane dooleem ak taxawaayam lépp loo xam ne rek aajoo na ko woon moom ni mu ko soxlaa noonu la daan doxee surtout nag ci mbiri YDE bi nga xam ne mbir mi taxoon na ba am na ci ay looy ci bari yoo xam ne ñàkkoon nañ ci seeni liggéey. No,
you doy waar dal na ci ay lawyer yoo xam ne ñu ngi doon liggéey ci case boobu.
Yes, with the YD case, that is Baba Job case, I must say that I was very lucky because I was in the case at the onset myself, and another colleague, Antuman Gay. But before I talk about that, I want to say that Jammeh had enablers in the judiciary and in the justice ministry to be able to do what he was setting out to achieve.
Mbiri wadi biyo nga xamne ni mbiri Baba Diop la ne man na wax rek dara ko am sens la ci ndax nak nekkon na mbir mo xamne ni mang ci won ci ndorte la man ak Antoumane Gueye wa nak ya Jammeh nek na ni ko xamne ni dafa amone ñu ko daan farale ñu ko daan dimbalé ci buntu atekaay bi
dafa am ci ñu ko daan dimbalé ñeena ñu nekk ci buntu atekaay bi ñeena ñu nekk Ministry of Justice. But this is a very important issue because Jammeh certainly could not have achieved a lot of the things that he set out to do without enablers. But for the purposes of the Ministry of Justice and the judiciary, we would be interested in knowing who these people are. If you're not comfortable mentioning their names, you can write it in the protected information sheet that we have for you.
Waaw loolu dëgg la moom Jammeh moom lim doon def yépp mënutoon a antu dox ni mu ko soxlaa fekk amutoon jàppale boo xam ne am na ñu ko doon jàppale ci buntu attekaay bi ak ñi nga xam ne ñoo amee woon wàlli atte gi fii ci biir réew mi ñooñu ñan la woon su fekkee ne bëgguloo ko wax seen tur kayitandi noonu bind fa seen tur bi.
Please, if you're going to write their names, please list them under enablers, under the title enablers. Is it the same set of people?
Well, yes, one in particular. I did say that, or I didn't say that, Mr. Marena said so in his evidence that instructions came from Jammeh. Now, Jammeh did not talk to the judges directly. Jammeh spoke to people who spoke to these judges. He gave instructions who carried out those instructions to those judges.
Write the name down, sir. Why did you choose this particular name? Do you have a personal experience of a case which makes you believe that Jammeh was speaking to this person and that this person was speaking to judges or magistrates?
Lan moo tax nga tànn tur bi ndax dafa am dara loo xam ne seede nga ko lu la óor ne Jammeh mu ngi doon wax ak kii nga bind turam nii moom itamit muy wax ak ñi nga xam ne ñoo woon àttekat yi.
And in answering this question, be careful of the titles that you mentioned because you don't want to disclose the identity of the person.
But to
the extent that you're comfortable.
Well, I will mention the title of the person. Whether that will disclose the identity of the person is something different.
I leave it to you, sir. Say what you're most comfortable with under the circumstances.
Yes, this is a personal experience. I was representing an in-law, an uncle to my wife called Heni Musa.
Mom nak bi dal na mom ci suma bop nga xamne ni ma don taxawal nak nit ko xamne ni suma goro la di nijaay ci suma jabar
who was facing charges at the Banjul Magistrates Court.
Ko xamne ni nak ñu ko tek ay tuuma ci Banjul Magistrate Court.
The complaint was from KGI, Group International.
Tawat bi na mu ngi tuké ci compagnie bu ñu xamé KGI, Canada International Group.
Who is said to own KGI?
The documents of proprietorship of KGI was Zainab Jammeh. Well, the wife of the former president.
That is the jure owner of KGI.
Yes.
But under the, if you go really behind the formal documentation, who is believed to be the owner of KGI?
Well, dafa mel ni laxatu la woon rek binda ki nga xam ne pour ñëpp gis ne daal moom mooy borom KGI waaye te digga nag kan moo moomul KGI.
Yes, well, I guess you caught me short. I was coming to that. The jury was Zainab Jammeh, but I know it belonged to Yaya Jammeh because Uncle Henny Musa, who was working for the company, told me it belonged to Jammeh, and he took instructions from Jammeh.
waaw ndax ci foofu laa doon jëm sax ci kay day Zainab Jammeh lañ ko moomale waaye nag ki ko moom Yaya Jammeh la ndax suma oncle Henny mi nga ne mu fa doon liggéey nee na daal Yaya Jammeh ko moomoon te mu ngi daan jëlee ndigal si Yaya Jammeh.
And some of the witnesses, example Pa Bojang,
ci yenn seede yi ku mel ni ki Pa Bojang
told me, advised me to find ways to talk to the president so he can drop this case against Uncle Henny.
te moom nag daal dina ma dénku ne ma daal na fexe rek jéem a waxtaan ak président bi bu ko defee nag dana mun a génne daal tuuma yi nga xam ne ni moom lañ teg Uncle Henny.
So I went to see the Solicitor General.
ci laa dem nag pour gi Solicitor General bi.
And would that person be number one on the list of enablers?
ndax kooku mooy ki nga binda fii number one ci ñi nga xam ne ñoo ko doon jàppale.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Proceed, please.
Because we understand that he was very close to Jammeh, so I went to talk to him to assist, to talk to President Jammeh to drop the charges against Uncle Henny.
ndax wax nañ nag ne daal nekk na koo xam ne nii ku jege woon président Jammeh la ci laa dem nag pour wax ak moom pour mu wax ak président bi pour ñu daal di teggi tuuma yi nga xam ne moom lañ teg Uncle Henny.
He promised to talk to the president.
ci la ma dig nag ne dana wax ak président bi.
And he told me not to worry because it will be okay.
ci la ma wax ne daal bu ma am ñaari xel ndax dana nekk mbir moo xam ne daal dana sotti.
So when the case was adjourned for judgment,
mbir mi nag biñ ko dalee toxal nag pour ñu dogal bu mujjee.
I went back to him and said, well, you promised to help, but this matter is now set for judgment.
ci laa dem si moom ne ko waxoon nga ma ne danga ma dimbale de waaye fi mu nekk ñu ngi ko war a àtte si.
He said to me, don't worry, judgment will not be delivered in this case.
ci la ma wax ne waa bul jaaxle dogal boobu daal duñ ko def si mbir mi.
Now when Moses Richards was arrested,
jamono bi nga xamee jàpp nañ Moses Richards,
selected members of the bar went to the Justice Ministry to meet the minister.
ñenn ñi nga xam ne ñoom lañ tànnee ci mbootaay lawyer yi dem nag pour dal di gisante Justice Minister bi.
The minister was out, so we went to see the Solicitor General.
Minister bi nag jamono boobu dafa génn ñu dem si Solicitor General bi.
Before we went in, we had agreed amongst us, the senior members, that I was the only one to talk, and I would tell him in very clear, unequivocal terms that the demand for the bar was for President Jammeh and the government to drop charges against Moses and for him to be released immediately, unconditionally.
balaa ñëwee dem nag ci meeting bi ñun ñëpp d'accord nañ ne man maay kii wax te li ma war a wax foofu rek mooy bugg nañ président Jammeh mu dal di teggi nag tuuma yi ñu teg ci kaw Moses Richards te nañ ko bàyyi ci saasi te duñ ko teg ci benn sarta.
When I finished saying what I said,
bi ma paree wax li ma doon wax,
he looked at me with so much scorn and venom in his eyes
ci la ma gis nag ci la ma xool bët yoo xam ne nii bët yu raglu la.
that my mind went straight to my client, Uncle Henny Musa.
ci la suma xel dem rek ca suma client bi Uncle Henny.
As soon as we left the office, I called my wife and told her, I think I may have put your uncle's life in danger.
jamono bi ñu génnee rek ci la téléphone suma jabar ne ko mën na ama dey dugal naa sa oncle si dara de.
On that Friday, there was scheduled to be a call to the bar ceremony at court number 1 in the High Court.
keroog nag am na waxtaan woo xam ne nii waroon nañ ko oote nag niki aljuma jooju.
pour solal ñenn ñi mbaxana avocat.
waaw pour nag waaw noonu la.
Traditionally, I am, as president of the bar, I am expected to make a statement.
ci kaw loolu nag comme nag nga xam ne nii man maay président yi mbootaay lawyer yi danaa war a wax foofu jël fa kàddu.
Whilst waiting in the court, I got a telephone call from the clerk at the Banjul Magistrates Court, who called me to tell me the magistrate said the judgment is ready and it will be delivered at 10 o'clock that morning.
ci kaw loolu nag ci la ma côté clerk bi call ne ma nag ne ma magistrate bi mu ne pare na te dogal bi dañ ko def si fukki waxtu yi si suba gi noonu.
I told him I could not attend because there was a ceremony in which I was to give a statement.
waa ko ne mënuma faa teew de ndax am na nag benn xew-xew boo xam ne nii.
5 minutes later the magistrate himself in Kia.
ay juróomi minute gannaaw loolu magistrate bi Kia call téléphone ma.
and told me he's going to deliver the judgment 10 o'clock today. And I
wax ne ma dogal boobu naa ko def
come to
fukki waxtu te na suma client bi ñëw.
I went to the Chief Justice to complain about the matter.
ci laa dem na ci Chief Justice bi pour tawat nag mbir moomu.
And this was Ajim. He called the magistrate and they agreed that the matter would be stood down. That is, they will wait until the end of the ceremony. I will go to the court to take the judgment.
ci laa dem nag ci Chief Justice bi kooku di Ajim mu wax moom ne mbir mi daal danañ ko taxawalagum ba gannaaw bu ma jógee ko ci xew-xew boobu.
So I called Uncle Henny, the family, for all of them to come to the courthouse in Banjul Magistrates Court.
ci laa call Uncle Henny ak family bi yëpp nañ ñu ñëw nag ci Banjul Magistrate Court.
So we went to the court and we were waiting until 12:30.
ci lañ dem nag ci court bi ñu fa doon xaar ba fukki waxtu ak ñaar bi.
Normally 12:30 is the close of the working time.
te waxtu woowu nag mooy waxtu ñu war a wàcc.
When I didn't see the magistrate, I went into his chambers.
bi ma gisutee magistrate bi nag ci laa dem ci place am office am.
And I told him we were waiting here and it's 12:30 now. So what happens?
ci laa ko wax ne ko ñu ngi xaar de fukki waxtu ak ñaar tegal na.
He smiled at me and said, Mr. Tambadou, you seem worried. I'll be done very soon.
ci la ma xool nag daal di muñ ne ma Mr. Tambadou yaa ngi am jaale de waaye léegi tey ma pare.
I said I'm worried because he's my in-law and he's my friend and he's not in the best of health. This man will not survive jail.
ci laa ko wax ne ko daa jaaxle naa de ndax kii suma xarit la suma goro la te yaramam neexut noonu pour ci wàlli tëj.
He said to me, what do you want me to do?
la ma wax nag loo bëgg ma def.
My hands are tied.
la ma wax ne daal fi mu nekk nii suma loxo xat na.
It's either Uncle Henny
wala benn Uncle Henny
or me.
wala man.
And I said, so what can I do now? What should I do?
laa ko laaj ne léegi lan laay def.
He said, well, the best person to go to is to go and talk to the SG, Solicitor General.
ci li ma nga war a def rek mooy nga dem si Solicitor General bi.
What did that say to you, Mr. Tambadou?
loolu lum la tekkil nag.
In plain terms.
ci anam yu leer.
Is that the Solicitor General could or change his decision.
waaw loolu moo mel ni rek Solicitor General bi mën naa wecci xalaatam.
And the Solicitor General would only be working on the instructions of Jammeh because it is Jammeh who owned KGI, who was the complainant against Henny Musa.
ndax itamit nag Solicitor General bi dana jëlee ndigal ci Jammeh ndax Jammeh moom moomoon KGI.
And as far as you are concerned, everything changed as a result of that statement you delivered on behalf of the Bar Association.
te yow ci sa yëg-yëg yëpp mu ngi soppeeku rek gannaaw kàddu yoo xam ne gaaral nga ko ci kanamam ci turi mbootaayu lawyer yi.
I had no doubt about that because as soon as I left, I called to say I feared for Uncle Henny.
waaw ama ci benn jaaxle ndax gannaaw biñ ko génnee rek la téléphone pour wax ne daal jaaxle naa ci affaire yi Uncle Henny.
He was convicted and sentenced to sent to prison.
te ci la ko loi daan ñu dal di ko sànni yóbbu kaso.
He has since passed away.
depuis bi mu gaañoo.
He could not recover from that prison term.
mënut a jot boppam daal ci gannaaw boo xamee ni tëj nañ ko ci kaso.
There are many more terrible examples.
am na misaal yu doy waar yu bari yoo xam ne mun na ko fee joxe.
And let's go back to Baba Job.
nañ dellu ci Baba Job.
Indeed. The story about Baba Job is, like I said, I was lucky and I believe so was Mr. Gay.
mbiri Baba Job nag comme ni ma la waxee rek man dama amoon chance trop ak Mr. Gay muy Antoumane Gay.
Because I had represented Baba Job in a civil matter.
ndax dama teewaloon Baba Job ci atte boo xam ne nii mbiri civil la.
When they filed criminal charges against him, naturally he came to me to represent him.
biñ nga xamee ne nag dal dinañu ko teg ay tuuma yoo xam ne lu jëm ci mbiri tefaar la ci la ñëwaat ci man.
And also on his team was Mai Fati.
Mai
Fati. Mai Ahmed Fati. When I visited him, some of his entourage asked him to tell me to recommend somebody else to help in the case.
Bima demee nag seeti ko ñenn ci ay nitam wax nañ ma nag naa ràññee kenn pour nag mu daldi ma dimbale ci mbiram.
Since I had a good working relationship with Mr. Antuman Gay,
nag am na liggéey jokkoo bu rafet ak Antuman Gay.
I called Mr. Gay and spoke to him about it, and I told Baba, and he agreed.
Ci la téléphone Mr. Gay wax ko mbiram wax ko it Baba mu nangu.
To summarize, subsequently Mr. Gay told me that he could not represent Baba Diop.
Ci gàttal nag Mr. Gay ci la ma wax ne daal moo mënut a teewal Baba Diop.
Because Baba Diop, I believe, was a witness in the case against Ousainou Dabo, and he had been cross-examined at length by Mr. Gay, or was to be cross-examined.
ndax Baba Diop moom itamit nekkoon na seede ci teewa mbir moo xam ne nii diggante bu àtte lawyer Dabo la te itamit am na yenn laaj yu bëri yoo xam ne nii laaj na ko ko.
We told Mr. Diop, and he asked for us to recommend somebody else in place of Mr. Gay.
ci lañ ko wax Mr. Diop nag mu ne ñu nañ seetaat keneen remplacer ko Mr. Gay.
Took it in good faith. Mr. Gay then suggested Ousmane Silla.
daal jamono boobu nag Mr. Gay ci la wax ne nañ jël Ousmane Silla.
I called Mr. Silla on my telephone, and Mr. Gay spoke to him, and he agreed to come and join and represent Mr. Diop.
waaw nag jamono boobu nag ci la téléphone ci suma téléphone Mr. Silla mu wax ak Mr. Gay mu d'accord nag ne mun naa ñëw pour teewal ko.
Because I was also representing Mr. Dabo in his murder trial.
ndegem tamit nag ma taxawaloon Mr. Dabo ci àtte boo xam ne àtte rey la.
I decided to follow the footsteps of Mr. Gay and to withdraw my representation to act for Mr. Diop.
ci la topp nag tànki Mr. Gay ma daldi génne suma bopp daal ci teewaay googu.
The rest, you know how it happened. Mr. Silla continued, and an attempt was made on his life.
Mr. Gay, Mr. Silla nag ci la continuer te tamit jamono boobu ñu ngi ko doon fexeel pour jël bakkanam.
And also on the life of Mr. Fati.
ak itamit nag li bakkanil Mr. Fati.
But it did not even stop at that.
waaye nag emut foofu de.
We received evidence that Baba Diop had finished serving his term of imprisonment.
am na fi ay seede yoo xam ne jot nañ ko ne Baba Diop tëdd na liñ ko àppaloon ba mu jeex tak.
They refused to have him released.
ñu bañ pour génne ko.
But not only that.
waaye emut foofu rek.
He was shamefully murdered.
waaye ci lañ ko dal di rey goo xam ne gu gàccalu la.
Yes, I had testimony here that he was murdered.
waaw dégg naa fii ci ay seede ne dañ ko mujjee rey.
But I know personally that he had served his term and he was not released.
waaye xam naa ne daal tëdd na waxtu wi fa waroon a tëdd ba mu jeex te bàyyiwuñ ko.
Because I used to visit him in prison.
ndax time bu nekkee ci kaso bi dama fa daan dem di ko seeti.
I visited him on 3 occasions. He would send for me to visit him.
nemmeeku naa ko lu dem ci ñetti yoon yoo xam ne ni daf dee oote pour ma dem seeti ko.
And he told me I am not supposed to be here, but they're still keeping me here.
te daf ma lay wax ne ma daal warul ma fee nekk te ba léegi ñu ngi ma fi téye.
And I don't know if I will come out of here.
te tamit xaw ma ndax sax danaa fi génn.
But he had some optimism. He hoped that he would be able to live there one day.
waaw waaye nag amoon na ngëm gu ma sikk ne daal dana am bés dana fa génn.
Unfortunately, he didn't.
waaye nag farut mujjee faa génn.
But in spite of all this, it was sought to divide the lawyers, wasn't it?
waaye nag gannaaw mbir yi yëpp nag dañ ko defoon rek pour xaajale ñi nga xam ne ñooy lawyer yi.
All to ensure control of that group that could potentially challenge Yaya Jammeh.
yëpp rek pour am kàddu ci kaw mbooloo mi nga xam ne ñu ngi pare woon pour jànkuwante ak Yaya Jammeh.
What can you tell us about this?
loo ñu mun a wax ci loolu.
Yes, sir. This is so. This is particularly during my tenure as president of the Gambia Bar Association.
waaw lii la mooy jamono bi nga xamee ne nii man maa nekkoon président yi mbootaay lawyer yi.
When we were protesting against the arrest of Moses Richards.
jamono bi nga xamee ne ñu ngi doon ñaxtu jàpp ak tamit attaque Moses Richards.
A colleague of ours gave a statement to the press and said that the bar was a toothless dog.
kenn si ñun nag daal di woon ñu wax nag ay bataaxel ci buntu tasekaay xibaar ni daal mbootaay googu xaj bu amul bëñ lañ rek.
Well, the third colleague was also arrested and was facing criminal charges before the courts. And he set up a rival bar association or association of lawyers.
What
do you think led to that? Why do you think this person did that? Apart from the reasons that may be mentioned or bandied around publicly, what are the underlying reasons that precipitated this, in your view?
I know this colleague, really, I know him to be a good person, and I knew him at the time to have the interests of the bar at heart. In fact, I remember him in one of our bar association meetings. He was bold enough to say, we are in a fight with a snake, and the best way to kill the snake is to cut his head. Another time, I believe he was referring to Chief Justice Ajim. So I think he went along to, I know he went along to set up a rival association to save his skin so that the charges against him would be dropped, because he later confided in me to say that I did this, I was told to do this, because if I did this, it may save me.
Now, we not chila sos geren botay momit go xamne ni de lañu dingat way lolu daf ko def rek pour ar bopam ndax gannaaw gi nak ci la togal ñu wax ma ne ma so gisee ma def ni li ak li motax.
So Jammeh and his co-hosts did not rest. They wanted us to break the bar apart, the association apart.
Jammeh nak ay nitam mu jegi tal togu ñom liñ bëggon rek moy féwélé ñun ñi nga xam ñoo nekk ci mbotay lawyer yi.
And the last point really I wanted to talk about is the executive defiance of the judiciary by its refusal to sometimes implement judicial orders as and when required. Can you say something about that?
Sorry, sometimes I wait because I believe...
Yes, the interpretation is going to come, but let me do it in Wolof. Li mujjee liñ bëgg a waxtaanee mooy nguur gi ndax mbete Jammeh sax lim daan bañ a def li nga xam ne moom la ko code bi diktal yenn yi ñuy ci jiixal seen tànka yenn yi sax ñuy koo bañ a def Mr. Tambie du loo am pour wax ci loolu.
Well, there were many examples of that where court orders and judicial decisions were not respected. Personally, I remember two cases. I represented Mr. Omar Ndao, former managing director of Gamtel.
Waaw loolu de mën naa cee joxe ay misaal yu bari yoo xam ne nii atte bi dana dogal loo xam ne nii daal duñ ko mujjee nangu mën naa cee fàttaliku sax ay ñaar benn nag bokk na ci di layoo bu mel ni ki bu Mr. Omar Ndao.
He would be granted bail by the court only for him to be rearrested outside the courthouse.
Dañ ko jox bail di court bi waaye buy génn rek ci biti rek ñu dal di ko jàppaat.
Now another example is Mr. Abdullah Diop, former managing director of NAWEC.
Beneen bi mooy Mr. Abdullah Diop nga xam ne moo nekkoon borom buntu liggéeykaay bi saytu wàllu courant ak ndox si réew mi di NAWEC.
I would secure his release on bail by the court only for him to be rearrested.
Danaa de fexe nag ba nga xam ne ni court bi bail nañ ko waaye nag buy génn rek ñu jàpp ko.
This happened 2 or 3 times.
Lii nag am na ñaar ba ñetti yoon.
When I complained to the magistrate, the police said they did not have him, they did not arrest him.
Suma tawatee loolu nag ci magistrate bi police dañuy wax ne ñoom amewuñ ko.
Many, I mean, the most recent is in December 2016. Not December, sorry. In 2016, I, together with others, represented Sirawali Ndao.
bu mujjee sax mooy ci weeri ci atum 2016 man ak ñeneen ñoo xam ne ñoo taxawaloon Sira Wali Ndaw.
The court consistently refused to release her on bail.
Court bi bañ ne daal duñ ko may bail.
Despite the fact that she was not well and we had provided proper medical evidence to show this.
Naam sax de wérut de ak indi nañ firnde yu bari yoo xam ne ni wone nag ay kayit ni daal wérut.
Only because Jammeh was interested in that case.
Ndegem rek daal Jammeh daal amoon na aajo ci àtte boobu.
Because he would preempt these cases. He will come to TV, national television, and talk about these cases and say he will deal with these people, or people will see how he's going to deal with those people.
Dana nekk koo xam ne nii daal dafay faxas lépp lu jëm ci wàllu tabax bu bokk na ci nag ñëw ci télé bi ñëpp di ko seetaan muy tikku naan danaa jëflanteeg ñii te ñii dañ gis naka laa jëflanteeg ñoom.
So these judges were intimidated, and magistrates, they were intimidated.
Not
to release.
We have had evidence how they have really abused the provisions of the law when it regards to bail, by giving bail by one hand and taking it away by the other through the imposition of conditions that a person was unlikely to meet.
am na fi ay seede yoo xam ne jot nañ ko fi lu aju ci anam yoo xam ne nit ki dinañ ko bàyyi pour ñu ne dañ ko war a bail ci benn anam ci taxawaay bi rek ñu dal di ko jëlaat ne dootuñ ko jox bail bi dal di sukkandiku ci ay lay yoo xam ne daal ne loolu moo tax ba borom waruñ koo bail.
You and I know that if a court gives bail with difficult conditions, it's tantamount to no bail. It's like they have not given bail at all.
Maa yow yëpp xam nañ ne bu fekkee ne court bi dal dinañu joxe bail teg ko ci ay sarta yoo xam ne nii boroma mën koo jot wala lu jafe la boobaa mu ngi mel ni rek bail amut.
In fact, as president of the bar, I took it upon myself to visit some of the judges and magistrates in chambers to explain to them that to give them the value of the dalasi to the dollar as compared to the naira because they would come and talk about millions of dollars. And I said, our money is not as useless as you think it is. So when you say $1 million, that's a lot of money here. I had to see them in private to try to educate them on this so that perhaps this would help in the reduction of bail conditions.
Léegi nag danaa de waxtaan ak magistrate yi ak judge yi ci seen office mën a ñoom rek jàngal leen dal di leen xamal tamit value lii nga xam ne ni mooy fooraay suñ xaalis bii.
In fact, let me give you another example. Justice Otaba was the one presiding over the prosecution and arrest of the UDP executive and members, including Mr. Dabo.
Ma jox la beneen misaal Justice Otaba moom moo doon di àtte nag ndaw yi UDP yi nga xam ne téewoon nañ leen ak lawyer Dabo.
Justice Otaba looked a very decent man. He was God-fearing because he always discussed the issue of God. So I thought he was very God-fearing.
Moom nag boo ko gisee da ngay foog nit ku yiw la koo xam ne ni waxi yàlla rek la dee waxtaanee.
We had a pending bail application. We discussed the matter, myself and Mr. Gay and others. And there was a debate. I said he would release them on bail. He would release Mr. Dabo on bail. And they told me he will not release him on bail.
Waxtaanoon nañ nag lu jëm ci wàlli bail jamono boobu sax dàggante woon nañ ci ñu neen ma ne leen dana ko bàyyi ci bail de ñu ne ma déedéet du ko bàyyi mooy lawyer Dabo.
When the judge retired in chambers to consider his ruling,
bi mu delluwaatee nag ci office am bi pour seet nag li nga xam ne loolu mooy wàlli dogalam.
I discussed with Mr. Gay and others, and we agreed that I thought he's a good man. Since you think he's a good man, go to him and see whether you can find out whether he's going to release them on bail or not.
bi ñu waxtaanee nag ma ne leen nag nit ku baax la ci leen wax ne ma comme que yaakaar nga loolu na demal gisanteeg moom seet.
So when I went to Justice Otaba, he said to me, isn't there an inter-party committee in this country, a committee where all the political parties have representatives, so you can go and talk to them to facilitate bail?
ci bi ma demee ci moom na ci la ma wax ndax réew mi fii amul comité boo xam ne nii parti yi nekk ci réew mi yëpp am nañ fa ku leen fa teewal nga waxtaan na ñoom lu aju ci wàllu bail boobu.
My Lord, this is not an issue between parties. The state against these people.
He
did not give them bail. He had other considerations. That was Jammeh.
In fact, for someone looking at these things from a distance, because I didn't practice here at the time, it seemed as if grant bail or not to grant bail, the consideration was to punish or not to punish, instead of whether a person was a flight risk and whether if the person released would show up in court.
Jamono joju nak xawma won ndax nekuma fi won di liggéey jamono joju waaye ci mbiri bail ni nga xam ne noonu lañ ko doon gisee mooy ndax borom buñ ko bàyyee dina war a dellu si waat ci court bi wala dina rëcc ak yu mel noonu.
Dafa mel ni pour joxe bail dañ ko daan def rek pour seet kan lañoo mbugal ak kan lañ jot mbugal te liñ ci waroon a seet mooy ndax nit ki suñ ko joxee bail dina daw ndax du daw ndax dina delsi pour uyu si court ben du delsi.
That is true, and I believe the Solicitor General, former Solicitor General, Chairman Marina, gave evidence about this, the fact that someone will be charged with an offense that is triable only in the High Court, but will be indicted before the Magistrates Court, and who invariably had no choice but to remand the people or the persons appearing before them in custody and then order a transfer of the case to the High Court. So why couldn't the person have been taken to the High Court?
In the first place?
Yes. I believe this was easier with the Nigerian judges, because I'm not very sure of these facts, but this is what happened with Bori Ture. I think Bori Ture, in transferring a case of murder, I think against Usain Udabo, released him on bail and then transferred the case. And perhaps this is what made him encounter difficulties. I'm not so very sure about the case, but I think that is what happened in that case.
But also, present-day Justice Jaite, when he was a magistrate, apparently he released some people on bail or discharged some people and suggested that jurisdiction lay elsewhere, and he was arrested and detained for having done that.
So demee ni mbiri just Jaite nga xam ne magistrate la woon atte woon na ay nit yoo xam ne daxoon na fi nga xam ne foofu lañ leen doon atte ne foofu nekkut béréb bi nga xam ne fa lañ leen war a atte waaye bi mu defee ndogal boobu nag moo am na leneen loo xam ne moo ko ci fekk.
Yes, I heard the former Solicitor General speak about this. I don't know the details of the case over which Justice Jaite presided, but there are many examples of these. It was the order of the day here.
Well, dégg naa former Solicitor General bi wax ko fi waaye nag xamoon ak mbiri Jaite naka la am fa tëddee waaye nag mun nañ cee joxe ay misaal yu bari li na nekk na loo xam ne daal aada la woon ci bis bi rek.
The lawyers did not take all this lying down. When it came to the crunch, the bar stood its grounds in November and December of 2016. Could you tell us about it?
November. What year was it?
2016.
2016, very November.
That December.
Very December. I want I tahawa yo hamne jelo nenkochi.
Yes, indeed. I must say there are many brave lawyers in this jurisdiction.
Lawyers
who did not care what Jammeh was doing or about, but they wanted to ensure that the rule of law prevailed here. And after the December 2nd elections of 2016, and after Jammeh's turnaround, a young colleague, a brilliant young colleague, called me and said, Mr. Tambadou, what are we going to do about this?
Mooy nag wote bi nga xam ne nii moom lañ fi doon kàccoo si président bi gannaaw boo xamee ni nag yaa Jammeh tourné waat na kenn nag ci ndaw yooyu noonu ko téléphone ma ne ma Mr. Tambadou lan la ñoo def nag.
For the historical record, Mr. Tambadou, it's important that we note who this person is, this brilliant young lawyer.
Wa amna solo nak de ci wàlli xibaar yi ñu mëna xam lawyer bi nga wax ni ndaw la boo xam ne ko am fit la moom kan la.
Yes, I was going to say so. He's none other than Aziz Bensouda.
Mom mooy Aziz Bensouda.
Young but very brave, fearless. He did not fear Jammeh.
Xale la nag waaye nag ragalut yaa Jammeh nag.
So he called me and asked me, and I said, what can the bar do? The bar is now without any potency.
Ma laaj seetlu lan la bar bi war a def ndax bar bi daal mu ngi mel ni fi mu nekk ni amul benn kattan.
He said, let's try. Let me call a few people. You can also call the seniors, and we can arrange to have a meeting.
Ci la ma wax ne xaaral ma téléphone ñenn ñooy nga téléphone ñenn ñu seet na dañ am meeting.
He said, let's try. So he suggested that we meet, a few of us meet at a place at Coco Ocean.
Ci la ma wax nag ne ma comme laaj mu xelaat ni ñu néew rek nañ tasee ci Coco Ocean.
I remember Salou Tal was there.
Fàttaliku naa Salou Tal bu fa. Moussa Bachili. Abdoulaye Sissoko. Kombe Gueye.
Rachel Mendy. And Aziz Bensouda and myself.
Aziz Bensouda ak man ci suma bopp.
And we discussed the matter and worked out a strategy that we should call a general meeting of the bar the next day to discuss the way forward.
Ci lañ jël nag dogal ne daal ëllëg si war nañoo oote nag meeting pour ñëpp ñu bokk ci mbootaay looyaay boobu ñu waxtaanee ko.
On the fateful day, I must say, Mr. Fall, this is the biggest turnout of lawyers I have ever seen during my practice.
Ci beneen bés bi nag Mr. Fall mooy bés bi nga xam ne ni ci la lawyer yi gën a daje ci jamono bi nga xam maa ngi yëngatu ci mbiri lawyer.
And this was the time when the security situation in this country was most volatile and most precarious.
Jamono ji nag mooy jamono ji nga xamee ne wàlli kaaraange gi nga xam ne mu ngi woon ci biir réew mi jamono boobu jaxasoo woon na lool.
Yes, but really, we did not even consider that because the people had voted Jammeh out. The people were in the street dancing.
Wow,
jubilating. So, I mean, fear factor was gone.
Loolu daal soxalutoon ñu sax ndax yaa Jammeh jamono boobu nit ñi nekk ci réew mi bëggatuñ ko wane nañ ko ci ay carte ndax génne nañ ko fi nit ñaa ngi ci mbedd yi di noos tay boobu daal njàqare amatul.
Almost every lawyer I know turned out except 2 or 3.
Daanaka daal mbooleem lawyer bu ma xam ñëwoon na ci loolu kanaa ba mu des ñaar wala ñett rek.
We resolved to condemn Jammeh's U-turn.
Ci lañ nangu nag pour ŋàññ nag tournée bi nga xam ne nii moom la yaa Jammeh tournée maanaam bañ gi bañ.
We invited the press to come.
ñu oo nag buntu tasekaay xibaar yi ñu ñëw.
But other people invited themselves.
Waaye ñeneen ñi nag ñoom ñoo oo seen bopp.
Like who?
Mel ni kan.
The place was full of NIA officials.
Place bi nag NIA officials ñu fa feesoon tepp.
And they were going about their business, working around our meeting.
Waaye nag ñu ngi foon di caakaayootu rek di topp ci seen bërëbu meeting boobu.
I remember I mentioned this to Mrs. Mendy, Rachel. I said, have you seen this NIA? She said to me, invite them to come to the meeting.
Ci la wax nag Mrs. Rachel mel ni nekkoon nag gis nga NIA ci la ma wax ne oo leen ñu ñëw ci meeting bi.
Because the fear factor, like I said, had gone.
Ndax jamono boobu noonu nag njàqare gi daal nekk ci ñun daal dem na.
In effect, we resolved to condemn Jammeh, make a statement, make a demand for him to hand over power.
Ci jamono boobu nag ci la ñu ànd nangu ne daal ñu sàkku ci Jammeh mu dal di wàcc dal di joxe nguur gi.
I believe it was Aziz who suggested that at the time, because at the time the presidency of the bar was vacant.
Yaakaar naa jamono boobu daal Aziz moom nag moom moo xalaat ndax jamono boobu njiitlaayu baa bi daal nekkutoon amul woon ko.
So the bar needed a leader.
Time boobu nag ñun aajo nañ njiit.
I remember correctly, he proposed me.
Su ma fàttale ko ci la ma wax ne ma daal man naa nekk ki ko jiite.
And everybody supported the idea.
Ñëpp nag ànd ci xalaat boobu.
This was the greatest show of defiance by lawyers in the history of this country.
Li moy anam bi gëna am doole ci mbañ go xamne lawyer bañ nañ ko ci réew mi ci wali taarix réew mi.
Yes, we believe that we had the support of the people, the Gambian people. We really believe that.
Waaw ndax jamono bobu am nañ ngom gëne dal am nañu taxaway nit ñi nga xamne ñoo nekké ci réew mi.
And I remember Aziz making the point that this is an opportunity that cannot come back. We have to, the bar had lost confidence in the public, the public had lost confidence in the bar. This was a time we are not only doing what is right, but we are rebuilding our image as well.
Jamono bobu nak ci lañu Assis wax ne na li na moy jamono bo xamne ni dal dootu del ci wad ndax nit ñi ñakkon nañ koluté ci ñun té tamen fim nek ni du rek def suñu liggéey waye nañ fexé koluté gogu ñu delo ko ci ñun.
Different members from abroad, members of the bar who were, they had come to Gambia in December for Christmas. They were all present, and different speakers stirred up emotions for us to do what was right.
ñu bari nak wax nañ ci ndax jamono bobu lawyer yi nga xamné ñom ñu fi doon yëngatu té dem ci nekkon bitim réew ñëw nañ time holidays Christmas ñom ñep ñu wax.
And there was a debate as to what kind of action we should take or do.
Dagante won nañ nak ci yan jéego lañ warona jël.
I think the last speaker was former Attorney General Abubakar Tambadou.
Ki mujjo na wax nak moy ki nekkon ministre bi fi di Abubakar Tambadou.
He kind of lambasted us. He said perhaps we don't have shame. We are here arguing about what kind of statement or protest to make. When we are here, we could not even get our clients on bail. This is an opportunity that should not be missed.
Ci la wax ne dal li nek na buntu bo xamne ni waruñ koy tiaxane ndax ñun ñu ngi nek fi rek di wax lan lañ wara def té suñ client yi sax pour bail leen sax buñ ko am.
So a few were selected to draft a statement.
Ñun nak ñu new tan nañ ñew pour ñu bind ay bataxel.
I read the statement. I looked at it and I read it.
Ci la xol nak bataxel bi jang ko.
And I added the word treason.
Ci la yok nak ci baat bi ci suuf treason moy suufu nguur.
What would have amounted to treason?
Lan mo waral treason bobu?
That Jammeh's action in saying that he rejected on his own the results of the December 2nd elections was tantamount to overthrowing the will of the Gambian people. So this was an overthrow of the constitution.
Moy ya Jammeh wax bi wax ne dal mom da fay bañ dak nak results yi nga xamne mo faxé ko ci élection bo mom ci jëmmi bopam nek na mbir mo xamne ni day dal dina wëlbati wala bo dinga na li nga xamne ni mo nekkon eyna nit ñi ci jamono bo.
That was a very strong statement, but also very profound. You set out to protect the vote and the right of the Gambian people, and by extension, the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia.
Lolu kaddu gu am solo la té way dégéral nay tamit ni yéne nga taxawon jonn pour ar li nga xamné modi loi bi réew mi doxal ari tamit ñi nga xamné ñoy wa doomi Gambia yi.
Yes, indeed, because at the time there was no other voice apart from Jammeh. He is the one who made his statement, and we were all waiting. Everybody was listening, waiting. So we thought this we could not take. We had to come out and tell the people that this is not right. What Jammeh is doing is not right. The will of the people must be upheld.
Waaw jamono bobu amu ben kaddu gu jip gu moy gu Jammeh ñu ko doon xaar moy tax ñu ni tamen ñu jog ñu dal li duñ ko sétan ndax Jammeh fi nek ni mu ngi bëgga wëlbati li nga xamné mo nekkon ene nit ñi.
And by standing up to him in such a blatant manner, in the presence of the peering eyes of the NIA, and they couldn't do anything about it, you in fact showed that the emperor was, after all, very naked.
Taxawaay am solo yo nga xamne mom ngeen jëlul def ko sax ci kanami ay NIA yépp ñu ngi téwon jakarlo ak yeen lolu woné na né doole bobu nga xamne mo fi nekkon fi nekk ni yeen taxaw ngeen ci.
Yes, this is so, Mr. Fall. You cannot overemphasize that statement, that grouping, and the resolve of the Gambian bar, because we thought at the time that there was no other hope. If we did not do it, even if we were going to rely on outside help, somebody had to start it from within. We had to stand here, rally the people together, and make a statement. And if we get support from the people, then that's it. The die is cast.
Well, jamono boobu noonu nag gis nañ ni tamit nag amul dara lu ñu mën a def naam sax bu fekkoon ne ñu ngi doon sàkku ndimbal ci biti waaye foog si rek mu dooree fii ci réew mi.
But of course, all that happened, but it was not also rosy for those who were involved in it, especially the very visible leadership of the bar.
Waa loolu yëpp tam def ngeen ko de waaye nekkutoon loo xam ne tamit lu jëkka la woon ci ñi nga xam ne ràññee woon nañ leen surtout kilifa yi jiite woon ci wàlli looya yi.
Yes, that is so. That is why initially I was supposed to read the statement to the press, but I told Aziz again, who had become my confidant, I said, in reading this statement, I wanted every member who was present to stand behind me so that everybody appears, so that if I'm reading, it's like it's all of us reading. I'm not reading, I'm reading on behalf of the bar, to give me some form of comfort and to give each other some form of comfort, because really we were dealing with somebody who was ruthless.
Waaw jamono boobu nag ci laa ko wax nag moom Aziz nga xam ne daal moom laa seqal mbir mi kon ko ne ko bu may jàng nag lii na ma ñëpp dar nga xam ne nii danaa ñun ñëpp ñu daal di farle wante ci mbir mu mel nii nga xam ne nii la tëddee nag jamono ji.
But in spite of all that, it was not, or let me rephrase it, in spite of all that, there were threats to your safety and security.
Ndax ak jéego yooyu nga xam ne moom ngeen jël yëpp amoon na nag tiitaange yoo xam ne amoon ngeen ko ci seen wàlli kaaraange.
Yes, I traveled and came back and I discussed with Aziz.
Tukki woon naa bi ma ñëwaatee ma waxtaan ak Aziz.
He told me he had heard rumors that certain members were being targeted, including me.
Ci la ma wax rek ne ma waaw dégg na nag ay waxi suuf yoo xam ne nii ne am na ci ñun ñoo xam ne ni dàkk nañ ñu moom ci bopp.
Plans to eliminate certain people.
Mais Jammeh am na pexe moo xam ne nii pour faxas ñenn.
And he discussed with me about how best to take precautions. And I told him I was not leaving the country. I was going to stay. I had made arrangements for a safe place to stay.
Ci laa ko wax ne ko waaw man nag du ma delluwaat du ma génn waaye def naa ay pexe pour foo xam ne daal dinaa fa mën a nekk te dana nekk fu aaru ci man.
He told me too that he had also made arrangements for his security.
Moom it wax na ma itamit ne daal def na ay pexe lu jëm ci wàlli kaaraangeem.
I arranged for my family, my mother. I'm sorry, this is difficult for me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tambedu.
Yeah.
Stop.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I made arrangements for my family to leave.
Ci la fexe nag ci la fexe ba suma njaboot gi génn fi.
And I said I wasn't going.
Ci la wax ne daal du ma dem.
On the 14th of January, there was a meeting of ECOWAS Chiefs of Staff in Abuja.
Ci fukki fan ak ñeenti ci weeru January am na meeting ni Chief of Staff ci Nigeria.
After the meeting, I got a call.
Gannaaw meeting bi nag ci lañ ma call.
From Nigeria that whatever I was doing,
ne lépp lu may def nag.
I should leave the country.
Naa génn ci réew mi.
I then got a number of calls from family members telling me that my brother Ba was looking for me. He was abroad then.
Waa ci laa jot ay téléphone number ay call yu bari ne suma rakk Ba mu ma ut ne boobu mu ngi woon ci biti.
I finally spoke to him and he told me that I must leave.
Jamono boobu nag mujjee naa wax ak moom ci la ma wax ne daal foog si rek ma génn fi.
On the dawn of the next day, 15, I left here with all my family.
Fukki fan ak juróom ci fajar ci ëllëg si ci laa génn fii.
Before that, somebody else in the State House, there's a soldier in the State House.
Kenn nag benn soldat ci State House.
He also gave me a tip-off.
Moom it daal dina ma yeetal.
Through my brother.
Ci jaare ko ci suma brother bi.
That a list had been prepared.
Ne am na lim boo xam ne ni def nañ ko bind nañ ko.
And I was on that list. My name was on that list.
Te suma tur mu ngi woon ci lim boobu.
They thought that I really valued my life and I wanted to leave. I should go. I left.
But
your show of defiance did not even stop at that.
Oh, Mr. Pal, this emboldened me. I mean, to leave. I remember my late father, who had traveled extensively in Africa. Whenever I made a comment one day watching the news about civil strife, I believe in Uganda, and he said, and I said, these people should go back home and stay calm. He said, pray that you do not live in a situation where you have to leave your country as a refugee. If you do that, the day you do that, then you will know what these people are feeling. So I thought nobody had the right to make me leave my country.
Jamono boobu nag mu ne waxtaan mu doon seetaan télé bam ci gisee nag waa yeneen beneen réew daal ñoom nag ñu ngi gis seen coow loo xam ne nii di génn bitim réew mu wane daal ñii dañ waroon a delluwaat bàyyam ne ko ñaan